Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Deck to Sim live stream. Today, the 30th of May 2021, 3 minutes past 4 in the evening in the UK. It's an absolutely beautiful day here in the UK. I was doing a test sector this morning, some of the guys on Discord, and then I've been cutting the grass just before today's live stream, and it's a bank holiday weekend, so we've got tomorrow off as well. We've got an absolute cork of a stream for you today. Going to be quite a long one as well. I didn't quite realise the flight time between the two airports. I thought it was around an hour. It's around an hour and 30 minutes. So we're here in Heraklion on the Island of Crete in Greece. We'll be flying an hour 30 minutes north-west towards Croatia to Dubrovnik for the first time. Weather looks like it could be potentially the circling approach, which I had a practice of earlier. And then we'll be doing a turnaround before returning back to Heraklion later for a night or dusk night flight here, where they have a vACC event on later on. For our arrival. But talking about vACC events, it seems like plenty of you have joined in already. I see a whole herd of alpacas here in Heraklion. Looking forward to doing it here. In a pre-release version of the ZIBO mod as well, 349.6, I think 5 is the latest public one. So you'll be able to see the new standby instruments which have been added, which is very, very cool. Hello Anthony, Flight Deck to Boeing, he said, brilliant, thank you very much. 2 tons of love, still shorter than most of the recent Euro Truck 2 stream. I'm still recovering from that, but that was really fun to jump in and do that the other day. But here we are anyway, in Crete, live weather, live time, of course. Beautiful scenery here, Fly Tampa scenery. I actually purchased it quite a while back. We did a flight in here over a year ago, and the MD-80, my first ever MD-80 stream was here to Iraklion, and we've never been since, so it's great to have the high quality scenery as well. Flying into Dubrovnik later, we've got some excellent freeware scenery, looks very nice by DS Creations, we'll be checking that out as well. Of course, following real world procedures and SOPs all the way. Now, unfortunately, I say unfortunately, I was actually meant to be flying for real today, my first passenger flight in months, but unfortunately, well, I say unfortunately, I was in the sim last week for my sort of recurrency training and a refresher sim, and that actually got rid of the requirement for me to have, I mean, look at this, how many alpacas are here, absolutely crazy. As I was saying, it got rid of the requirement of having to do a training flight, which is what I was meant to be doing today, so I'm actually going to be doing my first passenger flight at the end of next week. Looks like someone might have a different scenery here. Looks like we've got a 737 right on our nose. Hopefully he'll taxi off by the time we get here, but here is our ZIBO mod. We've been to the hangar here. Look, we've got some skip-to wingtips today. We've also installed Wi-Fi here. We've got our premium NGs and with our service today to Dubrovnik. What is a yaw damper gauge right here? Yeah, that's a new. Well, it's a feature that was added on one of the feature that was added to the ZIBO mod with this version here. And on older versions of the NG, you used to be able to see the position of the rudder based on the yaw damper input. There was no need for it, so Boeing got rid of it, but there is an option to have that selected as well. I might do that on one of the sectors if you want to have a look at it, but it's not fitted to any of the other NGs there.
40,
Ben Matthews,
30,
why
20,
are you donating? It's
10.
your birthday. Ben Matthews, happy birthday to Ben Matthews, everyone in chat. He's just donated me £2. He says the beer is not too bad back here. Yes, that and the ouzo, or oh no, what is it? Ozo. Oh, what's that stuff they drink in Greece? Not ouzo. I can't remember. Thank you very much for your donation. Happy birthday, Ben. Unbelievable that you sent a donation on your birthday. I can't really quite believe that. But anyway, let's jump into the cockpit, get the party started, and get the ball rolling. So, batteries on. GPUs on the bus, electric hydraulic pumps are on, landing gear lever, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green lights. And I don't know if you can hear it, but you can actually hear the standby instruments whirring away there. You've got a little bit of a ticking sound in the background there from the gimbal. But yeah, you can see it's just this is fitted to the original NGs. Most of the new ones that came out before the MAX was switched by production had the ISFD, the integrated standby flight display. Or instrument, but the older ones had this, the old school standby instruments, which is what we're going to be using today. But yeah, they're just standby instruments, only to be sort of referenced really in the event of a complete total catastrophic failure. So even a total loss of AC power, the captain would still have his instruments, but you always have the ability to have these instruments here as well. Fantastic, lots of people wishing Ben Matthews happy birthday, which is great. Very, very good of you to have come in here on your birthday as well. But there it is, looking all good.
50,
right,
40,
battery electric hydraulic
30,
landing gear lever down,
20,
6 green lights.
10.
Then we check all the aircraft documentation. Paul Emerson, one of my oldest members, coming here. Tenor. Thank you very much. Right. Damn you, Streamlabs. Streamlabs said they'd fix the text-to-speech thing, so I don't know why it's not working.
50, 40,
It's coming in again
30,
now.
20,
Broken.
Yeah.
It says, hey boss, dog walked, refreshments on standby, I'm ready. Happy birthday, Pen. Awesome, Paul. Sounds like he had a great time walking your dog there. Beautiful day here in the UK as well. Thank you for your continued support as well. Very kind of you. Ouzo is the most alcoholic beverage in Greece. Yes, it's quite strong stuff. It's been a long time since I've had a shot of Ouzo. But yeah, Jane, come back. I've done some things. I tested it earlier. It was working. I think it's still a bit intermittent. And I set it to a US voice on one of the other ones as well, so it should come back. Jane, come back, says listen to it. Absolutely brilliant. Right, so let's carry on with the rest of the setup here. Electric hydraulic pumps we then check. Fault fire tests. So there's the squibs, fault APU detector in op, and we have overheat detector on the master caution system. Fire tests, 3 fire warning lights, engine overheat, the wheel well, and fire warning light bell, overheat detector 2. Mode 6 lights on. Let's test the intent button. That's working fine. Here is our operational flight plan for the first sector. 1 hour 40 minutes, in fact. Fuel 7.2. Weather's actually not too bad there, but seeing there's a whole host of you coming on there with perhaps no ATC, because there's no formal VACC events in Croatia or in Dubrovnik today, I'm going to stick on that sort of mandatory 30-minute extra fuel amounts that we always take for streams. So 7.2, an extra 1,200 kilos would be 8.4 tons of fuel. So fuel 8.4, and we're going to take 172 passengers today for our first sector. So passengers in, and that's going to give us a zero fuel weight of 58.1. Once it's updated, there it is, 58.075. So the aircraft is loaded. We still need to fuel, so fasten seatbelt sign is off, and just need to call for the fuel truck as well. There we are. Damn, didn't think of a Greek name. Demetrius, maybe. Demetrius, is that Greek? There he is, putting on some Jet A1 for us. Wonderful. Right, so that's done. Attend, we tested. Flaps are up, matching the flap indicator position. All looking where it should be there. Takeoff config warning checked. Stab trim cutout switch is normal. Cargo fire test coming up. Forward aft discharge. And fire warning lights illuminated. Standby 2000. Rudder and aileron trim we would check. We'd make sure the manual gear extension doors closed. Circuit breakers are all in. Spare bulbs in as well. And I guess speed warning test. There we are. Test the flight recorder. There's a stall warning test. And IRS mode selectors to nav. No reversal lights, no engine control lights, CEC's on, rubber jungle's not out, and leading edge devices are not extended, circuit breakers are in, and there we are. We can now start the boarding. Fantastic. Yeah, Demetrius, yeah, is that Russian? I don't know. Yeah, it is Russian, of course, but I thought that was quite a common Greek name as well. Louis, I'm happy with what you said with Alexandros. Thank you very much. Or Stravos the Fueler. Love it, Commander Jennifer. Brilliant. Very befitting here. Laurie says, do the aircraft toilets flush if no bleed air is available and aircraft is not pressurised? Yes, if the aircraft's not powered, and I think you're okay. If you haven't got bleed on with no pressure, it will still flush. That's actually a really good question. I really don't know off the top of my head. But I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure I've flushed the toilet with the aircraft just on AC power and it has flushed. Off the top of my head, I can't remember how it works there. Dominic Orsini, text-to-speech, yeah, it should be working. It seems to be not working for Paul, very kindly donated, but, you know, we'll keep an eye on it. I wrote a query to Streamlabs and they said, yeah, they'll change this, it should work, and then I tested it and it worked fine, so I don't know why it's not working half the time, such a shame. Right, let's carry on with the rest of the setup there. So, let's grab the ATIS, which you do have online. Oh, we actually have ATC as well, delivery and approach, fantastic. So, let's try and grab some weather. It's not too bad, not very warm here in Crete. I thought it'd be a lot warmer. I think it's a bit around the same temperature in the UK at the moment, but 20 degrees here. Let's try the ATIS, which never seems to work on text on voice these days. I'll just grab the weather on text then in Xpilot here. So it says Iraklion information Bravo 1450, so 20 minutes ago. Surface wind 350 at 4 knots, so most likely to be runway 28, or sorry, it's a 27 or 28 here, 27 for departure. Broken at 8,000 feet, temperature's 20, dew point 9, a QNH is 1013, which is set there. Transition level 70, yes, runway 27 in use, and RNAV approach is available. So that's set. I do have performance data here. MFRA is 1115 from the Boeing OPT.
Osaka 84 Charlie, run A320, stand 5, information Bravo 1013, clearance Dubrovnik, please.
Perfect, so we know the voice is at least working. So MFRA is set, QNH is 1013. Let's turn up the lighting here. And the autoflight lights as well. Matthew, true story, had the rubber jungle deploy by fault. I love how you put it there. On a deadhead, guy decided to continue a further 2.5 hours to destination with the jungle down. Yes, Matthew Presley, who's a CRJ pilot. Yeah, the rubber jungle, the passenger oxygen switch, if you switch this on, guys, it comes down. All the rubber jungle, aka the oxygen passenger oxygen masks there. So you've got to be very careful not to get that muddled up with this switch here as well. Automatically deploys when the cabin altitude is above 14,000 feet anyway. So don't do that, unless it is a fault, of course. It's not your fault, but you don't want to be the one that did that accidentally. Right, FMC, we got the W1 variant, which I think is covering the skip to wingtips. We are currently in Heraklion, which is Lima Golf, India Romeo. Pop in the GPS coordinates here, GPS left. And we're going to the first ever time to Dubrovnik, Lima Delta Delta uniform. Call sign, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. Departures runway 27. We are expecting a Apollo 1 Victor. And from Apollo, let's go here to the next page. It's going to be Mike 749 to Durmi, Upper Lima 613 to Yankee November, Upper Lima 611 to Tumbo. Lovely routing today, right over Greece, and then pretty much the Adriatic Sea on the coastline of Montenegro. Trying to get my countries right here. Montenegro, then onwards to Croatia. It's right in the bottom of Croatia, Dubrovnik. Direct to Rodon. And direct to Mokken for the arrival into Dubrovnik. So at the moment we're going to plan for ILS 11. Depending on the situation there, 11's the preferred landing runway. I know a lot of people want to see the circle to 29. I've been practicing it in the sim, works out quite nicely. So I've decided if I can't do the circle today, based off the forecast wind, I'll do another stream into Dubrovnik, probably in the CRJ Microsoft Flight Simulator, so you can see that there. It'll be quite good with the scenery, so we'll have a look at it there, what's going on there today. But at the moment, if it is 29, we fly the ILS or the localizer from 11, and then we do a circle to land for 29. There's no direct approach onto runway 29. So for now, ILS Zulu 11, the arrival is going to be on Mokken 3 Zulu. Mokken 3 Zulu via, I think it's Pilamp. Let me just have a little look here at the charts. Ahead, it is via Pilamp. So that's activated. We then wait till execute it in real life after the check. It's been checked by bottom origin, but we'll execute it now. And then we'll quickly check for any discontinuities. Make sure everything's looking hunky-dory. Looks like everything is joined up with no discontinuities. That's excellent. So, performance, zero fuel weight is going to be 58.1. Reserves, our alternate state is Split, which is also in Croatia. The fuel we need is 2.6 tons. Cost index 30. We're cruising at 36,000 feet today. That is executed. Now, here's a bit of a gotcha. I don't know if it actually is the same here, but we'll check it. So you see here you have the top of climb wind. If you have a step climb, be careful because it might take the top of climb wind for this level, which is not what we want. We want our final cruise level because there's only a brief time at 240. So what you actually have to do is go into the flight plan, find flight level 360, and then just make a note there what it is there. So 360. Now you see you have top of climb. We should have a second top of climb here for 360, but that's the wind we want. 267 at 39. not the one that's there otherwise. It's very similar anyway, but 267 at 39. Always kind of you want the top of climb wind for your final cruise level. Top of climb ISA is 6. Again, same applies, but it'll be very close to that. Boeing OPT then, I've actually calculated this, it's saying full 24k, and that's going to give us an N1 of 94.7. There'll be a slight discrepancy of 95.4. The reason is I don't have the AP bleed on, but as soon as I put the AP bleed on with the PACS auto, that will decrease to around 94.7. So full 24k and full climb thrust, flat 5, CG is going to be set. V speeds we're looking for 39, 40 and 47. 38, 39, 48, so they're all within 1 knot. We can accept the speed. CG is 20.8% of Mach. Trim set, and V2 148 knots is set as well. So looks like the operational flight plan is all loaded. Performance calculations are complete. So we just need to do the panel scan up here. I was going to say, there isn't Dubrovnik one of those airports with a rating to land. Callum Thompson, from my operator, it's a captain's only landing onto 29er. I don't know if it's the same with 11. I'll double check and read it on the way over, but it's certainly for 29 captains only. But I don't think it requires sort of any special training apart from the fact it's captains only. So fuel-wise, we've only got 500 kilos in the centre. I'm not going to bother putting the centre tank fuel pumps on, as I mentioned many times before. That's just to avoid nuisance master caution lights. As soon as we get to 10,000 feet, we'll pop those on. Seatbelt sign can come on. Fueling is complete. Window heat can come on. Probe heat's not on at this stage. Anti-ice can be off. Voice recorder, there's our new switch. It's been modelled by ZIBO. That can come on, and that should be on during the initial pre-flight stage, so they can actually record it on the cockpit voice recorder. And that flicks to auto automatically after the first engine starts. So that's trim air on, PACS auto for the ice, no isolation valves to be open. 360, elevation is 527 feet in Dubrovnik, so that's set. Steady for the lights. Flight directors can come on. We are unsure of our cruise altitude at this point. There's nothing mentioned on the SID about what the level is. And the runway QDM here. Oh, good luck, Sue, sir. There's an alpaca blasting off them. Fantastic. That sim is wicked. Oh yeah, that was what I wanted to find, was the runway QDM. It is 271. So that's set out all the heading and courses to 271. It's an RNAV SID, but we'll tune up the VO on station. There is an engine out SID here as well, so there's a particular track you need to fly in the event of an engine failure, which I'll set up into the FMC shortly. So that's set. Auto brake to RTO, reset fuel flow. QNH 1013 is set. What I'm going to do then is put some things in here. So we have an engine out SID. This is what we do in the event of an engine failure on the initial climb out. So we do this, and then we do this, and then put Gonzo here. And I'll explain what I've done here when I brief you shortly. I just want to grab the clearance first. So that is all set, looking good. Oscar Mine Pro, does the ZIBO 737 cost? No, it's completely free. It's an add-on to the default 737 and X-Plane 11. And obviously, I guess you're new here. I've been involved with the project for around 2.5 years or so. It is the 737 and an SL sim. It's very, very realistic there. Gaming flying sim, no stairs for use. We always use bridges, so they can't use that excuse. Brilliant. Captain, do you like the analog standby switches and the voice recorder? So cool. Aren't they cool? It's cool that they're added, that's for sure. Right, let's grab delivery. Grab our clearance. We're due off in 9 minutes.
Alpaca 8 for Charlie, start up above, QNH 1013, report this purpose.
So we don't need a pushback here. It's a self-positioning stand, but hopefully this guy ahead of us, the Ryanair, will be able to move on his way. Interesting choice of stand number. I'm not sure which one that is.
Round to 1 Charlie November, for taxi instructions, contact approach on 123.975, bye-bye. 123.975, thank you very much, have a nice day, sir. Ciao.
It's got a budgie there in the background or something. Iraklion delivery, hello, it's Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, information Bravo QNH 1013, departure clearance to Dubrovnik, please.
Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, contact delivery. Good afternoon, information Bravo correct. You're cleared to Dubrovnik via Apollo 1 vector departure runway 27. Initially climb flight level 100 in squawk 7260.
We're cleared to Dubrovnik on the Apollo 1 Victor departure, runway 27, climbing flight level 100, squawk 7260, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor.
Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, report is correct, report ready for start.
There we go. Perfect, so we have flight level 100. We can confirm it's the Apollo 1 Victor. Apollo 1 Victor and the squawk of 7260. Excellent, so we're good to go. All we've got left to do here is to brief Simony Bob. Hi Captain, how's it going? Very well here, thank you very much. Kuros, is this a new camera angle? So ZIBO has changed the display size. So previously they were a little bit more rectangular. I never really took much notice of it. Now they're a little bit more representative of the correct shapes, a little bit more square. The actual viewpoint hasn't changed, but the shape of the PFD and ND, if you compare to the older versions of the mod, has changed slightly, as has the orientation of the window and the door. So it looks a little bit more realistic. Like I said, I hadn't really noticed before, but now it's changed to this one. I do sort of realise it has changed, but the perspective looks a little different on the screen there. So excellent. Anthony, shoot, forgot to tell you prior that I'm donating a copy of the ZIBO mod today. I guess it can't wait till next time. Brilliant. Right, let's do our briefings then. So Heraklion, what have we got to say about Heraklion? I'm sort of looking at my operator's airfield briefing here. So most of the threats associated with the approach here, it's actually got a captain's only landing here on the runways 2. So most of the threats associated with departure here. It's an NADP-1 departure. Otherwise it's pretty straightforward for takeoff. There's a special engine out procedure which I will brief and discuss what we need to do there. So that's all it. Weather otherwise is absolutely fine. If you have any major problems, performance permitting, we'll come back here into Heraklion. So that's done. Routing we would have checked. It's all looking fine with the route discontinuities. We check our instrumentation, brief the emergencies. And now we'll look at our taxi. So we're on stand 7, no pushback, so it's engine start on stand, and then we'll join this taxi line here and then make a right turn on Alpha. Alpha merges to Delta, and then we're going to go full length for runway 27. And our SID is the Apollo 1 Victor for runway 27, which we checked in the FMS. Transition altitude is 6,000 feet. There it is, 6,000 feet in the FMS. High terrain on Crete itself, so 10,200 feet to the southwest. So any problems, we'll make sure we stay to the northeast. 4,000 feet here. RMP and GNSS required. Expect close-in obstacles. So basically, make sure you're in LNAV here. Very simply, it's climb straight ahead until 600 feet and then make a right turn inbound to Apollo. Max 250 knots. And we've got to be at or above 7,000 feet by the time we get to Apollo. That's it. There you go. Perfect. Not much to say here, really. Now, a slight little thing with the ZIBO mod. Conditional waypoints like this is sort of like an aircraft command. So basically, the aircraft will automatically turn at 600 feet. I think there's a limitation in the simulator where you have to sort of set a waypoint in a geographical location. So if you use LNAV here, it won't necessarily turn at 600 feet. It'll turn when it gets exactly to that circle. Make that right turn. So not the most realistic. I'm going to ask ZIBO, I think we discussed it before and he said there's a limitation, but what would happen in the real aircraft, as soon as it gets to 600 feet it would just sequence the next waypoint and start turning for you automatically. I did it earlier, you know, it had to wait to this waypoint here and I was at around 1,000 feet when it happened, so what I might do is just simply bring Apollo to the top and execute when I get to 600 feet, and it's sort of doing what it would do in real life there. Smart, I think we're all good. Let's get the APU up and running, and as soon as the APU is started, we'll request engine start. We're all good here. I'll close the doors before I forget. It is underground services. Retract the air stairs, closing the doors. Wish this Ryanair would get out of the way. What a choice of stand. I think it's probably a different scenery. We've got Olympic here, and oh my goodness me, it's alpacas everywhere. We've even got an alpaca flot. Is he actually in a Tupolev? Amazing if he is. Right, there's our APU booting up. I think this guy's got his engines running. Look, his lights are on. So you'll see here on the takeoff performance page at the moment, the N1 is 94.7. Hold on, 94.7. Has that changed automatically? It shouldn't do that until I get the AP bleed on. Looks like it's jumped the gun. Just want to check something here. So 95.4. If I put that to auto, it's saying now 94.7. Interesting. Now it shouldn't do that based off the switch position. It should do that on duct pressure. So if the APU bleed is off, it should say the one previously. Then it should only change to 94.7 when you put the bleed on. So there you go. John, there's always one who likes to block streamers in to get their 15 seconds of favour. Oh, occasionally John have a few issues. Occasionally. It's the internet, 21st century, what can you do? Massive Nerd Movies, thank you very much for your comments on the other video. I did see it, but I haven't got back to you. How can we, without info, find out information like NADP type? So some charts, they do mention NADP 1 or 2. Most don't. So by default, choose NADP 2. That's what I do. I know it's NADP 1 because we fly into this airport and it says in the airfield briefing, use NADP 1. So there you go. I'm afraid there isn't much more information there. Matthias K-Guard, perhaps, for the surname there. Welcome aboard as a member, buddy. Thank you very much for the support, Bones Team Green. I'm glad you enjoyed the content. Members only Discord invite will be all sorted automatically for you. And enjoy using your custom emojis in chat. Thank you very much.
016.
Right, let's grab the clearance. No, let's request engine start.
Startup approved Unit 113 for Alpaca 36. Alpaca 36 Alpha Bravo ready for startup.
Everyone requesting engine start now. Oh dear.
Alpaca 36 Alpha Bravo for position, startup approved, QNH 1013.
Startup approved, QNH 1013, Alpaca 36 Alpha Bravo.
Direct on delivery, occupied
Everyone.
Bravo for IFR to the Bravo 6.
2 tons, yeah, I noticed ZIBO mod does not automatically close the L1 door when beacon is activated. Is that a
Yeah,
menu
I can
change?
see your
I
presence.
didn't know if it closes. No, I don't think it's ever closed 2 tons. I've always had to do it manually.
Delta Bravo, I can see it later. Make sure everything is okay.
Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, stand 7, request engine start.
2 stations.
Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, stand 7, request engine start.
Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, full position, startup approved, QNH 1013.
Start approved, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. Excellent, start approved on time, but it's probably going to be a bit of a delay for taxi here. So, anti-collision lights, so transponder should be already out off. So, backs off, anti-collision lights on, parking brake is set, transponder out off, checks complete. And prior to that, we would have contacted the ground crew, make sure they're ready for engine start. Right, let's do it, starting now, engine number 2.
Departure, cross check, and all call, thank you.
And 2. Used to auto close on the beacon activation, had that same issue on taxi. 2 tons, I probably did. I think I've always done it manually, so I wouldn't have known. But having said that, around a year ago, I famously started pushing back with the air stairs dragging along the floor, which I know you probably remember. Right. Should be looking at this anyway. And to what we're showing what we had, fuel in, EGT's increasing. Welsh Controller, hiya, how do you get your airline on vACC? Just saying I adore Alpaca Airways, thank you very much. You should get a link here. This is for ex-pilots, maybe it works in other ones there, but you pop that into your CSL file, that folder directly in, so where you have the blue bells for Boeing, Airbus, just put Alpaca next to all those, so it should show correctly. Right, starter cutout, monitoring engine number 2, 2, 4, 6, 3, 2 stable, starting engine number 1. And 2. 2 tons, yes, we all remember that day fondly. You always remember the stuff where I screw up. Just not that uncommon. N2, N1, more pressure. 25. Check the fuel spark valve, looking good. Oh well, oh no, how do I make an airline? Well, you know, we just made our own with some of the members. Called it Alpaca Airways, no one heard of us to start off with, and then just use it on VATSIM. VATSIM give you the freedom to be able to use a sort of fictitious airline, which is great. And there we go. Now I'll start a count out. 1, 2, 1, 2, 4, 6, 3, 1 is stable. We then wave off the controller. There'll be no bypass move fitted because all the remote stands, and not the control of the ground crew. So we can carry on with the before taxi flow. So generators on, APU off, start switch is continuous, probe heat on, anti-ice not required, packs auto, isolation valve auto, APU bleed is off. Flaps to 5, flight controls, full forward, full back, left and right, here comes the rudders, full right and full left, recall, blank the lower DU, and then we complete the before taxi checklist here, read by the first officer and confirmed by the captain. And that's it, we can now request taxi.
Alpha Bravo ready for taxi.
Well, I'll request it. In real life, I'd have to wait for this Ryanair to move out of the way, but unfortunately, he's blocking us at the moment. See what he says.
For taxi, contact approach on 123.975 Alpha Cat 36 Alpha Bravo. Bye bye.
My goodness me.
Alpha Cat 58 Delta Bravo.
2 tons, I know you're planning A300 across the ditch, but what about the Tupolev A300 Tupolev? It scares me, it will be coming, I promise. I've been saying that for 6 months. Read that back. Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, request taxi.
Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor for taxi instructions, contact approach from 123.975 to line.
123.975, thanks to the ATC sir. See you soon, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. There we are. So, yeah, approach is on the line, 123.97. Heraklion approach, good evening, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor on stand 7, request taxi.
Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor Iraklion approach low, stand by for taxi and will by.
You said stand by. So hopefully Ryanair will request taxi. And there is the Alpaca. Yes.
Good evening, Alpaca 85 here, stand 211 ready for taxi.
Is this the ZIBO EFB chart? So the charts are from Navigraph.
Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor taxi holding point runway 27 via Delta, cross runway 30.
Taxi holding point Delta runway 27 and cleared to cross runway 30. Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. Excellent. So we are cleared to taxi.
Croatia 661 request taxi.
And there is Delta there. So
Croatia
park and brake.
661 taxi straight ahead, line up runway 27.
Config. No takeoff config warning. Yes, slight issue. There's a Ryanair there, but
Approach ready, good evening.
I'm going to take it. I'd like to confirm I wouldn't taxi into an aircraft straight ahead like this, but there we are. So we confirm clear left, clear right.
7 via Delta and cross runway 30 to
And he's on stand there, correctly. He's on stand number 8 here. So very tight apron here.
Via 180 Yankee, taxi via Delta, also runway 30.
Beautiful. Scenery here is lovely. Looks like Alpaca SOP to me. Yes, running into other airlines. There's Transavia coming out of the terminal. Ah, yes, sorry, I didn't actually discuss the engine out sit, so we'll do that now. We'll do the before takeoff checklist. So being cleared to cross runway 30 via Delta. That'll be full length here. So let's do the before takeoff checklist. So config we checked, flaps we have 5 green lights, stab trim set for departure, 5.75 units set, takeoff briefing. The packs are auto bleeds are on, the V-speeds are set for departure, 38, 39, 48 set. And the SIP of flying is an Apollo 1 Victor, climbing straight ahead 600 feet and then a right turn direct to the Apollo. Look at this, whee! Don't think it's quite like this. Right turn climb to flight level 100 inbound to Ipalo. NADP1, so we're going to accelerate at 3,000 feet. Now there is an engine out SID, which is what all these fixed rings were, which are all these fixtures I put in.
Alpha Guide 6 Yankee, keep way to company Airbus 21, taxiing out to
see. Oh, you can actually see it there. So, in the event of an engine failure after departure here, what we'll do is climb straight ahead to 3 nautical miles off the VOR India Romeo Alpha, which is tuned, which I'll put in as a fixed ring. Once we're there, we're going to make a right turn just onto a heading of 360 until we get to 10 nautical miles away from the VOR.
Alpha 2 Alpha Mike, continue taxi via Delta, cross runway 30.
So, 10 nautical miles from the VOR. Which is this ring here. Once we get to that point there, we'll make a further right turn inbound to Gonzo, and then we'll hold, go to 4,000 feet. So in the event of an engine failure, straight ahead 3 miles, right turn straight northbound till 10 miles, and then we make a right turn to Gonzo. And the reason we have these engine out SIDs is because for most engine failures, we climb straight ahead to the MSA, and if there is no engine out SID depicted, that's what we do. But these instructions are depicted when there's an issue straight ahead, so obstacles, terrain will be the reason. You'll see on the climb out here, there is some issues with terrain obstacles. There we are, checks complete. Let's check for the cabin. Just flick the green light to the audios.
We are ready for taxi.
Foxtrot Delta Bravo 763, Iraklion radar close, standby. Alpha 58 Delta Bravo.
Right, cabin secure.
Runway 27 via Delta, cross runway 30.
Checks complete, ready for departure.
Taxi 27 by Delta, cross runway.
HK flight simulations, are you still in real life flying nowadays? I was meant to be doing my first passenger flight today, unfortunately. The flight was taken away from me. Because I was in the sim, I did a sim refresher training, which got rid of the requirement for me to do my training flight today. So my first passenger flight is next weekend. And then actually, looking for June, I'm not looking too bad, because I'm 2 or 3 flights a week. So I'm pretty happy with that. Captain Hans, what's that horn in the radio transmission? Something to do with Hansen, I think. I think it's every time the ATC controller transmits or occasionally transmits.
Runway 27 via Delta and cross runway 20, Alpha 2 Foxtrot.
Alpha Guide 4 Charlie, wind variable 3 knots, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Hopefully we get ATC Dubrovnik. It's going to be crazy if
Line
not.
up at runway 27, Alpha 36 Alpha Bravo.
Foxtrot Bravo Delta 763, Iraklion radar, hello, push back up to face.
It's quite nice of these controllers to come on because the official event doesn't start for another, I think it starts at 1600. I'm streaming a little bit earlier today just to make sure I can get in time, back in time later.
Taxi holding point runway 27 via Delta, cross runway 30, Foxtrot Bravo Delta 763. Heraklion departure, Alpaca 8 requesting taxi.
Alpaca 18, Heraklion radar, hello, taxi.
So cool, we can control the volumes with this. Oops.
Try to
Try not to go
point
past that point.
via Delta, cross runway 30, Alpaca 18.
Alpaca 1, Bravo Victor, behind the departing company Airbus, correction point 738, landing with runway 27 behind.
Behind departing, company 738, line of weight behind runway 27, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. So as soon as he's cleared to take off, we'll line up. Scenery's a bit on the crab there, yes. There's a little bit of a down ramp. You can see on the altitude.
1290675, Christian 661
Degree and a half now, it's nose down. Awesome, awesome, awesome. This is our first 2-sector to ZIBO for quite a while as well. In fact, this is two 2-sector streams I've done in a row. Last stream was on the Monday in the 757. But yeah, this will be a slightly longer one.
180, give way to a Boeing 777, taxiing out of the Airline.
Give way to 777. Where do you say you're
777?
taxing out?
Taxiing out of the Airline.
Got ahead. Look, I was very lucky getting out there, guys.
Give way to 777, taxing out.
Like we could have been on the ground for another 15 minutes.
Alpha 36 Alpha Bravo, wind variable 3 knots, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
runway 27, clear for takeoff, Alpaca 36 Alpha Bravo.
As soon as he starts moving. There he is, lights have just come on, look. Very cool, the model actually does all that. There he goes. We've been cleared to line up and wait. So, I'll ask the FO to confirm read back. We've been cleared to line up. We have. So. That's done. There we are. So, MCP set. Oh my goodness me, we need some off-road tyres. MCP set, transponder TARA. Strobe lights are on, just waiting for our takeoff clearance. Jeebus.
Alpaca 84 Charlie, climb flight level 180.
Level 180, okay, for Charlie.
We pay for the runway, we use all the runway.
8, run up to the runway 27 behind.
Yeah, approaching point 38, run up and wait behind
Everyone's loving the analog gauges on the ZIBO mod. 349.6. I assure you ZIBO will probably release it during, if not after the stream. What a lovely lineup.
Olympic 600, any update on the push?
No.
Olympic 600.
Oh my goodness me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's got his beacons on 9 departures. Thanks guys, I always love it when you guys come on and fly the Alpaca. It's very, very cool. Right, just waiting for takeoff clearance. I'll be right behind him.
Alpaca 84 Charlie, contact Casino 129 bye-bye.
2967, right, okay, for Charlie, back to me.
So, Athena at radar, put on standby. Looking good. What a lineup.
Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, wind Bravo 3, no sound, 77 seconds.
Right, 27 clear takeoff, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. Dogs in chat, ladies and gentlemen.
Alpaca 12 for Mike behind.
Let's
departing
go
178,
to Dubrovnik.
behind.
Timing. Engine stabilised, all looking good. Set takeoff thrust. 94.8.
Alpaca 36 Alpha Bravo, climb flight level 180.
Takeoff thrust sets indications.
Alpaca 36 Alpha Bravo.
80 knots.
Checked, release forward pressure.
V1, rotate.
Up we go. 2.5 degrees per second. And we're airborne.
Positive rate.
Gears coming up. And you can see why we have that engine out sit. You don't want to have an engine failure and keep going in that direction with the terrain.
400.
And LNAV, so remember, it should automatically command that right turn at 600 feet to Apollo, so I'm just going to help it out a bit, look. Execute, and then that'll command the turn for me. There's 1,000 feet, so it's NADP 1, we're going to wait until 3,000 feet until we buck up.
Olympic 600.
And here's your flyby. He's coming up there, just get her in trim.
Olympic 600, by break takeoff, Alpaca 1 Bravo,
Not here, but he said. Sorry, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, say again. Had to do the flyby.
Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, climb flight level 120.
Climb flight level 120, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor.
Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, negative 160.
Sorry, climb flight level 160, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. Gotta do the flyby. 160 set. I'll turn the sounds down a bit then. So NADP 1, there's 3,000 feet, flaps up, no lights. VNAV. Hold on. Need to go back flying again, right. Level. We should just bug up at this stage. Flaps on. You can go VNAV, it's going to do the same thing. Oh yeah, a bit of turbulence there. Double What was that? Flaps up.
Takeoff, transmitted Gulf.
And standard set, we should do that 3,000 feet AGL. There we are, flaps up, no lights. VNAV, command, and that's engage, command, after takeoff check. So, gears off, water brakes off, star switches off, obviously off now. So air conditioning and pressurization, 2.0, auto, AUT, set, here's the cabin. Altimeter standard set, passing 5 flight level 160. There we are, after takeoff checklist is complete. Sorry TA. 17:19, about an hour and 25-ish minutes, hour and a half. And now we've finished with the engine out SID, we can actually get rid of those on the fixed page. Beautiful. Hexer, how do you put analog instruments on the ZIBO? I've got a pre-release version, 349. Climb flight level 180, I'll pack up 1 Bravo Victor. 180 set. I've got a pre-release version of the ZIBO mod here, so we'll be getting, that'll be released publicly very soon, and then you'll be able to select the analog instruments. Brandon, could you review the cabin pressurization gauge, please? Of course. Well, let me get above 10,000 feet, and then we'll review it. But the gauge, if that's what you're interested in, or the apps, you know, it's just a digital version of the older system, basically, which is fitted to, again, the latter NGs. The functionality is exactly the same as the older one here. So you have a digital position of the outflow valve.
Bye bye.
129 is 675, thanks to the excellent ADC. I'll back at 1 Bravo Victor. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Approach. Roger, expect visual 10. Thank
Oh,
you.
I recognise this guy's
Yeah, Fox 110,
controller's
thank
voice.
you, have a nice day, bye. Bye-bye.
Love it, just bye-bye.
Anyway,
Anyway, we can do the pre-cruise checks now as passing flight level 100. 250 until Ipalo, so that is the restriction. Max 250, so we'll have to hold at 250 until passing that waypoint. So fuel, we have 4 pumps, we've got that 490 in the centre, so we've got on the centre pumps. Those are good. Lights coming off, APU is off, pressurisation 4.6. Set, we leave passengers in these days, recall. There we are, checks complete.
Samos, here Mike Oscar, with the YDM approach. Let me know when you have the airfield in sight.
Gosh, this controller's controlling a huge area, he's clearing people on approach to Samos.
Next report on airfield is inside the
Athena, hello Alpaca, 1 Bravo Victor, climbing flight level 180, inbound to Ipalo, request flight level 360.
Okay guys, come on, one at a time, stand by. Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, on this frequency.
AFA.
Alpaca 1 Victor Bravo, identify ground level 360.
Climb level 360, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. Perfect. I know we got his Bravo's Victor's the wrong way round, but again, we'd always query that in real life, but seeing he's very frustrated. Now, I understand that it can be very stressful for controllers when it's very busy on vACC, but we have no clue if everyone's talking at the same time, you know, because when you're transmitting, just like in real life, when you're transmitting and talking, it blocks out everyone else, so it's as frustrating as it is for the controller. He just gets static as several people talk at once. No one's doing it on purpose, unless you're obviously hearing someone talking and then you step on top of that. That's obviously incorrect. But if you two people or more push that button at the same time, you have no clue that anyone's doing it. Right, anyway, there we are, passing Apollo. We're accelerating to our econ climb speed and going from there. Motan, there is LNAV and VNAV accuracy problems in ZIBO's latest version. Now, I tested it earlier and it seemed to be okay. It did seem to struggle slightly with the 250 below 100 restriction. It didn't really take that into account, so it did decel probably witness that again today. It bunked 250, but it didn't really make much effort at trying to make that speed.
There
we are though.
Lufthansa 05 ready for descent, please. Lufthansa 105, descent follow 170. Descent 120, Lufthansa 05.
He's got his microphone in his throat. Excellent route, you say. Right over top of Athens, Albania, Montenegro, and then Croatia. Right, I can't speak Croatian. Is that the language? I really don't know. It's split, but Zagreb's right in the corner here, right on the coast.
Good evening,
I haven't been this far southeast Europe for quite a while. Realbox Gaming, any reason why my VNAV only works on the default 737 but not on the ZIBO 737? Absolutely no idea, Realbox Gaming, without really watching and assessing the situation. But I've not had any real issues with VNAV, so make sure you've loaded the FMC correctly prior to departure for VNAV to engage. I've never actually flown the default 737 in X-Plane 11. Obviously, it's not going to be as have the functionality that ZIBO Mod has. ZIBO Mod is thousands, tens of thousands of hours of work to get it to this stage here. Jean-Francois Bouni, a long route, yes, about an hour 30 minutes. It's sort of pushing it a bit for 2 sectors. I like to keep my streams around the 4-hour mark maximum. It's going to be pushing 4.5, 5 hours today's stream with the 2 sectors. But I looked at it, I thought, I only do the 1 sector, but I was like, well, I want to incorporate the Heraklion vACC event, and a couple of guys, some of the members had previously, other people had requested that we fly into Dubrovnik anyway. As I mentioned earlier, I am expecting the straight-in ILS approach today with the wind instead of the circle. What I'll do, I will go back to Dubrovnik when the wind favours the circle onto 29. And I mentioned I might try the updated CRJ in the flight simulator, but probably take the ZIBO Mod most likely, but we'll see. Especially with the amount of traffic coming in today into Dubrovnik, if we're all flying 29er, it's going to be too difficult. Because you've got to fly the approach to 11 and then circle 29, so you have to limit the amount of aircraft on the approach there. We'll see what the situation is when we get closer. So loud. Anthony, 1323, old standby instruments on the 349.5 update. Nope, we're in the 349.6. 349.6. So if no, wrong command, I don't even know how to run my own channel. Not ZIBO, there isn't a ZIBO command. Aircraft should give you the information about the aircraft I'm flying.
Direct Shabbos. Thank you, 07 Foxtrot.
It is not public at the moment, so I assure you, ZIBO, if he doesn't make it public during the stream, it'll be after the stream, unless he finds a bug.
Turn left.
Are you real streamers in this to him?
Runway 03 right.
Looking good so far. So Doug, if you use the command aircraft, it is a timeout function for command, so you have to wait usually at least 30 seconds to a minute for it to work again. Oh, it's worked for you, there you go. Reagan doing the same sector in the old 732. I saw you, Reagan, I think just before the start of the stream. I saw the Hapag-Lloyd livery, although I don't think there was a 200 CSL for that sim. I did see your livery. Very cool that you're doing it in that old school aircraft.
That's 4,000, we've got the German side as well. Francella 67 November, so we'll turn right heading 090.
Reese, for some reason my X-Lure is eating up X-Plane, which is causing low FPS and freezes, and I don't know much about that sort of stuff. Master caution fuel, low pressure settings.
30.
Thanks lots, Calamar, for your £5. Are we going to get Microsoft Jane, I wonder?
Buy yourself an ice cream warm on the flight deck today.
It worked! Thank you very much, Calamar, for the £5. You've got Microsoft Jane US version. He said, buy yourself an ice cream. Very warm on the flight deck today. Thank you very much, Calamar, for your donation. That's very kind of you. And yes, maybe if I ask Mariana very nicely, she'll go get me a Solero. During the turnaround in Dubrovnik. Very kind of you, Callum, thank you. And for the continued support as well. Valiant, why did you get the fuel warning? That is because we'd used all the fuel in the centre tank pumps. In the centre tank, and then the pumps don't run dry, but they automatically turn off. And you get a low pressure light illuminates on the overhead panel. Everyone's going crazy for the standby instrument update. I love it. So you still have the RMI and the compass car, but yeah, the standby altimeter's changed. It's the old school one with the speed. It's sort of like a scroll wheel indicated airspeeds, and then the standby altimeter, and then the standby approach look, and it got approach and back course available. Not that we ever used back course, but there is approach available. Excellent is ZIBO. Oh, I don't know. Yes, listen to me. We need to rename. So basically, I changed some of the settings. Chain US version. Maybe I need to change the other one to US version. I don't know. I think there could be an issue with the original one. Maybe I'll change the other one to US and it will work. In fact, I'm going to just try that now. May I also remind everyone that donations are never, ever requested or required. It's just a very generous way, I think, of people showing their support. Don't ever want you to feel that you need to. Just enjoy the content, like the video if you haven't done so already, and that's all I'll ever ask for. Yeah, but there was an issue that he said. I think they told me to change some of the voices for TTS for it to work. I don't think it was a Streamlabs thing. I think it was a Microsoft thing. Right, so I'm just going to... No, I don't know. No, because Paul very kindly donated via Super Chat and it didn't do the thing. I don't know. I think it's just... Can't decide what to do off the top. Right, 10 degrees angle the bank.
Crete 561, turn right heading 020, descend 2000.
Finn, do you know a way to find out the config of real 737 cockpits like it has these analog
right
gauges?
Heading 020 down to 2000. Heading 050, descend 2000. If I'm turning right heading 020
so that
down
controller
to 2000,
stepped on himself and no, we have no way of telling Finn, so it's essentially get on the aircraft and see what it has. We can't look up the aircraft's reg and see what's fitted to it, essentially. Super busy,
that was block break Alpaca 58 Delta.
So no, there's no way. Mr. Andrex, real 737 pilot? Fake title? Oh, Mr. Andrex, I can't believe it. You finally sussed. I've always been sus. I know. I'm sus for this time. Some people get very eggy about that. I don't know why. What is my channel's unique selling point? Well, it's that I take the 10 years experience I have and make it apparent on the videos, because that's what makes mine perhaps stand out more than some others. And nothing against other people that stream in flight sim games, because they all have their unique take on it. Some I watch are very entertaining, and some I also learn off too. It is my way of sort of selling the channel. My unique selling point is that I actually do fly this in real life, as sus as it does seem, because I never say who I work for, never show any videos or pictures. But yes, the Are You a Real Pilot emojis will be in force. Kurosh, it's Alpaca Airways, isn't it? It is.
Central 3 November, Quebec, cruise further. Alpaca 1 to Foxtrot, climb to Federal 180. Please stand by.
Uh-oh, he's got someone shouting at him in the background there.
Back, follow the Nepal 1 mic arrival, expect RMP approach 1832.
Callum, I thought it was Jow. No, shush. Don't say anything. Anyway, approaching flight level 360. That's actually just crap. Just doing a little bit in the cruise here.
Sky Travel, 3 November, Quebec.
But I just want to check.
Follow the Capua 1 micro.
There's your flight log on ACARS that just show you that you can see your off block and airborne time, which is really cool.
My mic
I do want to just request the weather for Dubrovnik, which is Lima Delta Delta
Aircraft
Uniform.
561, the field is at your 2 o'clock, 12 miles, report inside.
Just to see what's
Therefore, inside,
what's going on there.
Aircraft 561.
Dominic, ATC volume is drowning out the flight
Clear visual
deck for us.
approach 10, aircraft 561.
It's this particular guy talking as well. He's extremely loud. It's very tough to find a fine balance between, you know, can I actually hear it? Because what you hear is slightly different to what I hear. So I have to have it.
Thank you very much.
Unfortunately with vACC,
Alpaca 1 to Foxtrot, identify control of
everyone speaks in different volumes, has different microphones. So there's one particular guy on this frequency, he sounds like he's shouting. But, you know, Dominic, appreciate the feedback. I've turned it down a little bit now. Hopefully it's a little clearer.
Ryanair 47 X-ray contact Ankara control on 129.
36,000 feet. Bantolani. Line Morris and then complete all the paperwork. We'll do a quick fuel check.
7 knots, runway 34, clear for takeoff.
So Dubrovnik, yeah, it's going to be runway 11, I'm afraid. Not the circle today with that wind, unless it swings around quickly. And it's the preferred landing runway as well. We'll keep an eye on it. I promise we'll go back to Dubrovnik to do the circle. I even practiced it this morning in preparation for today's stream. But it looks like it'll be straight in on the ILS today with that wind. Anyway, Alani, pretty much directly overhead. Yeah, so we should have been airborne for 20 minutes, airborne for 19, happy with that. Fuel check 5.4 tonnes, we took an extra 1,200 kilos. So we should have about 6.6 on board, 6.7. Yeah, it's this guy here, it's so loud. Fuel used, Alani, 1,800 kilos, we've used 1,700 kilos, so it's exactly where I'd expect it to be. Block fuel, fuel burn fine, time's good. Excellent.
Sky Travel, train up on the Quebec, coming up, get back to you in time, cleared for the,
Jill, is the chatter volume like that in real life? No, it's pretty consistent. The volume's pretty consistent with other pilots on frequency and ATC. You don't have to change the volume too much. Bali and Bakassi, what type of OFP do you use? If you look at SimBrief, have a look at all the operators available, and certain ones there available will have the same flight plan. It's very similar to the one we use here. Dante, when did ZIBO get ACARS? A few months back, albeit very basic, so that particular guy is very loud. Yeah, it's got limited functionality, so off-block airborne time recording, ability to fetch 8 is, yeah, which is pretty much all you really need. So, yeah, Dante, I need to update apparently. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't updated since then, you're probably about 150 versions out of date.
After 060, descent 3000, clear down approach on 10, clear right, Lufthansa 05.
The Quick Badger, great question. Do you look at the MFD page whilst checking the flight controls before taxiing? So it's an option from Boeing. I haven't actually got it fitted to this version of the mod, sort of similar to our fleet here, but yeah, there's no way of checking. So long as when you complete the flight control check, there's full and free movement, no restrictions, that's satisfactory, that's completely fine. So full inputs, nice and slow, full travel as well. And if there's anything restricting it, or it doesn't, you don't get full travel, there's obviously an issue. But they're incredibly rare. Hamza, our tug's loud on frequency, so we're usually talking to the ground crew on flight. So you don't need to have that position in that switch there, but you see the intercom switch. We have that either on the intercom or on the back of the control column. I don't think it's modelled. Don't think I can get my head around here, but no, it's not. That's where the push-to-talk switch is. We hold the intercom button down, but no, again, you can control the volume independently, like you can with ATC on VHF1. Uma, is the new view of ZIBO feeling realistic as a pilot? Now, I don't think there was anything wrong with it before. I was saying earlier, now this new view and perspective, I think slight angle changes, the size of the PFD and ND has changed. I do prefer it, but you know, there's always going to be a limitation looking at the 2D monitor.
904 Athens.
As compared to sat in the real aircraft. The way I have it, like this, is pretty much as close as I can get to my sort of seating position I use in flight. Now, in flight, I sometimes lower the seat a couple of notches. When I get to the approach, I increase it a couple of notches. So probably on approach, I'm up here looking down like that, gives me a bit of a better view, and in the cruise, probably like that, just moving slightly. There's always a limitation, but the way I have it here, I'm pretty happy with.
Atlanta 4, cushions are approved, Q1H101, thank you.
Athens, hello, agent 735, requesting clearance to Malta
My
flight.
days. Busy. Well, there's plenty of traffic.
Athens, hello, agent 735, requesting clearance to Malta flight. Okay, number 2 for clearance, stand by.
There's traffic ahead of us.
Easy, Nitro, Tango Bravo, no request to fly direct Corrado.
It was a cheeky shortcut.
Tango Bravo, direct Corrado. Thank you, Easy, Nitro, Tango Bravo.
Can't see that traffic ahead of us.
5-8 Delta Bravo, wondering when we can get further climb.
No.
Back 5-8 Delta Bravo, you only fly for 240, what level you want? The second 370, my apologies. Okay, I can't give you 37 because the direction of flight, I can give you 36 or a 3.
We're all going there.
36 is fine.
Hamza, what do you prefer, the Max or the NG? Genuinely don't have a preference. The Max has obviously had a turbulent start, but no doubt that Boeing has absolutely tested this. The FAA and regulatory bodies have also tested it to the point where they're satisfied it is safe aircraft, and looking forward to flying it. But I don't have a preference. They're common aircraft. I've flown the Max sim, feels exactly the same as the NG. Lower end one is the main thing. Oh, I can't wait. No offense to that guy on 80, that pilot that was on the frequency, but I'm looking forward to the fact he's gone.
5541, descent file level 170. Flight level 170, wizard 5541.
He is super busy, this guy. I've heard this controller before, though, for sure.
4, taxi, Golden Point, runway 32, the Alpha.
Alpha holding point, runway 32, Los 904.
Excellent. Captain Monster, Adriatic Centre's going offline, but switching to approach. Very cool. He'll be busy.
Olympic 163.
Brandon Ev, what is the attitude mode on the IRS switch and flight on the engine start switches? So attitude mode here on the IRS, it's sort of like a backup system. So basically, if you lose nav mode, you've got the ability to have some basic navigation information such as pitch roll, based off sort of the backup gyro data, and that's if the nav system fails or there's an IRS failure. Now you always have one IRS available, so if one IRS fails, you switch to the other one here. Never had to use it. Start switches in flight. If you move it to continuous like I am now, just the right igniter is firing on the engine, the respective engine. If I put it to flight, irrespective of the ignition switch, both igniters fire. Situations where we use flight, severe turbulence, and loss of thrust on both engines, or very heavy precipitation.
Thank you very much, Nitro, thank you very much. Got travel 3 November, Quebec with 3305 knots on 32 Quebec.
2 tons of conga line on Simaware is getting impressive, very, very cool.
Athens radar, Calisera, Lufthansa 1752 with you, flight level 350. Lufthansa 1752, Athens radar identified.
Thomas Katz, why turbines affect your engines? Good question, actually. I've always wondered why we put the start switches in flight, in severe turbulence. I would never say in 10 years I've actually experienced severe turbulence. Severe turbulence is where, you know, technically aircraft's uncontrollable in periods of flight, can't maintain altitude, your items in the cabin are violently thrown around, if not tied down. So yeah, it's part of the procedure. Use control wheel steering as well in attitude. Don't use out hold. We discussed it several times. So, once the most turbulence had moderate turbulence, borderline severe, but severe is quite serious. You know, you have to report it. Have to file a report as well. And tech log entry too. Needs an engineer to inspect it prior to release next sector. Had quite a high angle attack at the intake. Is it really? Oh, who's doing that? High angle attack at the intake. Really? That's really interesting, Papa, because I've always wondered that.
Carried at 908, how do you read? 505. Carried at 908, cleared to Echo Delta Delta Mike. Asphalt, Nitus, 1 Whiskey departure, runway 15.
Brendan, do you find answering all these questions helps with your yearly tests? Excellent question there, Brendan. So we have a 6-monthly sim check. We have something called an OPC, which is operator proficiency check, and then an LPC, which is the annual check to renew your instrument rating. And these questions are brilliant. They really are, because sometimes you guys come in with an absolute corker. And I'm sat there like thinking, ooh, I need to look that up or refresh that. So it is extremely useful for that. And, you know, please don't hesitate to comment on a video afterwards, a question like that. I'm not always the best at replying to all of them due to the sheer volume. But, yeah, it is very good for that.
Can push aside, your discretion is coming for taxi.
Okay, should we do an outside view?
Olympic 600 with you, Federal 14416. About 94, backtrack, line up the way, runway 32. About 94, backtrack, 32.
Should not be deafening you now.
Who's calling me earlier?
There we are.
Olympic 600 with you, 15416.
Before I do my flyby views, those views, a bit of music on. There we go.
Was there 5541? Let's see, stand by.
And where's my statement? Oh my god, I'm so sorry about that to you guys. I think we could just about hear my call sign if it came up. I swear, perhaps you could demonstrate the new old stamp instruments by failing the PFDs. Now that would be a hard day in the office. Now display failures are rare, but there's automatic switching, so if you lose your PFD, the PFD moves to the ND automatically. I've never had a display failure, so the chances of having 2, same with an engine failure, the chances of having 2 are extremely remote. Yes, you can log off now in the nicest possible way.
The 105 taxi to San Bravo 13 by Echo Charlie today.
Bravo 13 via Charlie, thank you.
$50, $40, $30, $20.
Thanks a lot.
$10.
Shaky 69 for the £5, very kind.
Afternoon, CPT. Mark and I are cruising with you. I'm lead 35A and he's behind you 2 AM.
Oh, only reading half of it. Thank you very much, Shaky69, to finish the sentence. Many thanks to your great streams. Thank you very much, Shaky69. Father and son team, members of the channel, fantastic. You're both able to join for the flight today. So it was very late notice actually publishing this stream this morning. So thank you very much, both of you. I hope you're doing very well and enjoying your bank holiday weekend. And thank you so much for joining me on this sector, the first sector here between Heraklion and Dubrovnik. So thank you very much.
Lot 94 with 3407 knots runway 32, good takeoff. Lot 94 with that copy, 34 takeoff, thank you. Sorry, what is calling?
Alpaca 18.
Alpaca 18 Athens radar.
That guy's quite the loud person. I know Finn, the guy who landed, I think, in Athens or somewhere. Cool, blimey. Edison Dennis Nogalizan. I saw some pilots set 000 feet on the altitude window when they intersect the line slope because it's an SOP. I guess this changes from company to company. There's unusual to set 000. At glide slope capture, we set the missed approach altitude. The missed approach altitude. So when you have to go around, it's set there, and the automation or the flight directors will come out the level off there. You've probably seen someone flying a non-precision approach, which we'll do later, flying back into Heraklion. So when you intercept the vertical profile, you need to set the lower altitude, but you still have to set the missed approach altitude. Typically, that's done at 1,000 feet AGL. But I should think that's what you saw.
Clear to destination, Osmos 1, Delta Dispatch 09 in use, climb 340, 7262 squawk, Ukraine to
Other station 735 requesting clearance to Malta.
50,
Busy
40,
this frequency.
30, 20, 10.
Thanks a lot, Padweiler, for the fiver. I hope it is read out.
Please have words with your cabin service manager. My GNT has no ice in it.
Amazing, Padweiler. Thank you for the continued support and member for your donation. Very kind. You taught me something today. With the turbulence and the angle at which the air comes into the engine. That's very kind. I'll have a word with Jose. Make sure we get some ice. Ice your GNT immediately. Please post your complaints to Alpaca Airways Limited at London, whatever the postcode is, .com.
Alpaca 35,000, many thanks, goodbye.
Nice little new subscribers coming in as well. I don't have pings for the subscribers, sometimes it goes off left, right, centre otherwise. Roll Brett ready. Yes, Lufthansa, we loved your attendance on VATSIM. Now, bye bye. It's so loud.
Bye bye, sir.
Bye. Sorry, roll Brett Retter. I cycled along Nuremberg Airport yesterday. Not much going on. More sheep planes. Feel like aircraft properly school. Airport will be very happy to have as much traffic as in your stream. Well, we actually went to Nuremberg last stream, and I'm sure the airports in real life would like that amount of traffic as well. It's not going to be a normal summer schedule in Europe compared to normal summers, but it's a start. I'm going back flying next weekend, which I'm really looking forward to. You okay? Yeah, Mariana's here. Mariana never comes in the streams now, she's always so busy playing Valorant. Yep, she says. What? What'd you say? Oh, Jack's asleep upside down with his paws in the air, apparently.
Thank you. Was there 5541 flight present heading to turn pressure percent 9,000 QNH103.
I like this control, it's got on background noise going on. Budgie's talking and people, it's quite funny.
QNH1013. QNH1013, just 5541. Delta Charlie Papa India Delta applicant. Go ahead, Delta Charlie Papa India Delta. Delta Charlie Papa India Delta, cleared to Lima Golf India Romeo Asphalt. Hour 3 Echo departure, runway 32, climb, flight level 350, squawk 7232. Delta Charlie Papa India
Thumbs
Delta.
up. I was saying hi to Ariana. Dominic Orsini, how far is top of descent? 265 miles. We'll start setting out the approach at 100 miles or so.
32, climb flight level 350, squawk 7332. Charlie Papa India Delta, read back is correct, QNH1013. Thank you, QNH1013 and starting engine now, Delta Charlie Papa India Delta. Roger.
Very cool. Krish, what happens if you put the engine mode selectors on ground in the air? Now you can actually restart the engines two ways. You can use flight. We generally use ground and cross-speed starting events with engine failure. Now on the ground, it starts the engine normally using the engine starter motor. I think there's something slightly different when you do it in flight. In flight starts both the igniters arm, I think, and then when you move the start lever to idle, both igniters will be firing anyway. So I think that's a difference. How that function works, it's automatic to us. On the ground, obviously you respect the igniter switch, but in flight it'll start both igniters. Apart from that, it's pretty much the same, except we add fuel at I think it's 11% N2 off the top of my head. It's all in the QRH.
Engine 473, descend 4000. Aspect 017, that's in good identified.
Fairing fans, love you all, thanks. Dominic was Barrett on board, well, technically.
On the big 2 X-ray Delta number 2, clearance, standby. Agent 735, have your clearance?
Yes, ready to copy clearance 735.
Agent 735, clear to Lima, Mike Lima, asphalt, core 2 Tango departure.
Approaching Albania soon, just over Greece. Yeah, it's Albania and it's Montenegro.
Malta 503, right, core to Tango departure, initially 7000 feet, score 7245, agent 735.
Very scenic approach, very nice. Beautiful part of the world here.
H1013, 75.
Control, Express 38, level 3.
MGS1, when you release or retract flaps, indication on top panel also work? Are you talking about the leading edge indicator position? MGS it works fine in the ZIBO mod. So you can test it when you extend flaps through 1 till 5, the leading edge devices extend, and then from onwards 10 till 40 you get them fully extended. For the short field package, the configuration is slightly different. It does work. And a short hello again, great stream. So I was wondering if you had an opinion on the MAX. We were only discussing that 10-15 minutes ago, but yes, looking forward to flying it in the future. Confidence that the FAA and the European, importantly for me, authorities have thoroughly tested this aircraft to ensure that it is extremely safe. It has probably been one of the most poked and prodded aircraft in the world now. And yeah, looking forward to flying it. It's for airlines, especially moving into the future, where fuel costs are no doubt going to be rise and the environmental impact of aircraft is going to be scrutinised. The MAX has significant fuel savings compared to the NG, 10%, especially if you load it up as well. So yeah, looking forward to flying it. Yeah, I mean, it essentially it's not much difference to the NG. It has a fly-by-wire spoiler system, probably the biggest sort of functionality change for us guys. And, obviously the engine's not taken into account, which is the big difference. So it has comparatively lower N1 setting for each phase of flight, which is going to take some getting used to. But yeah, looking forward to flying it. I think Storm, how do you get your livery for the ZIBO? Looks like Finley is on it.
730 at the radar grid to Malta as
just waiting for Nightbot now.
Kilo Oscar Romeo 2 Tango, runway 03 right, initial climb 7,000 and...
He told me that we're actually going to get some ATC in Dubrovnik today, which is pretty cool. Ah yes, oh my goodness me, what a conga line. That is the most... Yeah, look at that conga line on the vACC map compared to everywhere else. And Palenga currently, not Palenga, where are we going? I can't remember where we're going now. Dubrovnik. They do have ATC. Approach at the moment. He's going to be busy. And 18 arrivals. Let me guess where they're coming in from. Every single one of us inbound. 18. Casper, my auto throttle is bugged. So you know a way to fix it? I'm afraid not. It sounds like I want to try a clean install.
Agent 735 ready for...
A little bit of a heads up to anyone that has bugs in the ZIBO mods. I do occasionally get bugs, but they are very rare, and they're not usually as big as VNAV not working or auto throttle not working. I know it's a bit of a pain, but check your install and make sure when you've updated it, you've updated it correctly. So a couple of guys recently who are members were having problems, and I found out the way they were updating it wasn't working. It wasn't the correct way. So when you download the ZIBO mod, you want to firstly get the latest full version. So
okay, guys, come on. I know it's busy, but there's so many people talking over each other.
So
cannot hear anything from anyone.
The version we have is 349.6b. So the first thing you're going to do is download the full package, 349. The previous one would have been 348. Once you have that version 349 full, you don't need to update them incrementally. You don't need to go then 1, 2, 3. Just get the latest version. So in this case, 349 and then 349.6b. And then when you copy that, it's so important that you copy the entire contents of that folder. Don't do them one at a time. Literally, just drag and copy the entire contents of 349.6b into 349 full, or your previous version, 349 1, 2, 3, whatever, and overwrite. It's important that you do all the folders. Don't do them individually or delete some. It's important that you do it because, for example, the plugins folder, it doesn't entirely replace the existing plugins folder. It'll only be changing some of the files in there. So if you delete the old plugins folder and then update the new plugins folder, there'll be some files missing. So it's very important that you overwrite when you install it there. And I can assure you that will fix a lot of problems that people are having. So when people say they have issues with textures, the automation, things like that, they're the things that are often updated. So that's what you need to try. So I think a lot of bugs are found by doing things a train pilot wouldn't normally do. Yeah, true.
5541, turn right heading.
Well then, yeah, there's that third-party ZIBO installer app, for example, but ZIBO gives me the files directly, so I just install them manually. But that would make your life easier as well.
1752 requesting current active runway 4 SE. Lufthansa 1752, expect vector is Alex Zulu runway 03 right.
Just doing some flickering clouds.
Expecting Alex runway 03 right.
So that Wizz Air guy just needs to wait. So another thing on VATSIM, guys, if you want to help the controller out when you check in, just before you talk, just have a little listen on the frequency, make sure no one's requesting something there. So if they request something or controller's given instruction, wait until it's been read back. Now obviously after 10 seconds, he's obviously not heard it unless the controller said again, repeated it, then request it. That will certainly help. Andrew Fuller, that's not the Okavango Delta. No, it's not. I remember you were being a big fan of that stream in Microsoft Flight Simulator. You said you'd visited. You're doing well, buddy. Hi Daniel, today is my birthday. Wish me a good 17th birthday. Maybe start flight training in a few months. Happy birthday, Daniel. On your 17th birthday. And good luck with your upcoming flight training. Very exciting. Anthony should have time to get a quiz in before top of descent. It's been a while since we've done quizzes. I save quizzes now for sort of special occasion streams across the pond. You're exhausted by question banks. Chandra Dev, can you please explain the weather info that you requested in the FMS? Yes. Now we don't actually have ACARs fitted to our fleet, but this is sort of simulating ACARs via this system here. So what you need to do is go to requests, weather request, and then simply type in the 4-letter ICAO code for the way you want the weather. So we requested Dubrovnik, our destination, send, transmits that request, and then it should come up after a short while. He says.
Athens Agent 735 ready for taxi.
Andrew, doing well, Captain. Loving these streams, thank you. Happy bank holiday weekend to you and yours. Thank you very much, Andrew. Happy bank holiday weekend to you as well.
735, taxiing point 103 right, we are Charlie Delta 5, Delta.
Charlie Delta 5 Delta 2
Yep,
holding
on the
0
weather,
right, taking
still
735.
not much has changed. Still a strong wind from the northeast, and that's actually a little bit not concerning from normal air approach, but there's a lot of terrain to the northeast, so it's likely in real life, it's not simulated, I don't think I can explain, that you get a lot of mechanical turbulence from the terrain to the north. It can be very turbulent on final. Reset the QNH now at least anyway. 014.
Thank you, I really appreciate it. Thomas Cook, whatever whiskey. I'm trying to find this for you.
Hamza, what should we do for the 100k special? Well, we've got to get past 80 and 90k first, so we'll do a couple of charity streams in between, and then 100k, yes, we'll definitely do a big charity stream of some sorts. I haven't thought that far ahead.
Thomas Cook, 4 November whiskey, follow the NISPA, RISPA 1 Golf arrival. I have the approach for you shortly. Where's the 1 Golf? 1 November whiskey.
MGS1 ZACOS module, work with Active Sky, or gets data from vACC. Not sure MGS1, really not sure.
Longtail 7, my apologies. Good, locator approach runway 01.
Everyone's been saying about the Indy 500 starting soon. I have not timed this stream very well. This weekend has not been the best for a lot of events going on. Champions League final yesterday, Indy 500 day, bank holiday weekend, lovely weather here in the UK as well.
Sorry, I'm not doing criticism.
I would not be offended if you said you had to go for barbecue. But I had no plans this weekend because I was meant to be flying, and I only found out on Friday that the flight had been taken away, unfortunately. So I was like, oh, I'll stream instead.
Really appreciate it. Sorry, who's calling to push? Legion 730. Legion 730, press start for place 1. Stands 1752, leave Rockbox heading 210. Descend 8,000 feet, QNH 1013. What's the left or right turn? 210? Right turn heading 210.
So it'll be setting in around an hour and a half or so, but by the time we get to Crete later, Heraklion, it'll be dark. It'll be a nighttime approach there. Arnav approach. Listen, can't watch it from Germany without selling my soul to an overly expensive online service. Oh dear. Hi Fancy, I hope you're well. Well, I tried today's event from Dubai to Delhi. First time I had ZIBO's old version, which had the bug of cabin altitude, so the screen blacked out. Second attempt, vacuum controllers went offline. Oh dear. Sounds like you almost killed yourself there, Fancy.
November 117, flight level 123 for flight level 140.
Simpana Dave, hi Captain, I have a question on my 737 ZIBO. When I'm climbing, the plane violently pitches up to 3,500 feet per minute, and then loses speed, and then pitches back down. Am I doing something wrong? I don't know really. It sounds like Simpana Dave that something's amiss. The way you explained your problems, but again, without really seeing it, I don't know what it is. It could be a whole host of things. But I hope you find the bottom of it there. As I was only mentioning a few minutes ago, I'd recommend perhaps, if the issue is consistently happening, a fresh install of the ZIBO mod.
Taylor, City Brown 3 Alpha departure runway 24, initially 8,000, stroke 7245, Charles Cobble. Back correct, and the road's QNH 1.
Oh, sorry, listen, I thought you were referring to students there, but that's if you want to watch the Indy 500. I don't know if that's even possible in the UK. You probably have to pay for it to watch
50,
sporting events.
20, 10.
Thank you very much, Dominic Morsini, for the $5. Thank you. No readout there. I'll read it. Good afternoon, Captain. Thanks for your dedication to the Flight Data Sim channel. Thank you very much, Dominic Morsini. Very kind. Appreciate your continued support as well. Very, very generous of you again. And thank you so much for popping in for another live stream. Excellent, thank you. Hamza, what is the advantage of the splits? 135.3, Alpaca 1 Bravo, Victor. Well done today, bye.
Thanks. See you, flight deck.
He was busy. Uh-oh, this controller's even quieter, so I need to crank the volume up, which means everyone else will be very loud.
Verified your flight plan.
Thanks, Kurosh. Jane reads it better.
Your control is good evening, Egyptian 706, level 36.
We start setting up for the approach now as well. 150, yeah, we'll start setting up nice and early.
Identified, standby.
Euro Control, good evening, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, maintaining flight level 360 Tumbo.
Edelweiss 904 Lima, hello, Euro Control, leave squawk 0203.
0203,
So there's probably two of us at once.
Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, good evening, Euro Control, you are identified.
Yeah,
Qualification confirmed, Tango Victor Lima 4.
so yeah, he said identified, so I'm happy with that. And then this guy's had the opposite problem. He hasn't got his microphone in his mouth. He got his microphone in another room. Stephen Walker, why don't you use PackX? What is PackX? I've never heard of that. Lakshimo Joyous 336. How many more hours flying? Well, not quite hours. We should be touching down at around 1720 Zulu, so about 40 minutes from now. Valent, what type of OFP layout do you use when you generate your flight plans? Is it something other than Lido? Right, sorry for asking again. No, it's the Lido generated operational flight plans, and then if you look on the formats to the right, there's several operators. I use one of those operators. Look out for Japan Airways. TB, what encourage your move from FSX to X-Plane 11? As a long-time FSX user, I'm thinking of finally making the move X-Plane 11 since watching many of your streams. Great question, TB. X-Plane, when I first tried it, started the channel, I only had FSX as well, PMDG, made some tutorials. It worked out well, and someone said, oh, there's someone called the ZIBO who's making a mod for the default sim in X-Plane 11. I was like, well, I've never tried X-Plane 11. But, you know, I thought I'd try it. Tried it, and I was absolutely, I was blown away by how... It wasn't, the ZIBO was very basic then. If you look at my first ever live stream or my first ever tutorials, look at the mod then compared to now. It wasn't so much the mod then because a lot of the systems weren't working correctly. The FMS was very basic compared to what it is now. It's pretty much perfect.
Cockpit for 5 minutes.
And the thing that really impressed me was how it actually flew. Now, obviously, there's so many limitations in a desktop simulator, but using something called blade element theory to sort of simulate lift, and it feels very realistic within the confines of a desktop simulator. So that's the main reason. Why is everyone about some shouting today?
Have you got the flight plan for schedule 006?
So you see the difference between the controller and other traffic. I can't put the controller any quieter because I won't hear anything else. And then other pilots are really loud. And then other pilots are very quiet as well. So I've turned it up now. I'm trying to find a balance here, guys. I know it's sometimes it's difficult. I tried to talk when the controllers are not talking, and obviously it's really busy, so it's really hard to control the volume. With everyone having different volumes. I can't really go any quieter than that, otherwise I won't hear him. Right, anyway. Rip the ears that happens. Oh, sorry, man.
Eurocontrol Hello, Magic Sun 8351 with you at flight level 350.
Oh, goodness. Right, let's get the operation.
Magic Sun 8351, good evening, Eurocontrol is identified, direct to Talas.
Direct Talas, and we are requesting flight level change to flight level 370.
Approved,
right.
flight level 370.
So hand over control to Jim.
370, Magic Sun 8.
Setting up the approach now. 250 below 100. 250 below 100. Wind's coming in.
Eurocontrol, very good evening, and Transavia to Takeoff from level 360.
Transavia to
wind's coming in.
Eurocontrol is identified, direct to Mokun. Mike, Oscar, Kilo, Uniform, November.
200 to 1829.
Direct clock, cruise
100 to 304 at 15.
Ryder 3 Charlie Echo, request descent.
QNH expecting 1014 in Dubrovnik.
Descent flight level 270, Ryder 3 Charlie Echo.
Fixed rings, this will be fun. So you're going to see some fixed rings and be looking at this right away without me briefing you going, what on earth are you doing, flight deck to sim? But all will be explained later. Oh, no, we're flying the ILS, aren't we? We're not doing the circle. Let me just double check the weather. I'm very confident we're doing the ILS. Otherwise, I was about to put all funny fixed rings in based off the circle, but no. The wind right now is 030 at 12 knots, so it's direct crosswind, slightly favorable runway 11.
Alpine 4603, Eurocontrol.
Yeah, it's not going to be the circle onto 29, I'm afraid, guys. So in that case, we're just runway 11. I'm not going to complain. It's easy for me, but you will have either an RNAV or a VOR approach into Hania later at night. So 10 mile ring, 4 mile ring, 3 times our height. Someone's lost radio contact.
Black.
Oh, sorry about that. It's jumping all over the flight deck here. So, expecting a Mochan 3 Zulu arrival.
Go ahead.
Oops.
Thank you.
Minus 11.
Alpaca 36 Alpha Bravo, we are ready for descent.
Alpaca 36 Alpha Bravo,
parking stands. So, expecting a Mochan 3 Zulu, runway orientation here 1129. All the instrument approaches are straight in for 11, and then they have circle to land approaches, they have an RMP approach, there's also a circle with prescribed tracks, VPT. Is it VPT? I can't remember if it's visual prescribed tracks or if it's just a normal circle to land now. Just to show you here, yeah, they actually have a circling approach chart here. So it is a circling with prescribed tracks for runway 29, and that's what I was hoping to fly today, and I was practicing it earlier, but they wouldn't be circling onto a tailwind. They'd actually be using runway 11 up to a 10 knot. We actually have approval 15 knot tailwind to land on runway 11. So the arrival's coming in via Mochan, and it's a very long arrival unless we get a lot of shortcuts.
Question 661 Bengal Bay.
So you can see, look, arriving at Mochan, we're going to be up at 22,900 feet because basically you fly directly over the airport.
123 at the school 6.
Dubrovnik put active 15-4.
Alpaca 36 Alpha Bravo, descent flight level 260.
Descent flight level 260, Alpaca 36 Alpha Bravo.
15-4, and it's a left turn from Dubrovnik to Delta Uniform 609, max 250, that's set. Then go to Eraso, at or above 5,000 feet, we're going to be well above that. Delta Uniform 605, 604, 601, and then we do a 180 inbound to Pilap. There we are, so it's all depicted on the ND as well.
Ryder 9 Yankee Juliet for descent.
You might get a direct from 605 to initial approach fit, so you could potentially allow for a shortcut there. Based on the amount of traffic, I'm not sure if we'll get that here. So if you can see here, 605 we do get that as shortcut. 605, 115 to 73. Want to be about 3,000 feet below profile. So that's a potential shortcut, but we'll see what happens when we get closer. Ninad, it's Mochan 3 Zulu, ILS 11, hello from approach. Thank you very much, Ninad, for the heads up. I could really do with someone like that in real life. Well, I'm trying to work out the approach. Via Pilap then, it's long transition onto the ILS there. So it does have this point 402, which isn't actually coded after here on the chart, so I don't know if that's on a different ILS chart. But ILS 11, it goes via Foxtrot India 11 Zulu, and then 402. 4,000 feet to 2,600. Interesting. I can't actually see that restriction. I don't know if that's on another chart. Ah, there we are. it actually appears on my chart for my operator, but not on the Jefferson charts. It's interesting. Doesn't have a restriction though, so it doesn't mention anything about 4,260.
Zero control,
I'm going to get rid of that. It's
Alpaca
about 4,115 anyway.
Alpha Mike, good evening, Zero Control, if you're identified, direct to Mokun.
I'll leave it as it is. So ILS passing 4,000, then it's Foxtrot India 11 Zulu.
Mokun 30 arrival, confirm the directory, please.
Again, that's not on this chart. I definitely selected the ILS, didn't I? ILS 11 Zulu.
Direct to Mokun, Alpaca South Mike.
That has even less points than I recognise. We'll leave it as it is. There's a couple of points here which are basically not depicted on the chart. This point here is at 6.3 DME from the threshold. Foxtrot India 11 Zulu at 2,600. But it's not depicted here on the profile view. Don't know why. On my operator's charts it is, but not on this one. But it won't matter because we'll be on the ILS here. And the DME is what's important, so we'll have India Delta uniform. The final approach fix is DME 11 miles at that point at 4,000. Delta Uniform 402 is just before that, and Foxtrot India 11 Zulu 2,600 is about here somewhere in between, but again we're not using VNAV. So happy with that. Frequency course is minimums, then ILS is 1101.
Alpaca 84 Charlie, contact Dubrovnik radar 123.6.
10.1. Final approach course is 114.
Charlie, thanks, bye.
I see a lot of questions coming in, guys. Give me 2 seconds. I'll just get the courses in. Let's have a look. Here, what you guys have been saying.
Alpaca 36 Alpha Bravo report, Mach number.
Alpaca 36 Alpha Bravo, we are now 290 knots.
ELJ4S, there is a note time at LDDU that says ILS or localizer runway 11 is not in use. It says that ILS Yankee is in use. Okay, there is actually an ILS Yankee chart. Let's see if they updated it for Jefferson. There might be a tempo chart here.
Schedule 165.
Let's see if they're on the ball.
165, change frequency 132.375, bye-bye.
They actually have it. They actually have the temporary chart that's out at the moment for the NOTAM. Well, there you go. That's probably why. It still doesn't have the 2,600 point though, but ILS Yankee, temporary procedure, refer to latest NOTAMs, digital NOTAMs. Fair enough. There'll be very little difference. Maybe the missed approach is slightly different, or whatever reason they're not flying the Zulu here. This is trial. Procedure not to be used when radar service unavailable. There you go. So, interestingly, they have a temporary procedure here which matches what's coded in the FMS. So, I'm going to use this trial chart. That's really interesting. So now if I select ILS Yankee... Oh, no, ILS Yankee doesn't have that. So that's really unusual.
Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, proceed direct to Mokun. Expect Mokun 3 Zulu arrival for runway 11.
Mokon for the Mokon 3 Zulu, ILS 11 Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. So there's Mokon execute. That's really unusual. So basically, we have a...
Control, hello, Alpaca.
We have a trial chart here for ILS Zulu runway 11, which matches ILS Zulu in the FMS, but ILS Zulu is not available in real life by NOTAM. It's ILS Yankee, but when I select ILS Yankee in here, it doesn't have the same points as ILS Yankee on the charts. It's very unusual. But I actually need to have a look at the NOTAMs here. I'll do whatever it says here for...
Bravo Delta 763, hello.
Now you don't check NOTAMs en route, you check them pre-flight, the briefing, but as a sort of rule I don't generally check them for there. Now, it says here, temporary procedure, suspension of ILS runway 11 and trial runway 11 instrument flight procedure. That's, as usual, NOTAMs unclear as ever. Temporary suspension. Descend flight level 200, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. Super early.
Transavia 22 Golf, descend to flight level 220.
Descent to checks.
220,
Out of defense.
Horizon 8351 to the top of descent.
It says here temporary suspension of ILS localizer runway 11 and trial ILS Zulu or localizer Zulu instrument flight procedure. So that would actually suggest
Requesting descent. Magic Sun 8351.
that would suggest you that both ILSs are in ops. So I actually plan for a localizer only approach because the NOTAM. NOTAMs are rubbish sometimes. It says temporary suspension of ILS or localizer runway 11. So actually you would have to fly a different approach, maybe an RNAV, and trial ILS Zulu or localizer Zulu runway 11 instrument flight procedure. Great. It would be the same confusion you'd always have when reading these flipping NOTAMs and trying to work out what to do. I might just fly the RNAV approach and request an RMP. Does that sound good? That if it was like that today and I read those NOTAMs, I'd look at that and think, wow, that's as clear as ever. Let's fly an approach where we know we can definitely fly it. So I'm going to fly the RNAV.
Your control, Ryanair 9 Yankee Juliet approaching flight level 27, sir.
Yeah, if anyone would like to, it'd be interesting, you can always have this discussion here. If you have a look at the NOTAMs for Dubrovnik, have a read of NOTAM 82000621, and if any of you can make sense of that. We have this problem in real life sometimes where you look at it and it's like, who wrote this? They're not wrote clearly at all sometimes. You're looking at it thinking, what does that actually mean? So you need to be pretty certain that you're happy with what is not available. Now looking at those options, it reads, I'll read it again, Dubrovnik, temporary suspension of ILS or localizer runway 11 and trial ILS Zulu or localizer Zulu run 1 instrument flight procedure. So as far as I read as that, there's no ILS available. So, or localizers. Based on that, I'd plan, and at the planning stage, if where there was an issue, look at the RNP approach here. And we should be able to fly this. We have LNAV, VNAV minima. I'm basing this off my operator's SOPs. This function here is to do with flying RMP approaches with LPV minima, so you don't need to tune that channel. You can just use LNAV and VNAV and then set the courses there. So we'll do that. It's 114, 114. Obviously in the sim the ILS is available and working, but no, we'll base it on the fact that it's only this approach there. We're going to fly LNAV to VNAV minima 1730. We don't need to add 40 feet to this because it's a DA. We'd have to add 40 feet if we use that minima, but we have LNAV and VNAV available, so 123.6. Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, bye. Approach good day, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, descending flight level 200, inbound to Mokken.
Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, Dubrovnik radar, good afternoon. Identified, continue direct Mokken, expect Mokken 3 Zulu, arrival for runway 11,
Mokken 3 Zulu approach, start Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, and confirm that was ILS Yankee.
Alpaca 1 Bravo is ILS Zulu. If you want to
okay, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. He's given me Zulu and Yankee, but yeah, there we are. So yeah, I just saw your point there saying it doesn't say ILS Yankee's not available, but you always, if it says ILS localizer Zulu not available, you have to always question why is that? Is that because the ILS localizer slope's not out? So I'd plan on the fact that no ILS was available, because you know there's very little difference between the two. You know, I could obviously fly whatever it is today, but I actually would like to fly an RNAV approach today. It'd be quite cool to demonstrate it, and I know it will certainly work in real life. But yeah, now at this stage, obviously because we've been dilly-dallying, working out what nerve's going on, we're already descending, while setting up is not ideal. So minimums for LNAV and VNAV 1730, 1730. But this is something. You know, we're in a desktop simulator. Do I check my NOTAMs before stream? No. I don't check those notes. It's not going to work. It's a simulator. But we've already checked the NOTAMs prior to briefing. You know, I usually do it before because of the COVID crisis, we actually brief on the aircraft now before boarding. so we do have a good idea of what's not available, what is and isn't available. So course is 114. FAF's going to be at 2,600. Delta Uniform 400. Delta Uniform 400. 2,600. You can make that a hard altitude. And then we'll go down 3 degrees. Checks in the FMS down to the minimums as well. Frequencies, courses, minimums are set. I'll have the ILS on backup anyway. Actually, you know what? I'll detune it because that way you can probably see how the RNAV approach is working.
Alpha 3, Alpha Bravo, direct Delta Uniform 609.
I think that might be for me. About to Delta Uniform 609 for Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, confirm.
Alpha 3, 6 Alpha Bravo, direct Delta Uniform 609.
Direct Delta Uniform 609,
yeah, it's right. It's
Alpha
very
6
difficult.
Alpha Bravo.
Alpha 1 Bravo Victor, for you to direct Delta Uniform 609.
About Delta Uniform 609, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. Is that for me again? I think I keep stepping on people.
Around 21 Charlie November, Tower 129, nice landing button.
Again, I'd confirm that of ATC, but I'll take it today. Uh-oh. That's going to help with the profile. RMPD remain 11.
Alpha 36 Alpha Bravo, descent flight level 120.
I hate setting up in the descent.
Flight level 120, Alpaca 36 Alpha Bravo.
Dubrovnik approach, very good evening, Transavia 2 to go, passing flight level 230, descending to flight level 220. 200, sorry.
Transavia 2 to go, good afternoon, identified, continue descent.
John Pafford, in real life, would ATC be able to clarify the NOTAMs? Yes, you can confirm, John. Can you confirm the ILS is inoperative? Can you confirm which approach is in use? And sometimes the NOTAMs might be outdated, so they've, you know, happens a lot at one of our destinations. The ILS on certain days is inoperative, but you just, when you check in arrival, can you confirm ILS available? Yes, it is, even though the NOTAM says it isn't. So, but yeah, if you see it, the NOTAM says it, you presume it is. Right, anyway, thanks for your patience here whilst I was getting this all set up, and then some clarification. So,
110, Northern 2107.
So yeah, NOTAMs basically say again here, as clear as mud, ILS localizer is unavailable for Zulu, the temporary procedure. Doesn't mention Yankee, but when one procedure is not available and the other is, when it's not actually based off any other nav aid, it's a bit strange. So I'd actually plan for another approach. So you have the RNAV, we'll plan for the RNAV approach today. And that way, in real life, you know, if the ILS is completely unavailable, you've planned at the planning stage only an RNAV approach as well. So we'll do that. The arrival we've already briefed, we've stepped through all those points. RNAV approach then, we don't need the ILS. So we're not going to use LPV minima, so we don't need to tune up the EGNOS channel, we're just using LNAV, VNAV minima. Courses are set 114, and we're going down at flight level 200 at the moment here. So two things could possibly happen here. We could either come in via Eraso, direct to Delta Uniform 402, and that could be a significant shortcut. So to cater for that, it's very hard to understand this control, the poor guy. So be careful with this. You have two arrivals. The full arrival takes you from Eraso all the way out here to Pilap, or there's a significant shortcut via Eraso to Delta Uniform 402. So I'm going to cater for that shortcut. So if I just temporarily delete that restriction at the moment at Eraso, we're going to be at 14,000 feet. If I bring 402 to the top, that 14,000 feet send 10,000 feet, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, confirm QNH. Send 10,000 feet, QNH 1014, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. So he should always, whenever you get converted to an altitude, always check the QNH. So QNH 1014 set, 26,200, 10,000 feet set. So yeah, Delta Uniform 402 after Eraso. That says 5,398. So what I'm going to do is put 5,400 as a hard altitude. That's fine. We're still going to comply with that at or above 5,000 feet restriction, but that's going to ensure that after Eraso I can accept that right turn direct to Delta Uniform 402. Now you know what's going to happen is it's going to be really busy. I'm going to get down to 5,400 feet at Eraso, and then I'm going to have to be level for that entire procedure. But that's sort of, you know, 8,400 feet high. That's because of that restriction I'm putting in, I think. Level change, 300 knots. Probably wouldn't go that. Yeah, that's a bit excessive. Probably stop us around 5,500, 6,000. That's a bit excessive. But it's working with our profile. So yeah, we've catered for that shortcut. How we're going to fly this approach then, flap 1, flap 5 on base leg here, and then we're going to be at final 2 miles before the final approach fix. We'll set the MDA, or DA, rounded up, so we'll set 1,800 feet on the MCP. VNAV, open the speed window, and the final approach fix will confirm the height, which should be 2,600 feet. Down we'll go. We'll then configure flap 30 in around 4 miles. And set the missed approach altitude at 1,000 feet AGL, and disconnect, land, call it a day, well half a day, and then missed approach climb on Delta Uniform 39 and 9er, which is straight ahead right over the airfield, then make a right turn to Delta Uniform 900, max 185 knots, so just leave flap 5 for that turn, join the hold at 4,000. So that's all code in the FMS, hold at Delta Uniform 900. There we are, that's the RNAV approach. And we've also briefed how we're going to fly that. Now, additionally for our nav approaches, you need to check the status of the FMS. You need to have dual FMC, confirm the glide path angle matches the FMS as well, because we're following a kind of vertical profile, which is, you know, not external glide path there. So we've got 3 degrees. Very important to check the FMS that matches. There you are, 3 degrees as well. So that's good. Landing performance then, I'm not going to do the landing performance calculation because where we are in the stream and ATC is going to be super busy. It's a very long runway, 3,200 metres. I'll plan to vacate at Echo, that'll be order break 2, flat 30. You don't ever dismiss the performance. It's just too busy, and with the no tabs making a second guess what on earth we'll get earlier. We'll go with that. And alternates, splits, we've got at least 30 minutes of fuel, so that's good. Flap 30 on the brake 2s, and we'll use second D10 reverse brake cooling. Happy days. There we are. Speed brake, lever of shame, no! Oh, it is not the lever of shame. That is a myth. That is an old school captain's turn. It is a tool to assist with descent planning. Perhaps you get a shortcut on a lever of shame. Send 6,000 feet, QNH 1014, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. 6,000 feet set, profile's coming in nicely, and we've anticipated this shortcut via Eraso, which hopefully, traffic permitting, we'll get a nice little shortcut here.
8,000 feet 1014 to the Gulf.
And I've completely... Going a bit faster, not to worry. 15 degrees, don't need engine anti-ice. Post-cruise checked, fuel 4 pumps. 4-4, lights coming on, angle of bank, 25 degrees. Pressurization, 2.9 set, seatbelts on. Chest complete.
Packet 58 Alpha Bravo, inbound Wilkins at flight level.
Cool. So all good. Yeah, that briefing was a bit messed up, but to be fair, when you guys said check your note tabs, you guys love it taking it absolute realism to 110%. So sort of catering for the fact we're allowed for an RNAV. Now in real life, if we planned for this and they said the ILS is available, we would of course fly the ILS. So this one here. So it looks like we won't get any shortcut here. Send 4,000 feet, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. So, obviously this is a tool we don't have in real life. I can see the entire approach here. Looks like we're flying the full approach. Not getting the shortcut. Now, this air traffic controller was super cool. It'll give us all this shortcut via Arasso, because this is adding 5 minutes, 6 minutes to your flight time going all the way out here. So this is exactly how I would have planned this in real life. Put that restriction in Arasso, take the action down shortcut. Why TSKA? One quick question. What is the column of volume knobs that you put there? That is B2 volume control plugin for X-Plane. Directly controlled by volumes. So yeah, that VNAV profile, don't worry about it now, because I'm not going to get that shortcut, and that is because I have the beautiful map here to see where the traffic is. But obviously in real life I confirmed that with ATC. In hindsight, what I should have asked this controller is, can I get a shortcut after Arasso? But no, unfortunately not. But we'll just go down in vertical speed. Uses a lot more fuel, but obviously we'll try and fly a CDA where possible. Someone from the east there, is that Russian? I'm not sure, I can't pronounce your name there, sir. What cloud engine is this? This is the Active Skies cloud texture set. Comes with the Active Sky weather plugin. Ianos, what airline are you flying for? A frequently asked question. I work for a airline based in the UK. I don't discuss any more than that. My operator is well aware on my channel, give me full permission to run it, but it's something I don't disclose. And that's a personal choice. Hi Captain, why can't we see the traffic on the ND? Good question, probably at a range, but yeah, that's actually, it should be appearing, with 2,600 feet.
Good evening again from Lufthansa Flying, thank you, Foxtrot passing 3.
Absolutely, who knows more about the plane systems, the pilot or the aircraft engineer? By far the aircraft engineer. The FCOM 2, the manual, the main technical manual we get is very simple. It doesn't cover anywhere near in-depth the amount of systems knowledge that's actually needed, to be fair. The FCOM only provides us the information we need to know on a day-to-day basis, and it's enough. You know, you have to constantly refer to it to keep reviewing your knowledge. But no, the engineer... proceed direct to... can you confirm the point, sorry? Delta Uniform 402, thanks, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. Excellent. So, just need to check this, because one of the things we cannot actually accept in real life is a direct to the FAF, but it's not the FAF, that's perfect. That's excellent. So that's a nice little shortcut for us. That's going to help with our profile, and we can start that right turn. So that's really good by the controller. He's shortened the sequence. That will help with capacity as more aircraft arrives, and more aircraft arrive from behind. Cleared ILS 11. We'll count back on 1 Bravo Victor. So obviously he's cleared us for an ILS. In real life, we'd also confirm that we're flying an RNAV approach. We'd request that if it wasn't the approach in use. But an RNAV approach for a controller is going to make very little difference, because there's no ground-based navigation aids. RNAV approaches are far more common than they used to be, and they will be as we move further on into the 21st century. There's exceptional situations where RNAV approaches are not available, and that's to do with satellite coverage, GPS coverage. And one of the things the flight plans do is something called a RAIM check, an RAIM check, random something, I can't remember what it is, but essentially it checks the approach, what time you're flying the approach, and ensures that you have sufficient GPS coverage. What are we climbing? Vertical speeds. But it's very unusual. I've never seen a situation where there's not sufficient GPS coverage. There we are, vertical speed then. I'm just going to go 400 feet per minute until we capture the profile. We've been cleared approach. We need to maintain 4,000 feet until we're established. So that's all fine here. I'll try my best to do a CTA, but it was a bit of a mixture between, I mean, VNAV was showing me high, and then it switched around. I'm not sure why that is. Anyway, we've been cleared ILS, we'll be flying the RNAV via 402. Next point will be the FAF and Delta Uniform 400. Hamza, are the windscreen wipers on the MEL? They are, and actually, if the window wipers are inoperative, you cannot fly autoland. Now in flight, if they were to fail, you're not restricted by the MEL, but for dispatch, yes, the MEL dictates if the wiper is inoperative, you cannot fly autoland. Jill, there are 39 arrivals for Heraklion. Oh my goodness me, we're not even inbound today. It streams over 2 hours and we're only approaching the halfway point. Anyway, approaching speed. Kurov, saw your comment. Polite reminder. Oh look, yeah, Nightbot beat you to it there. If you're using profanity, Nightbot will punish you. I was wondering what happens. You can fly emergencies, but obviously on a busy VACC event, they're not going to appreciate you simulating an emergency.
Confirm my speed. I was told to maintain 75.
So we've got no speed. We can go flap 1 now, approaching 10 miles. Thomas, I Captain Grey streams to fire about the RNAV. Would Palmer Funchal ever have RNAV if it's a circle to land? Yes, certain approaches can be coded in the flight management computer, all the way for including circles. Right, so being cleared on the ILS, so what I'm going to do is set 2600 VNAV, open the speed window, go flat 5, and the aircraft's now going to follow the vertical profile on the RNAV approach.
Director Delta Uniform 402, report established number 38. Number 2, sir.
Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor established, final runway 11. So I'm going to go flap 10 just to get that speed. 129.5, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, bye. So flap 10 is just going to increase that drag to ensure that we get back to the correct speed there. And there we are.
Alpaca 36 Alpha Bravo, welcome to Dubrovnik, taxi stand number 12.
Didn't brief the taxi, did we? Said we'll vacate an Echo. Let's get the parking stands up here. And then, yeah, we'll see where they send us. Nice little scenery here by DS Creations, freeware scenery available. Seats Jacob Tower.
Bravo, request taxi.
So 2 miles, approaching the final approach fix.
Alpaca 7 Kilo Bravo after passing company, taxi calling point
MTA,
runway 11, Bravo available
1730, we'll set 1800 feet, verify VNAV path and the speed windows
Bravo.
open.
Gonna have to go to Alpha.
Alpaca 7 Kilo Bravo, no problem, taxi calling point Alpha runway 11.
Taxi holding point Alpha, runway 11, Alpaca 7 Kilo Bravo.
At Dubrovnik Tower, very good. Evening, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor established, final runway 11.
Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, dobro večer, Dubrovnik Tower, runway 11, clear to land, wind 040 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 360 and 080 degrees.
Runway 11 clear to land, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. Pretty windy here then, and with the wind coming from that direction of the terrain, pretty nasty. It could be mechanical turbulence there. So we just passed the FAF there, missed the call there, so FAF, you check the altimeters both sides, and we'd also be monitoring the RNAV performance. So cross-track error no more than 0.15, and deviation, I don't actually have it turned on here, 0.15 would also appear on the ND, and then we're also vertically on the profile as well, which should also, it would appear here, but it's not modelled. So approaching minimums, and we can keep descending. Oh, we can set the missed approach altitude now. So one of the things I did brief was the point at which to set the missed approach altitude, and I've done it at the wrong point, so the aircraft's leveling off, so I'm going to disconnect autopilot, auto throttle, recycle flight directors, gear down, flap 15. I got ahead of myself there. Landing checklist.
Minimums.
And flap 30. So I'm having to hand fly here. Start switch is continuous. Recall checked. Speed brake, arm green light, landing gear, down 3 green, order brake is set to 2 flaps, 30 green light, lights are on, checks complete. So, bit of an oopsie there from me, which is why there's 2 of us. The point at which we want to set the missed approach is 1,000 feet AGL, however the minimums is above 1,000 feet. So you can't wait till 1,000 feet AGL to set it, you want to actually set the missed approach altitude when you're 300 feet above your minimums. And it should allow you to do it, but it went to out hold, and I did what you need to do, is basically disconnect, recycle the flight directors, because the guidance had me levelling off there, and then continue. But that was just me missing that on the briefing. Right, anyway, clear to land, 5 to continue, flaps are out, gears down.
Dubrovnik Tower, runway 11, continue approach.
Continue approach to Golf.
So 2 reds, 2 whites, little crosswind from the, well, little crosswind, 14 knot crosswind here now. So just positioning that aircraft, keep it descending now.
400, 300, 200.
Up to my shadow.
Alpha 7 Kilo Bravo, full short Alpha,
Keep it descending a little bit high.
100. 50, 40, 30,
Check,
20,
close, hold the altitude. A little bit of a degrab. Oh, a bit late with the degrab. Right, speed brakes up, reverses. Not the finest approach set. I'll take it. Oh dear. 100 knots. 80 knots. Manual braking. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dubrovnik. Just make that exit for ATC. We can. Beautiful.
Transavia, Toto Golf, runway 11, clear to land, wind 040 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 360 and 080 degrees.
Yeah, to land runway 11.
What did you get for your approach rating? We'll see in a second, Anthony.
Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor, welcome to Dubrovnik, taxi stand number 9.
Stand 9, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. So vacated at Delta. Actually, I was planning on Echo, so that's good. Stand 9, very short taxi. Let's get the APU up and running there. Yeah, so that approach, obviously a bit rushed because we switched to an RNAV approach in the descent, which meant I was very busy setting that approach up, plus I wanted to brief and explain to you what I was doing. Oh, look, we have got the TCAS traffic now. And then, yeah, I missed it there. You've got to be very careful with high MDAs like this. Now we set the missed approach altitude usually at 1,000 feet AGL, but look at this, the minimum is actually 1,200 feet AGL. So what happened was, because I didn't realise that, I missed that. That's my mistake there. The aircraft leveled off. If you don't set the missed approach altitude at the correct point in that situation. If I just missed stand 9, I'm too busy chatting. Stand 9 was taken. Sorry, Alpaca 1 Bravo Victor. I completely misjudged where stand 9 is. Can I just take the one on the left here? I think it's stand 12.
1 Bravo Victor approved.
Thanks. Yeah, just checking you guys. Where were you guys in chat? You were actually there completely fine. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. Now this is the thing. Let me off. Sterile pilot, 2 of us, qualified pilot. Jim never speaks to me. Jim never talks to me. He will never tell me. Unbelievable. I'm not even looking at chat now. As I was saying, yeah, missed approach attitude. Very important to check at the correct point at which to set that. But there we are. These are the sort of things. I'm a single pilot, trying to do things as realistically as possible. And now I know when I ever fly to Dubrovnik that I need to set the missed approach attitude at a different point on 1,000 feet AGL. There we are. Do the rest of the cleanup on stand. Oh, no stop. Seems a bit early. There we are. Stop. Right, parking brake is set. 2 blues, 1 red. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dubrovnik. Try and say it correctly. Right, transponder 2000 standby. Just do the rest of the cleanup. We're doing another sector, so I'll reset the trim as well. No ILS diamonds at all, Nix. Yeah, we flew an RNAV approach, so we didn't fly the ILS approach there. Didn't have the ILS tuned, so that's why you didn't see any ILS diamonds. No ILSs today. There's no ILSs available in Hania later as well. 4,100. 100.
Alpha
They should be off
117,
already.
добрий вечір, Dubrovnik Tower, clear
Steady,
to destination,
probes
model
off.
2 echo departure, runway news 11, initially
Cabin crew
8000,
disarm, slides open doors. That should be on steady. Anti-collision light off when the N2 is below 20%. There we are. There we are. Did it all perfect. And lights off as well.
Defining departure runway 11, and can we request vectors, please, after departure?
Look how busy it is here already, and there's going to be multiple arrivals. I'm so sorry we didn't do the circle
Alpha
today.
Kilo Bravo, runway 11 clear for takeoff, wind 040 degrees, 14 knots, variable.
Yeah, I'll just turn him off for a second. So sorry that we couldn't do the circle today. We'll definitely be back here again to have a go on the circle. I'm sure you guys would like to see the replay of that landing, and then when we taxi onto Stads, I'll put you back to the B-right back screen. But let's have a little look at it there. The landing wasn't that great either. Let's self-critique that as well. Funky music, where are you? There we are. Superb. Let's put us back then on the approach here. So, the flare was quite nice. I was a bit late decrabbing. I had quite a lot of wind today, 15 knots. But again, there's some limitations in the desktop sim of how it feels. What was the approach rating? We'll have a look at Brandon on the next sector. Definitely see that there. Actually, it wasn't that bad, but I was a bit hesitant to decrab, but then I put it in now just as we touched down. There's nothing wrong with decrabbing after touchdown, but ideally what you want to do... Flare was actually quite nice. Positioning was good, so I want to decrab now. I should be decrabbing now, but you see how the aircraft just floats like that? This is a little limitation in X-Plane. It has a bit of a want to float. You know, the aircraft settles down a lot quicker. So you see here like that. If I hold the attitude, the aircraft's going to settle down. The speed's going to come off very quickly. And I should have decrabbed now. Right rudder, left aileron into wind, but I delayed it slightly because we were floating. And there you can see the rudder coming in, and immediately after touchdown, decrabbing. That's fine. 10, 15 knot cross, and you'll be okay with that. It does put a bit of side load on the tyre on the dry runway, but it's acceptable. Robson, being too hard on yourself. There's nothing wrong with being too hard on yourself. A technique we use in real life is called self-critique, so it's actually looking at that approach, reviewing it, learning from any errors or mistakes. And I try to do everything flawlessly, as you well know already. There we are. But no, right on the centre line. It was good. It was good enough. Tower. Beautiful scenic approach though, wasn't it? And flight time wise, got 35 minutes to lunch you off again, so it should be okay. 1800 Zulu, there we are, a little bit of a bounce, and then we're down. Excellent. Right, anyway, I'll put you in for a minuscule swing for you for landing, but as soon as we've touched down and taxied off, I'll put you back to the Be Right Back screen so I can start setting up for the next sector back to Hania, where we can expect a busy VACC event. Best go get some Red Bull in me as well for the next endurance test. Right, guys, hope you're enjoying the stream so far. As ever, big favour would be to like the video, and I'll see you all in about 10 minutes from now. Enjoy the replay and landing, and I'll see you all shortly. Thank you. Thanks a lot for that, guys. Nice little intermission there. Stretch my legs. Went outside. It's lovely out there this evening. Should be sat here streaming. No, not at all. Love doing this as well. But the weather continues to be very nice in the UK tomorrow. Looking forward to Bank Holiday Monday. Awesome. So I hope you're all ready for the second sector. I have not done anything apart from update the QNH, which is 1015, turn the AP off, put the GPU on. So the aircraft is in the perfect turnaround state. Here we are in Dubrovnik in Croatia. Lima Delta Delta uniform. Stand 12, not 9. There we go. John Padfield, thank you very much. Welcome back, he said. Amar says Namaste from India. Oh, Amar, I know that word. What is that word? I know what that is. It's respectful greeting when given. Thank you very much. Namaste to you as well. Thank you so much. We're watching an excellent Netflix series at the moment, whose name I've completely forgotten. And it's the character's an Indian guy living in New York, and we've just watched the first series now. It's just like 30-minute episodes. They're brilliant. It's like a comedy. I cannot remember what it's called. I'm sure someone in chat will be able to put it out there, but it's excellent. Hello, Lauren. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in there. Lauren says, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, do we have 737s with extra fuel tanks now? Well, what I did, it's the second sector, and it's Heraklion Echo Romeo. I'm not very original with my call signs, but it works out perfectly. G-Man Hamlop says, I've just finished doing some deep cleaning of the grill and backyard table for lunch in a few hours. Fantastic. That was very nice. Guess you are a little bit further west than we are. Hope you're doing well, Finley, as well. Thank you very much for popping in and helping run the stream. Anyway, here we are. Let's zoom on into our aircraft. It will be night by the time we get to Heraklion. Flight time around an hour and a half to get there. and I've been advised that a lot of arrivals inbound because they're hosting a vACC event. Master of None, Hakan, that is the one. Excellent series. Master of None, I'd recommend that. If you want an excellent series on Netflix, of course, make sure of the appropriate age to be able to watch that. For you to be 15, but would be irresponsible to say otherwise. Captain Monster, what's the estimated time of departure? 1800 Zulu, so in 20 minutes. It's the plan for me. I want to be off by that point there. Right, so transit state. Let's get the door open, start the boarding. Oh, so I wanted to watch my approach rating. Let's see what ZIBO has to say. Well, I don't think approach rating gives you feedback on, but landing it does. So it's under... Oh, which one is it? Fuel... Oh, whew. Well, ladies and gentlemen, need I say... What? Approach rating, savage. Speed 250 knots below 6,000 feet. High rate of descent below 500 feet. Really? Might have had a little bit higher. Might have approached 1,000 feet there, I guess. Savage ZIBO, 250 below 6,000. Oh my. Well, landing one should be fine. Performance landing. Oh no, that's performance landing calculations. This doesn't give me any feedback. 5 stars, 9 out of 10. We'll take that. Oh dear, oh dear. Cat says, oh bro, I have 1745. Well, I'm sure. Oh, Zulu. Oh, you're on 4 minutes. I don't mind if you wait slightly. It's completely up to you. Right, thanks for the savagery, ZIBO. Let's carry on with the transit state. So we've got everyone disembarked. So what would I have done in real life right now? Well, usually FO would fly the first sector. I'd do the return sector to our base in this case. Iraklion. Jim's off doing the walk around. Would have communicated with him as well about refueling and all the requirements for that. I would have completed the tech log. First thing I would have done is grab the ATIS, which I have done already. QNH is 1015, runway 11 in use. Quite strong winds and they're quite variable. So worst case with the wind variation is actually a tailwind for departure. I've put in the real Boeing OPT. I'll converse and tell you what it says in there. Otherwise, weather's okay, a few clouds around as well. And then I'd straight away go into loading the FMC. However, I was expecting runway 29 for departure, and it's runway 11. So one of the things I want to actually do now is I'll just get the fuel and passengers loaded. Is actually get our clearance now to find out what SID we can expect. So here is our second flight plan, 7-2. Now, it is getting busy in Heraklion with the vACC events. Again, if I was flying there this evening with the forecast weather conditions, I'd probably just take standard fuel because it's a really nice evening. I believe forecast off the top of my head, yeah, variable 5 knots. Few clouds, it's perfect. So I'd be taking 7.2 in real life. I'm going to take at least 45 minutes. It's a lot, but you know how these vACC events can turn out, and it's not an aircraft that has a huge an airport that has a huge capacity for inbound traffic. So 7.2 would be the minimum. Let's go for 1,800 kilos extra, which would be 45 minutes. So that's going to be 7.2, 1.8. Oh, it's easy. 9 tons exactly. Okay, so 9 tons. Fuel payload's the same. 172 passengers. Again, they've just done a round trip. We'll call. Oh, I don't know any Croatian names. We'll call for the fuel truck and restart the flight leg. There we are, so you can hear them boarding. A bit of a jump for the air bridge to get over there, but that's because I ended the replay. But there you go, you can see the aircraft being fueling up there. Flight is Pro Sim, back to Heraklion, that is correct. Astrid Juhay just tuned in. What's new on the ZIBO update? We've got some new, well, I say new, it's the old standby instruments have been added to the ZIBO mod, and another gauge with the yaw damper display, but I've never flown any of the aircraft that had that, maybe once or twice a couple of 10 years ago when I first started flying it, but not since then. Ninad, would you like 2.9? No, it's not really any benefit. Runway 11 would actually be preferable, but thank you very much for the capacity of trying to accommodate that, Ninad, and plus the wind is still favouring 11. 2.9 for the approach would have been cool. I might come back in a few days' time though to have an approach for that circle for a stream there. Nicola the Fueler, let's go with that then. Ninad, Ivo is creation name and ground staff as well. I will go with Ivo then, Ninad. Ivo and Nicola, the ground crew. Dejan, I love it. Learn all these new names, which is super cool. Right, so we have tower, no ground frequency here, so we'll try and grab a clearance from him and see what the story is for departure.
Alpaca 1 to Foxtrot, welcome to Dubrovnik, taxi stand number 16.
Stand number 16, Alpaca 12 Foxtrot.
Ryanair 2453, pushback and start.
Brandon, do level D sims have a replay mode in real life? No. However, my operator has invested in some software which allows us to replay our approaches on our iPads. How cool is that? So we can actually take a flight we did and replay the approach, see all the parameters of the controls, review things. Very, very cool. I'm looking forward to that being implemented so we can use it. Dubrovnik Tower, hello, it's Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. We're on stand 12. We've copied information. Kilo 1015 departure clearance to Heraklion, please.
Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, dobar večer, again Dubrovnik Tower. Your first waypoint PETAC isn't valid, so you need to depart via Mokun or Mados, or if you prefer, I can negotiate with approach controller Arida vectors to PETAC.
Whatever's easiest for you. I can take any Mokin departure, then from Mokin direct to PETAC if you're happy.
Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, thank you very much. Clear to destination Iraklion, Mokun 2 Echo departure, runway news 11, initially 8,000 feet, squawk 5243.
Clear to Heraklion on the Mokun 2 Echo departure, runway 11, initial climb 8,000 feet, squawk 5243, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo.
Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, ETC clearance, copied, correct.
Thank you. Very good. So we're both happy. I get to fly a Mokin departure. It's the one Victor we planned because of 2-9. It is 1-1 for a 2 Echo. We'll have a look at that together, make sure we're happy, and go from there. Oscar Mindpro, you just landed. Yes, we're on the turnaround now, going back to Heraklion. Andy, that's brilliant. Have they got funky music with those replays? Brilliant. Kieran, have you implemented the mod change in the .acf to make the screen stay square with a high field of view? Looks much better. Kieran, I think this was an update brought to all the ZIBO mods. I've not done anything, so the latest version has this ability here. Brandon, clearance is so simple in Europe. Here in the US, it's a mouthful. I know, Brandon. They like to tell you do this, flight plan route. After 10 minutes, do this. It's very easy. Just read the SID back, your squawk, and altitude, if applicable. Excellent. So based on that information, we can start setting up the approach here. Sorry, the routing into the FMS. So, don't have the boarding music. Put a little bit of very quiet music here in the background for you. Lima Delta Delta uniform. Actually, before I do that, let's get the MCP set. 8,000. Squawk was 5243. And we'll put the SID in shortly. So Lima Delta Delta uniform to Lima Golf India Romeo. We are now the Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. Departure is going to be runway 11. He told us the Mokin 2 Echo. Mokin 2 Echo. From there, direct to PETAC. Direct to Pindo. It's going to be north 40. Yeah, that's a lot further south, north 13. Upper Lima 607. To Givis. Upper Tango 514. To Zavis. And then it's the arrival Zavis 1 Alpha for RNAV 27 via, bear with me guys, because whenever we do this we try and put the correct transition in. I'm doing this by just simply looking at the charts in front of me. So it's a Zavis 1 Alpha via Gonso. So activates, executes. We'll do a quick gross error check here. Ground distance 607, 589, slightly less, but I should think that's to do with the SID. Remember, this flight plan has the departure on a different SID there. I'm pretty happy that's correct there. Laura, normally in that case, wouldn't ATC just tell you the SID they wanted, and if you wanted something else, you'd have to request it? Yes, but usually, you know, we don't request SIDs. We have to fly whatever ATC gives us. For approaches, it can be a bit different. So, for example, going back into Hania, there is a VOR approach on runway... not Hania, where are we going? Heraklion. That's the other city on Crete. Going back into Heraklion, there is an approach which ATC might give you, but we actually at my operator have to refuse and request a different one here. But SIDs usually, 99.9% of the cases, we have to fly whatever they give us. But it's never really an issue why we'd refuse it. Zero fuel weight then, 58.1. Reserves alternate is... it's Athens, a little bit further away than Hania. I think that was Hania, which is actually on the island. So that would be the preferred alternate, because it's on the same island. But I took Athens as the main alternate, just to take a bit of extra fuel. It's 2.9 tons. You can actually change alternates if it's a bit closer, and use that extra fuel saving. Cost of X30, we're going to be cruising at 37,000 feet. 370 is the only cruise level. Top climb wind 272 at 31. Top climb ice is 4. So performance, already pre-populated the OPT here. We'll get the APU up and running. It is MFRO 1527. And that is saying with the weather 24k with an assumed temperature, but we'd actually take full 24k because of the crosswinds over 10 knots. We don't take an assumed temperature. And they're saying 94.7, 94.1 in the OPT, and that makes sense. By the time the APU is running, that will go down to 94.1 or 94.0. Takeoff flap 5, V speeds are 39, 41, 48, all within a knot. CG is set 5.75 units. That's my joystick. Oliman, is this the first or second leg? This is the second leg. We've just flown in. We're doing the return sector now to Heraklion. 5.75 units, 148 knots. And that is all set. APU's available. And on the bus, so do a panel scan. Your app is on. Nav transfer display switch is normal auto. Fuel, we took 9 tons, so we've got a ton in the centre. Happy to put the centre tank pumps on based off that. We'll probably have to turn those off at around 20,000 feet-ish on departure. Takes about 2 tons in a 737. You burn 2 tons of fuel from takeoff to top of climb. GPU is no longer needed. Fueling's done, so fasten seatbelt sign on. It's getting dark here, so we'll turn on the panel lighting. It's all good here. Trim is on. That should be on as well at this stage. Elevation 115 feet. So 100, set our destination. Flight director's on, runway QDM then. It's 114, and he told us the SID we're going to be flying is a Mochen 2 Echo. So Mochen 2 Echo. My oh my, look at this! Runway 11's preferential runway, so for us, we should climb clearance 8,000. Climb straight ahead to the Golf Romeo locator, 414. Well, we're doing 4. That's already tuned. Once we get there, a right turn, looks like it. Right turn 218 track at above 4,500 feet, but not before passing Dubrovnik radial 182. My oh my, well, what a SID. So we're going in this direction, 182, 4,500. There we are. That doesn't look right. 4,500. Aha! Let me just make sure this is coded correctly. That doesn't look right. Did I select the correct SID? Mochen 2 Echo. It's in. Golf Romeo. Golf Romeo. That's not right. That is not what we have depicted. Is it? Oh no, maybe it is. Golf Romeo, Mocca 2 Echo. Turn right, it is. 177 bearing to Golf Romeo located to 11 miles. I was reading the wrong one. 11 miles from Dubrovnik, so that's right turn and left, and then we go out to 11 miles. Kilo is 11 miles. That is correct. And then after crossing, turn right 288 track. Okay. After crossing Dubrovnik radial 200. Oh, hold on. Reading the wrong one again. That's Mados. Whoever designed this SID needs to be. I'm not going to say. You know what Jeremy Clarkson would say. Climb straight ahead. Golf Romeo. Right turn 177 to 11 miles. Left turn intercept Dubrovnik 150 inbound to 8.4. There we go. 150. So we want 330 here. What a SID. And then. For a right turn intercept radial 121 to Mocca. Flipping heck. 121 to Mocca. Got it eventually. This is one of the reasons I really do not like Jeppesen charts, because they have every SID. I'm just actually checking this before. Yeah, so we have here Mocca 2 Echo, Mocca 2 Echo. I'm just having a look at my operator's SIDs here. Now, no, to be fair, they have the same one, but it is clearer. You can already see which one's which, whereas this looks like a spaghetti maze, and it's so easy to accidentally read the wrong SID line, and especially if you've got the same names. I mean, it's very hard to depict what we need to do, but we're doing this, guys. This one, that one, round here, the right turn. Oh my days. So, there's no speed restriction here. Well, there is. 210 knots below before Mocken. So, we need to make sure we're flying this entire SID at 210 knots. That's for track keeping. If I go to 250, the aircraft's going to overshoot all these points here. So, one of the things we might have to do is actually hold flap 1. We're going to bug 210 knots when we bug up, and just make sure if the up speed is less than 210 knots, we have to hold flap 1 there. Well, no, above 210 knots, we have to hold the flap 1 bug speed. So that's set. My goodness. Restriction 6,000, 8,500, 9,000. Right, done. Whoa. That is a mess. Due out in 2 minutes as well, so for time-wise, we're perfect as where I was expected to be at the SID here. Oh my god, there's an emergency. There's an engine out SID here as well. So much to think about. Dubrovnik. God, oh, Jim. I wish Jim could help me. Right, 1.3 miles from Dubrovnik. Make a right turn 182 until 15 miles. So that's what we need to do in the event of an engine failure. And we're holding at 15 DME, so there's actually no name for that waypoint there. That's fine, so that's where we're going to hold. Right, I think we're okay. I think we are okay. So, water brake to RTO, flight director's on, radials are set, V2 as well. Reset fuel flow for the next sector. We can have this on the takeoff page. Trim sets. I think we're all good to go. Let's just call better push back, get out of here. I'll brief it all here shortly.
Ground to cockpit. Nose driving up.
Sounds very authentic. Fantastic. So, let's talk about getting out of here in Dubrovnik. So, obviously, that's twisty, complicated SID is there because of this. All this terrain here. So, we need to go in this direction, but they can't really send us off in that direction due to the terrain. So, the SID sends us out to the sea so we can climb, and then we head back towards the airport at a higher altitude. That's essentially why that's all like that there. So, reading the airfield briefing for departure here. It's the engine out SID, which I will brief shortly. It's approved for tailwind departures. Not much to say apart from the fact it's a special engine out SID. And it's, it doesn't say anything else here. A, pretty small. Self-maneuvering stands are denoted on the charts, but this is a pushback stand.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed.
We're good.
Ready to connect.
So, whilst he's connecting, we're pushing back here to face west, taxi the whole point, runway 11. I've actually done the performance figures via Bravo, so we can take Bravo intersection if we're ready. And yeah, we're happy with the SID now. It took me a while to work it out. Crete NDB, right turn, outbound 177 track to 11 dB from Dubrovnik. Left turn 330, inbound on 150 radial to 8.4. That would be a great one to fly in the FlyJ Sim. Classic departure, because it is all conventional. And then a right turn outbound 121 towards Mockin. Max to 10 knots. I need to make a note of that. Very easy to make a mistake. Right, shall I request push and start? Shall we go back into Heraklion? It's VACC event. Could be very interesting later.
So destination Zagreb, Model 2 Echo runway use 11.
Zagreb, she's doing a domestic sector.
Crete Zagreb by Model 2 Echo departure 87 feet. 5243 Croatia 6 November.
Croatia 6 November, clearance correct.
Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo stand 12, request push and start.
Alpaca 1 for Papa, confirm ready for taxi.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Roger, Alpaca 117, confirm ready for taxi.
Alpaca 117, just now we're at taxi, intersection Bravo.
Alpaca 117, taxi calling point Bravo, runway 11.
Go connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Alpaca 1 for Papa, taxi hold correct.
Busy.
And there is a CSA 1085, CSA 1085, ready for taxi.
Brandon, I remember at one point Flight Sim had his own voice pushing back. No comment on that. We'll never talk about that event.
CSA 1085, stand by.
Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo stand 12, request push and start.
Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, stand by, call you back.
Perfect. Listen, why don't you use Aerosoft Nav Data Pro for data and charts? They use Lido charts. We don't use Lido charts at my operator. It's a Lido-based flight plan. We actually use NavBlue, which is an Airbus company.
For Charlie, call you back, number 2 in sequence.
It's the same provider which provides Microsoft Flight Simulator with their navigational database. Ah, Snehan, I see you've just you watched the video about an hour ago. I was talking about RAIM, and you've just wrote receiver autonomous integrity monitoring. Yes, that's RAIM. I couldn't remember how it was before. It's to do with checking enough satellites to fly on approaches.
Alpaca 117 after departing aircraft runway 11 will not be behind.
So live time, sun setting, it will be dark by the time we get over to Crete.
Station calling for taxi second.
Busy, busy. Oh dear, that's why we can't push back. We've got 2 aircraft taxiing and a Czech Airlines
CSA 1085, are you calling for taxi instruction?
checking his speed brake.
Affirmative, CSA 1085 ready for taxi.
Oh, look at that, isn't that
CSA
beautiful?
1085, taxi calling point runway 11, Bravo available, if convenient.
Bravo is convenient for 108, CSA 1085, runway 11.
Alpaca 1 for Papa, follow Airbus A319 holding point
This
runway
Czech
11,
Airlines
Bravo
holding up the
available,
show.
if convenient.
Can you get the full light of the runway for Alpaca 1 for Papa?
Very good, if you need it, you
No
need it.
problem. Full length approved. Alpaca 12 Bravo behind 737, taxi calling point runway 11, Bravo available if convenient.
Excellent, he's on his way. No, I really hope you get his speed brake stowed prior to departure.
Alpaca 5 Bravo, ready for push and start.
Apicloid 5 Alpha Bravo after passing Airbus A321, pushback and startup approved, QNH
Lloyd,
1015.
awesome.
After the passing Airbus A321, push start approved.
That's the guy in the 200s who was commenting earlier. Very cool.
Croatia 6 November, stand for...
Yeah, a bit unlucky there with the pushback, but we were very lucky leaving Crete. Not so lucky now.
Croatia 6 November, startup approved, QNH 1015.
Startup approved, QNH 1015, Croatia 6 November.
Croatia 6 November, advise if backtrack is required.
Reagan, that is you. How about Lloyd reporting in? We just heard you. Question push
Croatia
start.
6 November, advise if powerback is required.
No pushback required. We will just start engine start on the start and
Can't remember the word. Engine start and stand. Self-maneuvering stand. So we've asked for push and start. Running a little bit late. We was due out at 1800 Zulu.
Alpaca 8 for Charlie, after passing Airbus A321, pushback is startup approved, QNH 1015, and push a little bit more to the east.
Okay, after passing A321, push start approved, and we'll make it long. Alpaca 8 for Charlie, thanks.
Alpaca 2, Echo Romeo, after passing Airbus A321, startup and pushback approved, QNH 1015.
After the A321 has passed from behind, push and start approved. QNH 1015, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. There he goes.
Alpaca 1 to Foxtrot, request pushback.
So out off.
Alpaca 1 to
Thanks off,
Foxtrot, after
ignition
passing
is on,
company
parking
Airbus,
brake
push and start
is
approved, QNH
released, transfer that
105.
off. Let's go.
After the passing...
Blocked by the Airbus division to
Starting pushback, and you're clear to start all engines.
101, Alpaca 1 to Foxtrot.
Alpaca 117, runway 112 for takeoff, wind 040 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 010 and 080 degrees.
Oh, look at this. Excellent.
CSA 10,
Unfortunately, to him,
85,
he's the
runway
wrong side.
11, behind.
Nice starting engine number 2.
Then wait behind CSA 1085.
Dead.
Alpaca 1 for Papa, close to Bravo.
All pressure and head 1.
It was Alpaca 1 for Papa, close to Bravo.
So, starter cut out, launching engine number 2, 2463, red line's gone.
Alpaca
Engine number 2
117, right
stable,
heading
starting
1
now
at
engine
0
number
degrees,
1.
contact Dubrovnik 123.6, bye bye.
Heading 180 and radar 123.6 max crash for all the
Head 2.
and help. Bye-bye, Alpaca 1.
Bye bye.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Lower pressure in 1.
Confirm 7 kilo Romeo.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Negative, Alpaca 67 was calling.
Oh, look at that. Except that would be blinding you right now. If anyone is around
Alpaca 67, copy.
Dubrovnik,
Alpaca 67.
what a sunset you got. It'd be quite cool if
Alpaca
anyone's there right
67,
now.
clear to destination,
But,
Dacia,
yeah, you wouldn't be able to see much right now.
11, initial 8000, squawk 5224.
You'd be grateful to take land on runway 11, that's for sure. Disconnecting. Starter cut out. Want to change number 1. 2, 4, 6, 3.
Alpaca 67,
Is
correct, copy,
stable.
correct.
Lloyd 5 Bravo, ready for taxi.
Happy Lloyd 5, Bravo, call it back.
So again, wouldn't do this until we see
Tow
the
is
bypass pin.
disconnected and bypass pin has been removed.
CSA,
And signal on the
just
left.
get-
We'll see you next time and have a
Getting
safe
rolling
flight.
on advance, we're blocking everyone here.
Variable between 010 and 080 degrees.
Full taxi flow's done. Being on my head if I've forgotten anything. That is not the cavalier attitude as I
Alpaca
like
1
to
for
ride
Papa,
when we
behind
take it in real
departing
life.
aircraft, runway 11, line up ahead behind.
Hi, here departing 820, Airline of Crete, runway 11, Alpaca 1 for Papa.
Yeah, bypass pin C.
Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo, call to Bravo.
14 short of Bravo, Alpaca 12 Bravo.
and Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, request taxi Able Bravo.
Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, taxi calling for Bravo runway 11.
Final point Bravo, runway 11, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. Superb. Clear left, clear right, thanks Jim. Config released. Parking brake leave config checked even.
Alpaca 8 for Charlie, Roger, taxi calling for Bravo runway 11.
Bravo for runway 11, Alpaca 8 for Charlie.
50.
Oh,
40.
let's mute that. Matt Burgess, thank you very much for the 20 euros. That's very generous of you. Thank you, sir. I'm so.
Hoping you guys still have time to grab a Sunny Pine after this beer mugs.
I love the beer mugs comment. Thank you very much, Matt Burgess, for your donation. Continued support. Very, very kind of you. Thank you very much indeed. Very, very kind of you. Yes, what's the time? We'll probably won't today because we're getting a little later. But tomorrow, we're actually going for a picnic tomorrow. Going for a picnic. And I'll no doubt put that towards our picnic lunch tomorrow. It's very generous of you. Thank you very much indeed. Right. Let's do it before takeoff. Checklist, so config we checked. Flaps we have 5.5 green light. Stab trim set for departure. 5.75 units set. It's more like it. Takeoff briefing there. So PAX auto bleeds on. V speeds are set for departure. 39, 40, 48 set. We're flying the Mokken 2 Echo. One more time for you, ladies and gentlemen. It is a real spaghetti Sid. Straight ahead, Golf Romeo, NDB, right turn, 218, correction, 177, until 11 DME. That's the initial turn, which is the important point. Stop climb, 8,000 feet, which is set. NADP2, so I will accelerate at 1,000 feet AGL. And speed restriction of 210 knots throughout that entire procedure. So when I bug up, I'll make sure it's 210 knots, no higher, until we pass waypoint Mokken. Hold short Bravo, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. So that's it. There is an engine out, Sid. In the event of an engine failure or a problem initial climb out, which affects climb performance, we'll be climbing straight ahead 1.3 DME from Dubrovnik, which is active this side, and making a right turn at 1.3 DME, and then we'll go outbound on the 182 radial from Dubrovnik after intercepting it until we get to 15 nautical miles on Dubrovnik, and we'll hold at 4,000 feet over the Adriatic. Try and work out what happens.
Alpaca 1 to Foxtrot, I've started my line. I have some issues with
Uh-oh. Cool, Chief Pilot, whoever that is.
Alpaca 1 to Foxtrot, did you copy again, please?
I restart my plan, I have some issues.
Tom Baldock, where can you average simplified acceleration altitude data for various airports? So NADP 1, 3,000 feet AGL, NADP 2, 1,000 feet AGL. Not to be confused with this height, this is the MFRA, this is the height at which we accelerate in the event of an engine failure, which is also typically the same height as most NADP 2 departures at which we accelerate with two engines.
Alpaca 67 negative, Mokken 5 Charlie.
Oh, okay, Mokken 5 Charlie, Alpaca 67.
Look at that departure though, superb. Straight away, your right turn. I'll get established on that right turn, overhead the Golf Romeo NDB, and then we'll do a flyby. Dual expect heavy traffic at Heraklion airspace. I know. One of my general rules is if I'm doing VACC events, don't make it 2 sector days. Just because it's a long enough flight it is, we've been streaming for 3 hours and we're going to be... line of weight behind departing traffic, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. Usually when it's very busy overload events, I only do the 1 sector because we're holding long enough, but so be it, I love doing it anyway. Right, we've been cleared to line up weight, confirmed read back Jim, thanks Jim, cleared line up weight. He's off in his Airbus. Oh no, LNF, TRA with the radar on. So, MCP is set, transponder TRA, strobe lights on, waiting for takeoff clearance. Usually Jim would have terrain radar on, but he's not here today. looking good.
Alpha 2 Alpha Bravo, contact Ader 123.6, bye bye.
123.6, have a nice evening, Alpha 2 Alpha.
So we have takeoff clearance, guys. Jim took the bank holiday weekend off. He did pad go in. Jill, you would have joined a flight, but it is 2 AM here. Woof. That is pretty late. Or early. What is the crossover point between too late and too early, I wonder? Tom, thanks Emma for a separate from acceleration altitude. Roger. They are two different heights. Today, like with most of them, the acceleration height which we book up is the same as this, because most of the time the MFRA is 1,000 feet AGL, which is also the point at which you accelerate for two engines on an NADP2. So you'll sometimes see I'll set an MFRAs and it won't be the same as the point at which we accelerate.
Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, runway 11 clear for takeoff, wind 040 degrees, 14 knots, variable between 010 and 080 degrees.
Runway 11 clear takeoff, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. So winds coming in from the left, variable, and different speeds there, so we'll anticipate that during the takeoff roll. There we are, Toga's in chat, let's go back to Heraklion. Stabilised, set takeoff first. 94.7. Takeoff thrust sets, indications low.
Deployed 5 Bravo, runway 11.
Checked, reasonable pressure.
V1, rotate.
There we are, so a little bit of left aileron, just to keep the wings level during the rotation. And we're
Positive rate.
gears coming up onto the flight directors.
$400.
That's LNAV. So we'll bug the up speed, which should be just below 210 knots, so bug up. Good today, but if you're very heavy, you might have to hold flat 1. 123.6, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, bye. There's the flight directors going down. Why is it not commanding a right turn? I don't know. We should be turning right now. Ignore the flight directors. Flaps 1. Why is it not turning right? Bug, perhaps here. There we go. I think it's finally catching up with itself. Flaps up. Bye, there we are. So we can go to the up speed, that's 2A8 knots, we're complying with that restriction. Sorry for the lack of flying past here. There we are. He's coming in. Oh, look at that with the sunset. Sweet. Well, it looks like we're finally inbound, but it did overshoot slightly. There's contact departures here as well. So we'll select VNAV, that will command 210 knots, and checking the departures here as well. Dubrovnik departures, hello, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo on a Mach-in 2 Echo, passing 4,800 for 8,000.
Hello again, Dubrovnik,
Flight level 200, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. So flight level 200 is set standard, and in VNAV 210 knots maximum. Passing 60 flight level 200 after takeoff. Check this. Gears off, brakes off.
Alright, Petsac, Alpaca 2 over Bravo.
Start switches off. That's already off. Air conditioning and pressurization. Diff pressure's 2.5, 500 feet per minute. Auto leads on, APU leads off. All in auto, AET. Set. East passengers in a bit of cloud, but 12 degrees. There we are. After takeoff, checklist complete. There we are. So outbound on the 177 radial from Dubrovnik. If we go over here to Jim, oh no, not over to Jim. I should have set 177, but it's no, I didn't really need to. It's not outbound from Dubrovnik. It's from Gruda. But when we make that left turn, the VOR with 330 active on my side should show us where we are. But you can see the tail of that needle as we go 177 is bang where we need it to be. So it's accurately flying in there on Earth now. Took a little bit though for that initial turn. Another flight past, I fear, is needed.
Packet 84 Charlie, passing 3,400, climbing 8,000.
There we are. So again, we're still restricted to that 210 knots. Okay, so we have to maintain that speed until ATC gives us a faster speed. So passing 108, flight level 200, we did a pre-cruise check. So fuel, 6 pumps, got 480 in a minute. Lights coming off. Engines off. Air conditioning pressurization again. We check 4.0 diff and set. These passengers in, recall, checks complete. Was that for me? That
Confirm 130.0, packet Alpha Bravo. Bye now.
Alpaca to Echo Romeo. Any chance direct to Petak?
Alpaca to Echo Romeo is to be direct Petak and by you to other traffic information.
Roger. So, very cheeky, but at the moment I'm continuing in the wrong direction. You never want to be flying.
Confirm clear level.
You never want to fly away from your destination. So, going to Petak, we're going to save fuel. Instead of flying 5 minutes in the wrong direction, burning. What is this? How much fuel here? We're burning best part of. Direct to Petak, confirm. Alpaca to Echo Romeo. Thank you. Excellent. There you are. So now, nice clearance. Gets rid of the speed restriction, so it's no longer applicable. Always looking for ways to save fuel. And on SIDs, if you're flying a SID in the climb, and you can get a shortcut, you get quite significant fuel savings because obviously we're burning a lot more fuel than we are in the cruise. So shortcuts on SIDs, where available, always applicable. One of the things we have to take into account in real life is terrain. So obviously, be aware of the terrain. You want to make sure you're above the MSA or the highest sector point. Otherwise, unless there's no radar, if there's no radar control, you can really get yourself into trouble. But yeah, where applicable, and terrain permitting, we always look for shortcuts like that. A common shortcut like that in Europe is Malaga. If you depart from runway 13, the SID has you do a 270-degree turn, but usually you can make a left turn, but you have to be very careful because the Sierra Nevada mountain range is just to the north. So you want to make sure you're above the MSA before accepting that shortcut. You can save a lot of time, about 5 minutes. We'll have a look at it, guys. We'll have a look at how much fuel we save by just turning. We probably saved 3 minutes here. What on earth is that on the ND?
Climb level 200, deployed 5 Bravo.
It's like a little white dot, an alien perhaps. Don't know. We'll see how much fuel we've saved just by taking that shortcut. Ah, no, he's doing it as well. What's that for me? It's very hard to understand this guy. I can barely read him. Sorry, Alpaca to Echo Romeo, that was unreadable. Just confirm the frequency.
130.0.
130.0. Alpaca to Echo Romeo. Thanks to the ATC, sir. Bye bye.
Alright.
Perfect. Adriatic Centre. Centre, good evening. Alpaca to Echo Romeo. Climbing flight level 200, direct to Petak. Request flight level 370.
Alpaca to Echo Romeo. Identified climb now, level 350.
Climb initially, flight level 350. Alpaca to Echo Romeo. 350 set. There we are, guys. Life, has that ever happened, is the question. Has anyone ever flown the wrong direction? Oh yeah, Life,
point 78, 76, sorry.
I think I've yet to do it, but sometimes it's not uncommon for an aircraft to, one of the most common reasons that happens is people misread their clearance. So, you know, we're Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, maybe there's an Alpaca 2 Romeo Echo on frequency. It shouldn't be, because airlines try and avoid similar call signs like that, but it can happen, and also between two airlines. And if ATC missed the readback and it's from a different aircraft, they think that's the correct instruction, so they start turning the heading or altitude. It's quite dangerous, it can be as simple as that. So if there's any doubt with the clearance, we always confirm. I think it's a reflection of a star. No, I don't think it's an alien. I think it's something to do with the sun behind us in the X-plane. But yeah, maybe the TCAS has picked up a UFO. Yeah, definitely, guys, definitely. I wonder what he's squawking. Look at him go. Aviation Ace, how would you rate the Flying Factor 757? I think it's their best product. Well, I said I've tried their others, but flew it last stream. It was nice. It's got a bit of a quirky FMS and VNAV. I think it's a little basic, but everything else seems really nicely well modelled. So yeah, I'd recommend it. Especially if you like the 7.5 and then you've got the 7.6 as well. I'd recommend it. I hope we haven't got any conspiracy theorists here with the UFOs and things like that.
We just realized that you were online, but we are told in position Alpha for runway 05, but at this time we can proceed with...
Hello LCFCHX, hello Captain, how can you leave the flight deck in flight? We are able to leave the flight deck, there are security procedures in place to allow us to use the toilet. We'll go in depth with what that is. Yeah, it's done. We just have to ensure that there's always two people in the flight deck at all times. Ever since the Euro wings, I'm sure you're all aware of what happened there. Or no, German wings, sorry, not Euro, it was German wings, wasn't it? The Jules flew from Eastminster to Baku today, delivering F1 equipment for the GP and A300, winds are gusting up to 34 on landing. Very cool. I did see that Baku had an event on today. I did sort of think about that. We haven't visited Baku yet. It's Azerbaijan, isn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong. But yes, we did an F1 based theme not too long ago. We took a BA146 F1 management team to Barcelona, which is pretty cool. For those of you who don't know, I run a second YouTube channel where we do some racing. I'm quite into my sim racing, as a lot of the members are as well. And I want to do a stream. We're going to Laguna Seca for our next Alpaca GT Series race. We did one yesterday, but I didn't stream it. Just did it with the members, just because I really fancied streaming last night. And it was good fun, and I'm already buzzing for Laguna Seca, our next race. I might do a stream based on going into Laguna Seca, but I know it's in the US, but excuse my lack of knowledge, I don't exactly know where it is without looking at a map. So I might base a stream on that. Dave Hagen, hello from Alpaca 14 Papa, flying over Tirana. You're in Albania airspace already. Don't know if I can see you yet. There you are, I should think that's you here.
Adira Flight 8 Foxtrot Delta, thanks, runway 05, redeem 3 Echo departure, squawk 5273.
I'm actually going to look at a map now of Laguna Seca. Corner Pages in California, very cool. I've just found it. Oh, it's actually not far from San Francisco. Now, what's the nearest airport to Laguna Seca? Where could we fly into if we did a stream there? Doesn't seem to be any airports nearby. Oh no, there is. What's this airport? Monterey Regional Airport. So that's very close to Laguna Seca. God, yeah, it's literally just down the Interstate 68.
Backtrack approved, we will call ready, Flight 8 Foxtrot.
Hawaii Hard Marston, Baku Series on sale for €10 at the moment on Orbex. Is that for X-Plane? Hawaii Marston. Ozsubs, is that how you pronounce it? Monterey? Yes. I should think if I asked now, would you guys like me to stream it to Monterey? I'm sure some of my US followers would like me to. Pronounced Monterey. Very good. BTDH, I've missed the start of the stream, but have you flown again in real life? I was meant to be flying today. Sort of some good, bad news. Bad news, I didn't get to go flying. The good news was I went to the sim a few days ago for a recurrency sim, just to get me current, and that satisfied the requirement for to not have to do a training flight. Now, I've been very fortunate with the fact that this period of winter, I've been able to still fly. I've been able to do some of these recency flights. For those of the guys who didn't get rostered those flights, they need to do line training, so they have to do sectors of a line training captain. So the fact that I've managed to do my flying, doing the ghost flights, the recency flights, that means I can go flying regular passengers straight away. So they gave up today, which was meant to be a training flight, what we call a 45-day training flight, to someone that needed it. Sorry, climb flight level 370, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. Yeah, I lost my flight today, which is a great shame. But next weekend, I've got 2 flights in a row, 2 days of flying in a row, and then looking towards mid-June, end of June, it's quite busy. Well, not like normal summer schedules, but 2 or 3 flights a block, or at least flying at least one day on my blocks I'm on, so it's really good.
132.375 for Alpaca 35.
Aviation Ace, if you don't mind me asking, what airline do you fly for? There's a very common question on the channel, Aviation Ace, of course. Most people are curious, but it's something I don't discuss, as my faithful moderator has come out and answered already, I think. Who said that? I think Nightbot did it automatically. Not sure. But, yes, operator lets me do this. They're well aware of what I do. I just choose not to discuss who I work for, because if you travel with said airline and have perhaps a negative experience, I don't want to have to discuss that with you on a public forum. So thank you very much for your understanding. Andy, going from Denver. Good shout, Andy. Should we do Denver to Monterey? That can't be too long. In the 300. I'll see if anyone is able to make a F1 or Alpaca GT Series GT3 car. Put it in the cargo hold. That would be super cool. Not the end of the world. Look at the traffic ahead. Going to Iraklion. We'll see the amount of arrivals going in shortly.
Roger.
Roger 6 November, request climb to
LCFC HX, are you interested in sim instructing and becoming a training captain? I was an SFI LCFC HX for 2.5 or just over 2 years at my operator before I became a captain. So when I started my channel 4 years ago, I just qualified as an SFI, and I actually returned to simming after a hiatus of a few years to sort of practice some non-normal situations or read some technical bits and have a cockpit to look at. And it was actually my partner Mariana's idea to make some videos to put on YouTube. I thought it was a ridiculous idea at the time, but they became very popular very quickly, and then someone said try doing a live stream, and the content switched from sort of making the tutorials to predominantly live streaming. I have started making some tutorials again. It's been around a couple of months now since doing that, but no, I would love to one day return to the training department as a TRI, so still training, but no vacancies at the moment, and we still have plenty of SFIs. Basically my old position, there's still plenty of those there. But training captain wise, I want more experience as a captain first. I've been a captain for 2 years, of which half of that time has been during the coronavirus pandemic, so my experience has been affected by that. Now, you know, being a relatively new captain, am I confident in operating the aircraft safely? Absolutely. Do I know the ops manual and rules? Yes, I do. But I want to have more exposure to those unusual situations as a captain before I expose myself to a training environment. Now, I have the minimum requirements to be a training captain, but at the moment it's a personal choice. I really want, hopefully, this summer, by the end of it, is normal, and then next year will be a normal full-on summer. I've done one full-on summer as a captain. 2 years ago was my first full-on year prior to the COVID pandemic. So I became a captain in March 2019 I became a captain, so that whole summer was fantastic, really busy, and I did my command upgrade during the winter, which I did on purpose, so I could be exposed to winter ops, de-icing, which you don't, in Europe, based in the UK, you don't get much exposure to, because in the UK, we very rarely get super cold winters where de-icing is required. Sometimes happens, but we're flying to the Canaries, Spain, where de-icing often isn't needed, based. So doing the command upgrade in the winter was brilliant. Got great exposure for the first time in a training environment, so if there was anything I was unsure about, I could confirm with the training captain. We could look at it together. Full year in my first base, transfer home, COVID pandemic. I mean, I'm going to look at my logbook now and tell you how many hours I've done the last year. It should tell me straight away. Usually I'd be doing 8 to 9, 750 to 900. But the last 12 months I have 209 hours in the 737. Flight time in 2021, 1 hour 20 minutes. so puts it in perspective. But yeah, looking forward to perhaps being LTC in the future. Great. Sorry, I got sidetracked again, but I know you guys like to have this sort of insight into what we kind of get up to then. Lauren, Gelpack, I lost my bag last time I flew with them. 0 out of 10 would not fly again. Brilliant. Anyway, I've been chatting too much. Look, bank angle 10 degrees. Look how quickly the sun is set. When you're flying sort of in this direction, eastbound, sun sets in the west. The sun sets very, very quickly. John, you could probably take the 146 and land on the main straight. Yeah, probably. Pangolin, did you enjoy the SFI position? Absolutely loved it. It was... I was torn between going straight to the command upgrade or becoming an SFI. And I didn't think I'd be cut out for it, if I'm honest. I applied because I was interested, went for the interview, and I got through, and I always thought, oh, I don't know if I'll go through to it. But my operator, they have a fantastic training department and a very transparent system, and they really promote the SFI position as a preparation to become a competent captain. So I went for the interview. It was probably, if I was to compare my training to become an SFI to doing the type rating, I'd put it as sort of equal difficulty. But the SFI training, it's very intensive. You're sort of introduced to how to teach. You're essentially a teacher, an instructor, so things like board work, how to write on a board, how to present, because each type rating session or sim session you have an hour and a half briefing where you're trying to probe the students and show them what the whole idea of what's behind the session. But you pick up that really quickly, and I was only going to do a year, and I did a year and absolutely loved it. And I learned more in my time as 2 years as an SFI as I ever did prior to becoming an SFI, which sounds a bit obvious. But people like you in chat ask these sort of tricky questions, and you look at them and you think, ooh, let's look at them together. So I learned so much above and beyond what's required as a line sort of standard, which obviously is a very high standard, but I learned all sort of quirky things, you know, repeating non-normal situations in the sim and seeing a flight crew of different experiences, a different experience approaching things differently. It was a real insight. I took some great pointers from guys twice, 4 or 5 times the amount of hours of it. I learned so much from them in the sim sessions and their recurrency training, and I said, oh, you know what, I'm going to do that if that happens to me. So there you go. Oh, 2 tons, Boz, you donated via Streamlabs, but it didn't trigger an activation. Oh, Boz, I am so sorry. And I know why. It's because I'm stupid. I turned the alert muted side off, but the alert box is still on. I am so sorry. I've actually missed a couple here, so I'll try again. Firstly, Mark King. Here it comes. Unbelievable. That's me, professional streaming here. Let's see if it reads out. Mark King, firstly, thank you very much for the £5.
From me also, thank you so much for the great streams. Hope to fly again soon.
Well, firstly, Mark King, I hope you're still here, and you know, I didn't ignore that. I'll DM you on Discord. I feel really guilty after that. Thank you very much. Only half the question was, half the comment was read. He said, me and Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, Mac decimal 77.
Roger, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, maintain decimal 77.
Maintain decimal 77, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. 7.
Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo, climb level 3.
Yeah, unfortunately, I missed that. I'd turned off the alerts muted side, but actually alert box was still closed, so that's why I didn't come up. Yeah, are you a real streamer? Brilliant. So thank you very much, Mark King. Me and Shaky heading back south with you for the return leg from me also. Thank you so much. Thank you both to yourself and Mark and Shaky, father and son team. Fantastic. Boz, here comes yours. I can repeat it.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Please read this one out. Stupid! I'll try it again. Sometimes it works if I do it again.
40, 30, 20, 10.
I hate you, Microsoft J. Boz, thank you so much for £5. Marianne would like to know what time the stream is over so she can plan dinner. I have no idea what time.
50,
That's
40,
not me.
30,
Is it? Oh my god, let's do
20,
it again.
10.
Around, I should be. Let's have a look here. This is good.
Marian would like to know what time the stream is over so she can plan dinner.
Make your mind up. It's going to read it out now. It's a bit broken at the moment. Thank you very much, Boz. That's very kind. Marianne, I could have walked downstairs and saved you a fiver to answer the question. 132375 Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. Thanks for the ATC set. Bye bye. What time? Let's have a look at the ETA. Let's take into account 20 minutes of holding. Yeah, 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Do you reckon that's too soon, guys? Is that going to be a lot of pressure on me? Boz, can you tell Marianne at 9 o'clock? Food on the table. I'm never like that, guys. It's very kind of her to offer. Unbelievable. Microsoft Susan has taken over. I don't know, I repeated it twice to see if it worked, and then it did it the third time on its own whilst talking to me. Unbelievable. 9 o'clock, please. We are.
3007 knots from way.
Boz, you spelled Mariana wrong, I know. Unbelievable. Oh, did I check in with these guys? No, I didn't. I was too busy chatting away. 132.
Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo, are you with me?
132375, perfect.
2 Alpha Bravo, hello sir, descend now, flight level 350, you're on the radar.
So flight level 350, Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo.
Radar, good evening, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, maintaining flight level 370, Pindo.
Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, Magellan radar, hello sir, report Mac number.
Sorry, Mac decimal 77, we were told to maintain Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo.
Thank you, reduce decimal 75, you're on the radar.
Decimal 75, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. Best tell Marianne at 10 past 9, ladies and gentlemen. 10 past 9. 75. Outrageous. Execute. Oh, what can we do? I need to stand up. I need to get blood to where it's supposed to be in my legs. These long streams. Oh, there we go. We'll start setting up for the approach in around 20 minutes or so, guys. There she is. So it's quite nice to stream today because I was actually meant to be at work anyway, so I've sort of replaced my first passenger flight this year with a stream.
Austrian 068, nothing further, Unicom 166.
Lauren will be holding a Heraklion for an hour now that we've said 9 o'clock. No, 10 past 9. Mark King, you were told to descend 400 miles away. Mark, did you see that I got your donation? I'm so sorry. It didn't come through straight away. Thank you very much anyway, buddy. They gave me a nudge. I'd accidentally left the alert box off. Being a professional streamer.
This is Connie, 2277 at Thessaloniki Cargo 17, requesting IFR clearance to run the Heathrow.
Simony Bob, different wingtip. Yes, we've got the skimmeter. I don't know how it's pronounced. John, investing in some sort of coffee machine for your office might be in order, or these epic streams. Thank you very much, John. I don't drink coffee though. Decaffeinated, very boring. If I really need it, Coke is what I usually drink.
Thank you very much. Clear to London Heathrow to Takeoff 3 Alpha departure.
ZIBO is desperate for this latest version of the ZIBO mod. 349.6.
Connect 2277, all correct. You're welcome, sir.
Connie, I thought I was close to descent for some reason. We are another hour, really, till touchdown with a little bit of a delay. So descent's about 35 minutes or so.
Okay, climb initially flight level 300.
Courage, based on your flights, do you recommend updating the 349.6? Yeah, I don't think I've had anything significantly happen. Departure, it was a bit late turning for that right turn. And what else? There was something else I did on the first flight. Little quirky things which you're always going to get. It's so hard to model it, but I stress this, guys, make sure when you update, back up your latest stable version, so if there are problems you can easily revert to it.
Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, Mac decimal 76 now.
76 Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. 9 for dinner.
Absolutely, apologies. 2 Tango Mike, Adria 130.01.
Thanks for the pronunciation correction corner page. Scimitar. We don't have a fitting, so I don't need to pronounce it. It's not written down in any of our manuals.
Now 125.125. Apples 125 to runner 2165.
Sleepy I'm sorry I joined late. Why aren't you flying in real life today? It's only about the 5th time I've explained it. I don't mind Sleepy. Yes, I told some of the guys in Discord I was flying today. It was meant to be a training flight today because I hadn't flown for a couple of months. However, I was in the sim last week. They put me in a sim instead, a recency sim, which basically refreshes you, and it gets rid of the requirement to have to do what we call it. It was just meant to be a flight for training captain. And because of that, they gave the flight to someone who actually needs training, because he hasn't flown this year, from what I was told by rostering. So that unfortunately meant I missed the flight. I got to go in the sim, which was good, which was to do my 3 takeoffs and landings. And they moved. Well, it didn't move. It just means my next flight was meant to be what was meant to be my second flight is going to be my first passenger flight. Is next weekend. Connie, does the training flight just involve a traffic pattern or more than that? Quite a bit more than that. We do 4 takeoffs and landings of increasing difficulty, so normal ILS, manually flown. We do a non-precision approach, a circle to land, wind shear escape, and go around.
Alpha Bravo, you able decimal 80?
Sleepy, destined to be a lifetime sim pilot, I know. Well, I've actually flown more than some people this year. I managed to do some of these recency flights. Wasn't for me, was that decimal 80? No, it can't be, there's traffic right ahead.
Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo, Magallanes.
2 Alpha Bravo. Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo?
Swiss 49 Charlie Zulu, Magallanes radar, hello sir, identified report back number.
And then they watched my Euro Truck Simulator stream and took away his keys to his car. Someone commented he was very critical of my driving, but liked the stream. I don't think he quite realises a bit in jest. I don't go out there trying to get fines on purpose, but obviously if I wanted to do it very properly, I'd just drive around everywhere very sensibly.
Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo.
Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo.
There's 2
Alpha Bravo, are you able to increase to decimal 80?
Ooh, we need to do a fuel check. Let's actually see if we saved any fuel by getting that shortcut on the SID.
Decimal 80, confirm for Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo.
2 Alpha Bravo, correct. So what's your maximum max number, your max speed?
Decimal 82 for 2 Alpha Bravo.
Fantastic, 81 would be fantastic.
There's Picos.
81 for 2 Alpha Bravo.
So 34 minutes, 33 minutes, Picos. Fuel use is important. Remember we took an extra 45 minutes of fuel, so about 1800 kilos on top of this. So 576065 we should have on board. We have 68, so you can already see then, right overhead Picos now, 2392.
Thank you. Are you able to increase eventually decimal 74?
So we've got 2.2, and we should have 2392. So it's about 200 kilos saved. That's a little more saved than we would, and that was the fact we got that early turn on the sit. And these sort of savings you see in real life with these sort of shortcuts. Very realistic.
Copy, thank you.
And Jules, well, on one stream you flipped the truck. Yes, that was the stream before ETS2. I will not be setting a stream 5 hours again in ETS2. As fun as it was, like really my back was knackered sat in that racing seat, the deck chair racing seat for 5 hours. So next one would be 2.5-ish. But I've really enjoyed that. I genuinely loved the ETS2 streams. I enjoyed playing that game.
Coming to 277, we are ready for engine start. We don't need to push back, we can just turn right and then proceed with exiting taxi. I'll call you back, standby 1.
Right, how much you brand to your bus when you save from fuel? Well, not much. But, you know, fuel for us isn't so much, you know, we love to save fuel, of course, but fuel for us is time. So, you never know what's around the corner. If you have any unexpected delay or the weather's forecast, any extra fuel is good. Anthony, 1323 at 1 hour. Can we download 49.6? I can't be that specific. ZIBO generally, when I'm testing a version, will release it after I've touched down or landed.
Eurowings 973, Magadoniana, hello, identify.
Christian, does your operator use RAS? Yes, we have RAS installed. Is it A2 MMO? Yes, you can go. Yeah, you don't want to routinely fly at A2 in the 737. It can, but any sort of turbulence or change of wind speed, you can easily exceed MMO.
79, welcome to the Hellenic. You can continue along Alpha 3, stand 2. Alpha 3, stand 2 at the end of the night.
Back of Greece. Fence coming up. That's our alternates.
Express 191 cruising at 370 inbound people. Express 191, hello.
Brando, is there a difference in the N1 limits with the AQ bleed turned off? Now, in the planning stage, Brando, when you're looking at the calculated N1 based off your select D rate or assumed temperature, the N1 figure will change based off the AQ bleed demands on the packs. So if the duct pressure increases, you'll notice the change, and in the ZIBO mod as well, that is modelled. But what the difference is you're looking for 0.8 between 26k for LED rate 2224 is 0.7 if you take an assumed temperature 0.6.
5 Bravo, contact Athens 129675. Bravo, A firm, Athens 129675.
129675 for Alpaca 35 Bravo.
Cool.
Alpaca 14 Papa, contact Athens 129675. Bye.
It's amazing actually, streaming now for what, 2.5 years. I remember when I first did my first ever 4-hour stream, we did a flight from Bristol to the Canary Islands to Lanzarote. It was the first ever stream I'd done, it was 4 hours. I was exhausted afterwards. Now I can sort of, we're at 4 hours now and I feel fine. I'm sort of really acclimatised to streaming. Time goes so quickly when I'm doing it as well. So that's a sign I'm enjoying it.
2277, apologies. Engine startup is approved.
So
1013 approved. Engine start. Thank you very much. You're welcome. It's crazy. Sorry. No, don't worry.
RNAV approach again. Got a VOR approach again. We'll be using LNAV and VNAV regardless. So I'll stick with the RNAV.
Athens 129675.
So it'll be really interesting to see how they deal with this. I don't know if they have radar here. I think they do.
279, thanks for the service and the excellent touch and calibrating.
I hate it when they're all in the wrong order. Delete them all now. I hate when I do that.
Macedonia Radar, good evening, Lufthansa 129, 6 flight over 350 and 1 Hitler.
An overview of all arrivals.
Hello, Macedonia Radar,
So again, Zavi 1 Alpha. Or Zavis 1 Alpha. On Alpha, approach. Runway 27.
Alpaca to Echo Romeo, monitor Athens, frequency 129675.
Monitor 129 at 675. Alpaca to Echo Romeo. Bye. So that means
Alpaca 84.
tune in and just wait. Someone will hopefully contact us. We'll give them a couple minutes. If no one contacts us, we'll check in ourselves. Unusual. Definitely got the right frequency. 129 is 675. Yes.
463, you are with Athena Radar.
Cool. So I've got everything ready for the approach.
Clear to land runway 24, wind.
I'll start setting up very shortly.
Wind is calm.
I better actually check the NOTAMs in Heraklion. You guys are so on the ball, you'll say, but you didn't check NOTAMs. And I was like, oh, okay. Let's have a look here.
17100, Romeo, contact 125.2 for your request.
Long stay over 3 hours, not permitted, okay. Certain departures not authorised. Certain departures not authorised. Takeoff not authorised. So much stuff not applicable to us. Goodness me. Certain arrivals. Well, they're all, it's all SIDS. All SIDS that are not authorised. And certain lighting is inoperative for runway 27. So you've got to be very careful. Fine today, weather's fine, but when lights become inoperative on the approach, it can affect the minimum RVR required. So you have your RVR required on the approach. So here, RNAV approach, runway 27. But if certain lights are inoperative, it can increase the minimum RVR required. We have tables in our ops manual to check that. It says the high RTL's lighting. All the acronyms are different to what you expect. Look in the ops manual. Oh, it's the approach end of runway. So these lights won't affect the minimums, I'm pretty sure off the top of my head. So the runway end lights are not working. The RTIL rapid edge. The acronyms is all different.
And November 1127, contact Adria 130.10.
So I'm going to have to check it in a second anyway. But yeah, the runway edge lights, no, the runway end lights, the red lights you see at the end of the runway are inoperative in real life until the 2nd of June. So it's confusing. He told me to monitor this frequency. Do I check in? Well, not usually when it says monitor, but usually they acknowledge you in a minute or so, say, yeah, are you here?
Good evening to Jet for Whiskey, flight with Retexterium Bon Palace.
To Jet 94, Whiskey Athens, radar contact.
Athens, control, Kalispera, this is Connie 2277, we're at Thessaloniki and we're ready to taxi facing Foxtrot 7 for runway 34, thank you.
2277, taxi runway 34, report ready.
Taxi 34, we're ready, thank you, Connie 2277.
EJ4S runway threshold identification light systems. That's a mouthful. Thank you. But that should not affect your landing minimum. So things like certain failed or downgraded equipment usually affects auto lands. So for example, centerline lighting. If you fly a Cat 3A, the RVR increases 300 meters in the day, 400 meters at night. touchdown zone lights, I don't think affect Cat 3A. I think the RVR might increase slightly, but again, off the top of my head, don't know. We have tables which basically tell you what happens to your minima, your landing minima if it's downgraded. Someone's got their transmit button stuck down. I better check in with this guy because he's not said anything. Athena, hello, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. Athena, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, flight level 370, exhaust key back decimal 76.
Radar contact 3 Echo Romeo, Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo, check your mics.
Yeah, so it did say monitor the frequency, but you know, I've checked in here, no one's spoken to me, so it's always worthwhile checking with him, especially in real life. You don't want to have someone come up and intercept you with loss of comms. Andy, it's my go-to aircraft FATSIM now, or does it get flown offline? Yes, you're always flying the tow list, I think, aren't you? So that does have incredible FPS. When we did across the pond in the AC-21, I was getting like 130 FPS over the Atlantic. It was crazy.
1002, hello, the radar contact.
Might start seeing offensive approach here.
50, 40, 30,
Tim.
20, 10.
I always say no more donations, but you always donate. Jesus, Tim, thank you.
Excellent as per usual.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot, Tim, for £20 for continued support as a member. One of the longest members on the channel, ladies and gentlemen. He's always coming, not as a member, donating. Which I keep telling him not to do. But he doesn't listen. Don't want to say. Thanks, man. That's more picnic food for Mario tomorrow. Thanks, buddy. Nice chatting to you earlier on VC as well. Right, anyway, as I was saying, this is very funky music. I feel like I've just won a race or something. I tell you what, if I ever win an Alpaca GT Series race, which I don't think will ever happen as long as Toby is racing, I'll play that music. Right.
Easy 1798, in position.
250 below 100s.
We are inbound to airfield, just over airfield to Easy 1798.
Okay, I found you, Easy 1798, descent when ready,
Very sure that they say I found you on the radar control.
Descent flight level 1301, right Easy 1798.
Radar control.
Rigid 5 to 6, request descent. Rigid 5 to 6, descent flight level 250. Descent flight level 250 to rigid 5 to 6.
This is the 5 Mike Alpha, request taxi.
França 5 Mike Alpha, taxi runway.
Forecast winds are in. QNH. Look at the metal here on my
to runway 34, backtrack and reporting when ready, look at the 5 Mike Alpha.
Just refreshing. Andy, you flew the ZIBO on the last one was only group flight, but no clouds and great FPS. Yeah, they make a big difference, clouds and X-Men have. That's for sure. Oh wow, the weather in Heraklion this evening. No winds, 10k, fewer 8,000, 18 degrees, 1013. It's basically like an ice a day. That's perfect.
So, let's go right in.
Radar Alpaca 35 Bravo, request descent.
Alpaca 35 Bravo, for your request, contact 125.2.
125.2, Alpaca 35 Bravo.
Pictures are in. Here's our arrival. So, expecting a Zavis 1 Alpha from the north. Well, the east, for our point here. So, yeah, sort of a bit of a interesting arrival. Be really interested to see how they cater for this amount of traffic. This airport will not be how many arrivals inbound at the moment? It won't be. This airport isn't designed for this. So it'll be really interesting to see how they're going to deal with this. So we're going from Zavis to India Romeo 28 Alpha. LS8 over Crete, very high, 10,200, so bear that in mind. So if we don't get vectors, a couple of green circles here, there's a little bug. I should think that's to do with the decel point for 250 below 100, so you can see, look, 284, 275, 232. Slight bug. They should be exactly on the magenta line, and they should say decel. So after India Romeo 28 Alpha, we're going all the way to Gonzo. Now, anticipating holding, okay? Very busy VACC event here. This is the only published hold I think they have. So they'll hold you between 150 and 3,000 feet. Now, what I usually do is sort of cater for a little shortcut. So from Gonzo, probably direct to the centre fix or a waypoint on the extended centre line. Not going to do that today. The reason is the amount of arrivals in here is going to be significant, very busy. So, anticipating holding at Gonzo, I'm going to bring the speed back at the initial approach fix to no less than 220 knots.
5 to 6, contact
so if we're holding, we'll just enter the hold at Gonzo, 220 knots. Go from there. Now from Gonzo, that's the arrival. We'll use 1088 here. Just turn up the lighting.
556 right here.
Active. So the star is based off the Iraklion VOR, holding at Gonzo, 12 miles away, basically, off that radial. I saw they didn't give me a star. Okay. Might be just via Zavis and your flight plan then. But if we are expecting holding, probably going to stick us at Gonzo, and then from Gonzo there is a procedural approach,
40,
goes
30,
left and right,
20,
basically.
10.
Sleepy Lab, thank you very much for your $10, very kind of you.
I just passed 24 months. I think that makes this my third longest relationship.
Does that mean you get your little emoji, Sleepy Lab? You've just recently rejoined as a member. Thank you very much for your 2 years as a member of the channel. I think that's what you're referring to. Very kind for your continued support and donation. Never required by the members. I'll finish the sentence because Microsoft USJ never finishes it. We should feel both honoured. We should both feel honoured. Thanks for all the great content. That's very kind of you, Sleepy Lab. Thank you very much for your donation. Continued support and also reaching guessing the 2-year membership line, so thank you very much for everything there, Sleepy Lab. Very, very kind indeed. Sweet. Crazy. Got a lot of members that have been coming a member for 2 years now. I can't believe it's been going for that long. Thanks to all of you. Regular viewers as well, of course, for your contributions. Right, so let's carry on with the rest of this briefing.
What is your position?
Sort of get a double into the view here.
48.
So there's Gonzo, 3,000 feet or above, and then inbound to India Romeo 402. We then got to bring the speed all the way back to 185 knots or below. So that's for the procedure. We'll make sure it's flat-fired by that point. I'll be dragging it in then, and then it's another right, left turn inbound to India Romeo 401, and that is on the extended centre line. Its initial fix, max 185 knots. And then we're going to India Romeo 400, which is the final approach fix, 2,000 feet, so we'll make that a hard altitude. And, okay, 3.4 degrees. For those of you guys who have been watching my streams quite a lot, what have we got to anticipate with this 3.4 degree approach? We always discuss these sort of threats and how we would cater for these in the briefing situation. What could I do, perhaps prior to India Romeo 400 to ensure that the speed's under control, as an option, of course. Only LNAV minimum available. That means you can still use VNAV. But LNAV VNAV, you have to use VNAV, but you could use vertical speed if you wanted to. We do need to add the 40 feet correction, so 870.
Thanks very much for the question. Radar, that's again 2525.
870.
Flight level 350.
Yeah. Ice fire. Open window increases drag, not sure. Flap 15, not quite Listerman, but there's another flap setting we could use between flap 5 and 15. Put out the air stairs, earlier flaps, flap 60 said that. More speed for the approach this shot.
Bravo, contact 125
No. Very good.
Packet Alpha Bravo, do you hit?
2 Alpha Bravo. 3.4 degrees then. We'll anticipate that by using, as Hakan Al-Offison says, flap 10. Now, I'm not necessarily going to use flap 10, but it's worthwhile when you're briefing highlighting this, because ZIBO, excellent, just like with the real aircraft, is programmed a steeper approach to allow for that steeper approach there. The PAPIs as well, it's worthwhile checking the PAPI angle, because they might not be necessarily the same. They're not. So 3 degree PAPI angle, but the approach is 3.4 degree. So what you're possibly going to see on the approach is 3 whites, maybe 4 whites if you fly this approach all the way in. So that is a common threat you have to be aware of. So 870 is the minimums. RVR required is 2,400 meters. Beautiful evening there. We've checked all the waypoints, passing the FAF. Remember the missed approach attitude? You can set 1,000 feet AGL here. Look, it's 748, so it'll be okay today. If I have to go around, I'll push Toga, go around flat 15, set ground for us, positive ready climb, gear up 400 feet LNAV, and it says turn right, max 185 knots, runway 27, direct to India Romeo 700, and India Romeo 700, make a right turn, proceed to Gonzo, climb 3000, hold at Gonzo, or as directed, so there we are. Avoid crossing final approach track unless instructed due to mountainous area, so yeah, don't venture south, especially at night. In IMC. There we are, that's the approach briefing completed. We then discussed how we're going to fly it, so flap 1, flap 5, probably anticipate extra drag required, flap 7 profile, so flap 10. Get out flat 15, we'll probably aim for 4 or 5 miles. Take my fixed ones in. Yeah, 4 miles should be okay, I might anticipate configuring a little bit earlier. And that's it, we briefed the missed approach. Let's have a look at the landing performance then. Lovely evening, runway 27 then, 2,714 metres. So for the line slope, whips 45.
Lufthansa 1296, requesting 5 minutes out of cockpit. Lufthansa 1296, roger. Thanks.
Runway 27 dry, surface winds calm. It was 18 degrees.
Line F567, contact
QNH
125
1013. Should be okay with flat 30. Decimal 76, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo.
Roger, contact 125 decimal 2.
What was that frequency? 125 decimal 2 confirmed?
Correct.
Hi. 1252. That was a bit naughty radio there, you should always say your call sign. 1013 just before I check in. Just to complete the landing performance. So 5.2, plenty of gas. I think it was 2.9 for Athens. So that's at least, we're talking at least 45 minutes of holding fuel. That's great. Check our landing weight then. Going to burn another 700 kilos, 63.3. Flat 30. Let's have a look here. 63.3. Okay, flat 30 on a break 3 should work. Vacating it's Charlie Bravo Alpha. If we can take Charlie, that's fine. We've got the other 2 available as well. Excellent!
Alpaca 35 Bravo, stop flight 170.
Briefing complete prior to top of descent for a change. There we go.
Ryanair 3 X-ray Quebec.
Lauren, in the Airbus we have track flight path angles so you can set 3.4 descent. How do you ensure you flew 3.4 degrees in the 737 without VNAV guidance, which you have to do the math and convert to vertical speed? You don't need to worry about that, Lauren. Pilots are pretty dumb. You don't need to work out what vertical speed you need to fly. It's all based off your ground speed, you don't need to get a calculator out. So you just have your descent angle on the chart, watch your ground speed, and you set that on the vertical speed window. That's all you need to do. And then as you go down, you do height checks to make sure that you're following it down. So if you're at 5 miles and we were at 2,200, slightly increase that rate of descent. If we're at 4 miles and we're at 1,300, reduce that rate of descent. So that's how we do it. We don't use flight path angle. If it's not coded, we use vertical speed.
You're welcome. Air France 1002 on conversion, speed 260 knots.
On conversion 260 knots.
I've drank nearly a litre and a half of water during this trip.
Ryanair 3 X-ray Quebec, re-cleared flight level 110. Are you able to increase speed?
Okay, we will descend to flight level 110 and from we are able to increase the exact flight.
Okay, thank you very much. Alpaca 1-4 Papa, when ready, descend flight level 130.
Lauren, so in essence it's a guess and a check. Well, it's not a guess, Lauren. No guessing. It's written down. It'll tell you what rate of descent you need to fly. And then you check it and adjust. No guessing.
Oh, correction. On conversion, speed 260 knots.
Busy. Still trying to check in.
Stepping on each other there, gents. Was that speedbird 212?
Yes, speedbird 212 with you. Flight level 130 inbound near me.
Okay, speedbird 212 climb.
Speedbird.
Flight level 260, expect higher short lane.
We climb 260, expect higher short lane.
Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, you with me?
A-firm, flight level 370, inbound to Gendo, Mach decimal 76.
Flight identified.
Perfect. Just like controllers, sometimes if you're trying to check in, they can see you on your screen and they'll get
Condor
to you.
2 Alpha Echo, Iraklion radar,
cool.
123975. Bye-bye.
123975, bye.
Connie, also, what altitude do you switch to 299 at 2 for altimeter? Is that the transition altitude? So, big debate with this one. Well, not really a debate. Over here in Europe, the transition altitudes and levels are much lower than in the United States. In the United States, they're universally 18,000 feet, I believe. In Europe, they're typically 5,000 or 6,000.
Climb flight level 180.
At my operator, we don't really take into account the position.
To avoid, stop climb flight level 160.
We, on the climb and descent, immediately set standards or QNH when we're being cleared to an altitude or a flight level, respectively. That is just part of our SOP and procedure. If we're then immediately told to stop at an altitude prior to reaching it, we just reset the QNH.
2 Alpha Bravo, you ready to descend?
At 2 tons, you've got 10 to go in the 500, going to watch that for a bit. Absolutely 2 tons. I cannot blame you at all. That sounds very exciting. Is there any F1 drivers racing in the Indy 500?
Identified.
Lawrence on a frequency absolutely causing carnage, I heard.
For Charlie.
Makes me, sometimes I miss them when I'm busy streaming. So I've got a bit of capacity to you guys in chat.
Identified at radar. Open mic.
Oh yeah, someone
Hot
has.
mic.
Who's got the open mic?
Fantastic. 2 Alpha Bravo, descend now, flight level 1, trees, apologies for delay.
Someone's transmitting on the frequency. I can see on the
Alpha
X
2 Alpha Bravo, descend flight level 130. Thank you. 2 Alpha Bravo on conversion, reduce speed 260 knots. KLM 178, increase speed 280 knots, please. A hot mic, someone is transmitting on the frequency.
So can...
Thanks, gents, and Adrian 34, Athena, correct. Athena now 129.
Quite interesting. I presumed a VATSIM controller would be able to see who's transmitting.
Okay, good. So, KLM 178, did you copy speed 280 knots?
Increase speed 280 knots, KLM 178.
And for the Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo, there was speed 260 knots on conversion.
2 Alpha Bravo.
Okay, speed with 212, thanks for your patience. You may proceed direct.
Traffic 2,000 feet below us, so he's actually quite close.
Romeo, climb flight level
yeah, look, that's very close. Should be a bit more spacing between us if we're going to the same airport here.
You're welcome, sir. Have a good one.
You can hear the typing. Yeah, he is. He's typing the instructions to anyone that's not listening.
Fine, enjoy the landing.
123.975, thank you,
So that's our fixed rating, approximately where our top descent point is. It's slightly beyond that, because remember that arrival was a little bit crooked.
Station's got it.
So we'll follow that one. See how many arrivals we've got then coming in.
KLM09, report your position, please. KLM09, I have you. My apologies. Descend at flight level 150.
Oh yeah, looks like holding, potentially. Seems to be doing a good job. 40 arrivals, wow.
Descend flight level 110 on
of which a substantial amount is coming in from Going in from Dubrovnik, we've really added to their workload. Sometimes I feel really sorry for these guys. It's sort of really casual VACC events, then we turn up.
774
20 of us in
radar
tow.
hellos are identified. Final level requesting.
Flight number 380, United States 774.
I'm flight level 380 for 774.
Timing 380 is 774.
Hello, Thompson 49 Charlie Zulu, flight 350.
Thompson 49 Charlie Zulu Athens, radar hellos are identified.
About 4 hours 20
report back
streaming.
number for the top Swiss.
Yeah, usually an hour flight time each way is sort of the limit. A little bit of an exception today.
49 Charlie Zulu.
Copy 78, reduce please decimal 76 for the top Swiss. Break Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo, stop descent, flight level 250.
Uh-oh.
Stop descent, flight level 250, Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo.
Kilo 178, reduce speed now, 240 knots.
240 knots,
Alistamid,
and control, Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo, ready at jet, please.
reading and writing the
Alpha
cruise
Bravo,
while they
read
read
you.
the light on the dome. Is it in the ZIBO mod? Yeah, we actually use this light quite a bit. And then the controls for that light are just here. It's not modelled, so
Ryanair 3 X-ray Quebec, Iraklion Director 1239.
it's called map light. So you pull that up and then rotate it, and then we use that map at night to read a book or a tech log, or you want to read.
Confirm that was for 3 X-ray Quebec.
Hey, firm, sir.
123975 for 3 X-ray Quebec, just a bite.
Kilo 175, make a left turn
Yeah,
on
well,
a
since we've
heading
done a
of
night flight,
105
a nighttime
separation.
approach. Can't remember. Obviously, it's still bright here in the UK, but with that far east, it's
Hey, firm,
it's about an
Kilo
hour.
178, make a left turn heading 090.
The chart that works, does it?
And Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo, right turn heading 180 for separation.
Oh yeah.
Right turn heading 180 for separation, Alpaca 2
It's
Alpha
not
Bravo.
actually doing anything.
Athena Radar, good evening, Olympic 15 Bravo, climbing
Seems
to
to be,
flight
it's
level
modelled, yeah,
180.
the knob's rotating, but that would be this light here.
Big 15 Bravo,
The 737 is from a day where iPads didn't exist,
180 now.
so we used to put the charts,
Climbing flight
we
level
all have these
180.
iPad stands
Olympic
now,
15 Bravo.
but before that you'll see there's a clip, and then we used to just put the charts there, the paper charts, and then you'd obviously turn the chart light on at night to read
And
it.
a 567 descent, flight level 130.
What, the map light turned on?
567 on conversion, speed 260
Yeah,
knots.
map light's not working, but
Alpaca 2 break, Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo,
Can I pull it
flight
then?
level 130.
Set flight level
I don't
130,
know if you'd have
Alpaca
to
2
pull it,
Alpha
but you can only rotate it, it doesn't seem to be doing anything.
Kilo 175, right by 5 degrees.
It illuminated the yoke.
right for factory,
Alpaca 14 Papa, Heraklion radar 13975, bye.
Might request descent then, we shall.
KLM 09, reduce speed to 250 knots.
Everything has been up to 250 knots.
KLM 09, stop descent, flight level
Nice
130,
traffic ahead
contact
anyway.
Iraklion radar
No,
now
look at the
on
ceiling, the map light's
123975.
illuminated. Oh yeah.
Stop descent at
Oh, yeah.
130 over to radar 132.
But is that the chart light that turned that on?
Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo on navigation.
Yeah, that's not correct.
navigation.
That's the map light. The chart light, this is not correct.
Navigation to
That should be the map light that controls that light.
KLM 17 Bravo, right heading 230.
The chart light is... Ugh. Well, that's the dome. There.
KLM
Can't see it.
178, correction 178.
There's a
make
light back
right
here for the
turn on a
charts, but no,
heading
that's
of
incorrect. The
13,
chart light is
correction
controlling the
220.
map light at the moment in the ZIBO mod. Yeah, that is right. I can't get in here trying to contact ATC for descent.
Eurowings 973, Athena radar
That's
hellos
only
are
Julie
identified.
And then you can rotate it on the actual, you can actually rotate that to control the sort of size. Very cool.
About 36 Lima, good evening, sir, identified. Climb flight level 160, expect high shortly.
Captain Friends, reset MCV altitude. I'm trying to, I need to request descent first.
Kilo 17 Bravo, sir, make a right turn now, heading 200, please. Request descent.
going to request it because he's trying to A, contact someone, B, someone else just requested descent. I'm under a speed restriction. Usually I'd be slowing down to you know, remove energy from the aircraft, but I can't. I'm under speed restriction.
Standby 1. Topswiss 84 Charlie, confirm.
Topswiss 49 Charlie,
Athena radar, reader 248, request descent. Standby 1.
Oh dear.
Topswiss,
we're going to Cairo, ladies and gentlemen.
Reader 248, inbound Legpo, 100 miles, flight level 340, request descent. Standby 1, I'm looking for the Topswiss, one by one please, one by one. Topswiss 49 in Charlie, I see you. Topswiss 49
so
in Charlie.
So we're getting very high now.
Level 310.
100 miles to go, rate 370.
Level 310.
It's going to be a long night. Oh, I know, Jeno.
Alpha 2 Alpha Bravo, Iraklion radar 123975.
123975, Alpha 2 Alpha Bravo. Have a nice evening, sir. Bye-bye.
Kilo 175, O navigation Kiwis. Kilo 178, O navigation Kiwis. Descent
we need to
level
go down.
150.
Look, you can see the traffic below us. That's where we're meant to be.
O navigation Kiwis. Descent now, flight level 150.
Navigation Kiwis and that's flight level 150.
Kilo 178, and confirm you're maintaining speed 240 knots.
Present, speed 240 knots.
Good.
Okay, so increase speed to
and
250 knots.
H1302, that's actually a really good idea.
250 knots.
Anyone else looking for descent?
Alpaca to Echo Romeo.
Fantastic, 2 Echo Romeo descent now, flight level 150.
So flight level 150, any speed on transition?
Speed 260 on transition, correction, speed 250 on transition.
250, that's Alpaca to Echo Romeo, thank you. So 150 is set. 250 knots, we're going to go straight to, so we're already, you know, sort of transitioned. And look at that, we've almost maxed out VNAV. 9999 is as far as it can go, so...
There's a 248, request descent, sir.
Right, 99999, it's maxed out, we can't do anything about that.
Standby 1, so I hear you, give me 1 second.
So, we'll use a bit of speed brake at 250, and that profile will slowly come back. I anticipate delay in holding, so is it the end of the world? No, because we're not going to get straight in with the how busy that event is, but this has happened.
Station's calling me with 248.
This seems like, obviously,
248, sir.
very busy. This can happen in real life. I've had it where we've been held that high for so long, you know, VNAV's set like 15,000 feet high, and then we've actually had to get delayed vectors, just because AC was that saturated, it was so busy. You can already see, look, that's where we should be. We've got an aircraft just down below us.
Thank you, sir.
He's probably perfectly on profile.
Okay, EasyJet 2, correction, EasyJet 36, Lima looking
there's
for
another aircraft here.
Now climb flight level 360.
There it is. And another one here, and another aircraft here and here.
Alpine, correct, Alpine, my apologies. Climb flight level 360 and left 20 degrees for
speed brake
separation.
250, nothing we can do. This is the best we can. And if we need to lose height, we can actually get there.
Okay, KLM 178,
very,
left,
very busy.
turn heading 110 for separation.
It's going to be 2 5-hour streams, I've done it already.
Ryanair 567 right, turn heading 200 for separation.
Taylor, is there a link to all the liveries anywhere? They are stored on the Discord, but you don't need to be a member to grab them. If you are interested in any of my live streams liveries, keep an eye on the chat, because as you know, people bring the command up there, and usually at the start of the stream, people are putting the command in to download the livery, so that's the best way if you're not a member to grab them. If you are interested in becoming a member, of course, there are unique perks associated with that. I try my absolute best to provide more content for the members. I think I do a reasonably good job of that. But that is obviously up to you. I really don't like it's there if you're interested.
178.
2 turns 5 hours, but less stressful than the ETS2 stream. Well, that was stressful because I didn't know how long it was going to be.
Alpaca, I've left you slightly high, I'm afraid. Left heading 090 now.
Which Alpaca?
That's a very good question. Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, left heading 090. I think I'm losing my mind.
Left 090, you're doing a great job for Alpaca Echo Romeo.
Thank you very much.
Perfect, 25 degrees. So when he said very high, just alpaca, I was pretty sure we were the one that was straying from the herd, we should say. That's going to help with our profile.
675, bye-bye. Okay, KLM 178, I need you to turn right now on a heading of 212. 212.
So keep the seat brake extended, that will assist with our profile.
Heading 200, KLM 178.
KLM 178, contact Iraklion radar with your heading.
Parking radar with heading altitude, that's 123.975 to KLM 178.
Top Swiss 49 Charlie Zulu descent now, flight level 110.
Connie, any reviews on Aveo? I don't think I'm ready for something that's all strict and stuff like vACC yet. I think Aveo is very similar to vACC, so if you're, you know, it's not strict, Connie. We're vACC and Aveo are just wanting to replicate realistic ATC. So it obviously sounds quite intensive to anyone that's new and a lot to learn, but take baby steps. You know, for your first vACC event, I wouldn't recommend doing an overload for an event, for example. But ATC is not always, it's always online, you know, not necessarily vACC events. Go somewhere really quiet, take your time, ask the questions. But Aveo vACC, would I recommend Aveo? Absolutely, I've never used it, but I know it's exactly the same as vACC. I just used vACC because that was the one I chose when I started streaming online.
2 Echo Romeo, right turn, heading to Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, right turn at 220.
Riding 220 degrees, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. Excellent, that's really helped with our profile. Look, that's almost halved it, so we'll just update it direct to Zavis again.
Left turn 100, Alpaca 84 Charlie.
Top Swiss 49 Charlie Zulu, left heading 090 degrees.
Turn heading 090, Top Swiss 49 Charlie 090.
Egypt Air 7732 Athens 129675. Egypt Air 7732 Athens radar 129675.
This one doesn't have the aircraft logo.
Apologies, CedarJet 7732 Athens 129675.
Level up or some standby mod. I think everyone's seeing these instruments and thinking I'm flying this level up thing, which I've heard of, but no, this is the ZIBO mod. I only fly ZIBO.
Tekram, absolutely. Sorry, take care.
I don't know what level up is. I think level up is basically like the ZIBO mod, but other variants of the 737NG. But I know it's built off the ZIBO mod. I only talk to the ZIBO, the one and only.
Echo Romeo, Iraklion radar 123975. Bye bye.
123975. Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. Good luck, sir.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo, descent flight level 80.
Descent flight level 80, Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo.
Approach Ryanair 2453, we did a go round and we're inbound India Romeo 700 and then Gonzo to take up the hold.
Very professional, very nice radio. Brando, why did you set MDA instead of a DA for this approach? Because we're using LNAV minima, and this is technically it's a non-precision approach as per the fact it's an MDA. You know, this is what we're using. It does say DA MDA, but this is a JEPI chart thing. It is an MDA, so we add 40 feet because there's an MDA. We can't descend below that altitude in the event of a go around. Or if it's, you know, if we're an IMC, we must not go below the MDA, which is why we had that 40 feet. Right, try and check in now. I'm going to get rid of that speed brake. I know we're still 1,000 feet high, but I don't anticipate a straight-in approach. Fuel's good.
Alpaca 1 for Papa, right heading 260, vectoring.
Yeah, vectoring.
Alpaca 2 Alpha Bravo, turn left heading 160, descend 6,000.
So, Athens, we also got another alternative. So, go all the way down to 2 tons to divert to Hania, so we don't necessarily go to Athens. So, if we base it initially off 2.8.
Ryanair 567 under the whole gas published at Gonzo, descent flight level 100.
Heraklion approach, hello, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, descending flight level 150, radar heading 220 degrees, speed 250 knots.
Alpaca Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, hello, Iraklion radar identified, info kilo, expect RNAV 27, proceed direct Gonzo.
Go to Gonzo for the RNAV 27, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. Direct to Gonzo.
KLM 09, turn right heading 180.
Execute.
Right heading 180.
LNAV available, LNAV's engaged. Okay. Approaching
Alpaca
150,
14 Papa, able to proceed
which is our
direct
cleared
India
level,
Romeo
so there's no point in starting to
400
descend quickly because we're about to level off. And again, we're under speed restrictions, so it's horrible in these situations where you get high and you can't bring the speed back because you're under speed restrictions, so it limits your ability to sort of manage the energy.
You should have India Romeo 400, 401 or 402.
Uh-oh. Someone's having a nightmare.
Alpaca 12 for Bravo, descend 4000.
Descend 4000, Alpaca 12 for Bravo.
Rhino 3 X-ray Quebec.
Critical ZIBO have new standby instruments, it will be. I am hoping he updates it tonight.
0850 for Rhino 3 X-ray Quebec. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. GN 305, turn right heading 140.
Well, we haven't actually done an ILS, so I couldn't use the standby approach mode. I haven't done anything
Alpaca
like
2
this.
Echo Romeo, proceed direct to Gonzo, expect holding over Gonzo, flight level 150.
Direct Gonzo, expecting hold, flight level 150, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. Well, there you go, so we don't need to worry so much
Alpaca 1
about
full Papa, clear for the RNAV.
So, Gonzo expecting holding. It is 2... It doesn't actually just know.
You should have
Clear
runway
there,
side
233, it is clear on this one. 233 right hand turns, no distance, so it'll be a time, probably a minute and a half. Hold 233,
heading 300.
and it is right hand turns. And hello, Jack.
Alpaca 12 for Bravo, reduce speed to 210.
Oh, that's really confusing because it's the missed approach hold, that's why that's
Ryder
there.
567, descent flight level 80.
Minute and a half legs, and I'm saying 233 already. 233.
KLM 178, enter the hold at Gonzo as published, descent flight level 100.
Execute. Holds in. Now it looks like we're being stacked with everyone else.
305, direct India Romeo 401, cleared RNAV 27.
Getting all the people coming in. Where did you get these standby instruments?
Contact tower 120.
So if you are new to the channel, firstly welcome. I'm a 737 captain for a European-based airline. I've been testing the ZIBO mod for ZIBO for the past 2.5 years. I make content based off my real-life experience for flight sim enthusiasts. I've been doing 4 years, and this is a pre-release version of the ZIBO mod with standby instruments.
Romeo, descent flight level 110, enter the hold as published Gonzo.
Descend flight level 110 and enter the hold at Gonzo, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. So 110 checks. Now entering the hold, I don't want to be doing this at 250 knots. Just going to go vertical speed, 1,000 feet per minute. And start bringing the speed back as well. Now usually you get a best holding speed, it's not modelled in the mod, it's given as a target speed 200, but usually you would say their best speed is usually between the up speed and 10 knots above it, so 215 will go, that'll be fine.
Thank you very much. Descend 3000, India Romeo 401.
There is Crete ahead, and can we see Heraklion? It's going to be a lovely approach along the coastline. There is the airport. Flying Tampa scenery at night is going to be amazing.
Descent altitude 3000, QNH 1013.
Lauren does holding imply free drink tickets for the passengers, not here at Alpaca Airways.
G305.
So remember that VNAV profile, we're holding. Don't worry so much about it, unless they obviously say, I have to Gonzo cleared approach. Then you'll, yeah, can we hold? Please do tonight.
Alpaca 12 for Bravo, proceed direct India Romeo 401, cleared RNAV runway 27, descent 3000.
Let's have a look who's stacking with us.
Say again, Alpaca 12 for Bravo.
So it looks like someone's in the other direction, look,
cleared
holding
RNAV
it.
runway 27.
So 3000 cleared down up 27, Alpaca 12 for Bravo.
Engine 305, reduce final approach speed.
Reduce final approach speed, engine 305.
KLM 09, reduce speed 160 knots.
So we do a PA at this point to passengers. We'll already talk to the camera crew saying we're expecting a delay. I know you guys love it.
Flight level 70, correction. Flight level
Good at you, ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck. Speaking, unfortunately, a little bit of a delay getting into Iraklion, quite busy. I'm going to be holding for the next 10 to 15 minutes. We'll be on the ground shortly, and if there's any changes, I'll come back to you for more information. Thanks for your patience. Thanks to fly Alpaca Airways. Probably won't add that. I am watching you, 75. I've just in time, I see. No holding for me. Inbound from Schiphol. Lucky man. Just about to enter the hold. Direct entry. There we are. A nighttime fly past.
1009, reduce final approach speed.
Whatever, speaking of minute.
So holding absolutely.
Bravo, reduce final approach speed.
Oh, we have got the best speed. 194 knots. That's not correct. It's never below the upspeed.
Bravo, reduce final approach speed.
Yeah, because you have to extend flaps. Holding available 3 hours 27. That's a bit excessive. It needs some fine tuning, perhaps. And it's actually something that is going down very quickly. But yeah, 190 is never below the upspeed unless there's a restriction in the hold for whatever reason. I never see it below the upspeed anyway.
Alpaca to Echo Romeo, descend flight level 100.
Descend flight level 100, Alpaca to Echo Romeo. So 100 sets. One thing I need to probably ask him is if he got an estimated approach time. But we've got so much fuel. I wish we could, so I won't worry about that. What's the FPS? 60 FPS? Because we're mostly over the sea. There's not many clouds.
Calum 09, contact tower 120850, bye-bye.
120850, Calum 09, bye.
Alpaca 12 Bravo, contact tower 120850, bye-bye.
How many of you here in chat's been in the hold and you've seen other aircraft holding? It's usually a sign it's very busy.
Alpaca 84 Charlie, descent flight level 110.
Cabin lighting. Oh, actually, I know. You can dim the cabin lighting. We would do for night. Just before landing. I know you can actually do that.
Ryanair 567, proceed direct India Romeo 402, clear nav 27.
How do you do that?
1,000 to go.
Calum 178, cancel Gonzo holding, turn right heading 180.
How do you turn lighting down in the cabin?
Gonzo holding, turn right heading 180.
Ground service. Cabin lighting. Night sleep.
Alpaca to Echo Romeo, descent flight level 90.
Descent flight level 90. I can take a Romeo. Let's have a look. So there's the cabin at the
Alpaca 84
moment.
Charlie, descent flight level 100.
Very bright.
Descent flight level 100,
Let's go with night sleep. Ah, nice. Oh, look! We've got the blue sky interior. How Alpaca. You guys know so much about the ZIBO mod. I didn't even know that was there. Let's go for a bit of white medium. Night sleep. There you are. Good night, everyone. Love the wing flex.
Alpaca to Echo Romeo, descent altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1013.
Descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1013. Alpaca to Echo Romeo. 5,000 feet, QNH 1013.
Proceed direct India Romeo
13, 9,800, 5,000 feet. Standby altimeter set. Post cruise checks coming up. So fuel, 4 pumps. We've got 5 tons on board. Lights coming on, logo as well. Angular banks 25 degrees. Pressurization 3.0 psi. Decreasing and set. Seatbelts on. Recall. Checks complete. Brandon, are you a real ZIBO tester? I love it.
Alpaca to Echo Romeo, cancel Gonzo holding, turn right heading 180.
Riding 180 degrees, Alpaca to Echo Romeo. On vectors then. And let's just route direct to 402. Execute. Is that going to put us a little bit high, but to see what ATC gives us here. We're not in too bad a position here. I'm just going to increase our speed slightly. We were restricted to 250, but obviously we're out of sequence now because we've been holding. Oops, level change.
Calum 178,
see where that puts us.
India Romeo 402 via India Romeo 402, clear nav 27.
Lauren, does we want to give the toners pink cabin lighting for Manta? Now, Manta's 320 pilots virtual airline. Alpaca's main competitor, I could say. JetBlue Neo livery has blue lighting over default blue bright white, so I know it can be done. Very cool.
Ryanair
And V1 Simulations is Auburn, I think. There we go.
Back 84 Charlie, descent altitude.
Bit of speed break, just to increase that rate of descent, just to help with our profile. You're probably getting slotted in here. Amazing by ATC, minimum delay. Unless you're using delay factors, but I think we're now in the sequence to come straight in.
296 inbound Gonzo to enter the hold at Gonzo, flight level 210.
Very realistic by that pilot. He sounds like anyone who's about to be able to hold.
It's going to be less than 5 minutes late.
Competitor, more like collaborator. True, Lauren.
Info kilo on board and enter the hold at Gonzo.
And to be the
nemesis.
That's pretty much every European and worldwide airline is against Alpaca Airways these days.
130, Lufthansa 1296.
Packet to Echo Romeo, proceed direct India Romeo 402, descent 3000, clear tap nav runway 27.
Direct India Romeo 402, descend 3,000 feet to cleared on approach runway 27, back into Echo Romeo. 3,000 feet, LNAV's engaged. Ah, look at that, nice, just slightly above the profile, so just use a bit of speed brake. Turn the music off. Might as well use VNAV, so we're doing this approach. Keep the speed brake out because I want to start bringing it to the upspeeds.
Contact tower 120.850, bye.
Great job by ATC with the amount of traffic. That's just like the perfect hold, all done in a very coordinated manner. You know, there was no panic, nothing. Brilliant. Okay, thanks. I just got to go get food. Oops. Slow speed brake, a little bit early perhaps. VNAV's gone very shallow all of a sudden. It's not descending quicker. Interesting. VNAV seems to want me to level off now. You've got to be careful here because in path it'll stay in arm. You have to add thrust manually until you get 15 knots below your target speed. So you be careful with that. Actually, someone was asking that in Discord the other day. Now, if I open the speed window at the moment, it will go to properly VNAV speed until I get the flap sound. Looks like now it's descending. Go flap 1, open the speed window, and it will stay in VNAV path now with the flaps extended.
Back 84 Charlie, turn right heading 180, descend 3000.
Right 180, descend 3000, back 84 Charlie.
So flap 1. So flap 5.
Back at Echo Romeo, reduce speed 180 knots.
180 knots up, back into Echo Romeo. You read my mind.
Heraklion radar, hello, Topsis 49 Charlie Zulu, inbound at Gonzo, flat 230.
Topsis 49 Charlie Zulu, hello, Heraklion radar identified, descent flight level 110.
And remember we discussed it, flap 10, just because of that increased rate of descent, looks like it's already descending on that slightly steeper glide path. That flashing amber light.
Echo Romeo, speed 160 till 40 ME, contact tower 120.850, bye-bye.
160 till 4, 120.850, back into Echo Romeo. Bye-bye. So be cleared on our approach, so we step down to 2,300 feet. That blinking light means the order throttle's closed and it's struggling to maintain the target speed. I have to configure it. Okay, buddy, okay. Jack, it's okay.
How's it go?
A little bit tight there. Uh-oh. Right, I might have to bring the gear down here. I've got flap 10 and speed brake out. It's close. What is it? It's usually... Oh, someone's walking their dog outside.
2,500.
Ooh, hold on. 2,300, so we go down to 2,000. What is VNAV doing? VNAV's having a right field day here. Yeesh. Approaching descent. 900 feet. VNAV path speed into vent. So yeah, not sure what VNAV's having a little bit of an oscillation there. So approaching the FAFA into your Romeo 400. Alright, buddy. Yeah, get down. Not a good time. Right, runway heading set. I need to check in here. Tower, hello, Alpaca to Echo Romeo. I have 27 and 6 miles.
Echo Romeo, can take it south and low, reduce minimum approach speed number 9.
Minimum approach speed Alpaca to Echo Romeo. Yeah, what's going to be there's the FAF, get down, flat 50. Check the start switches. Continuous recall check, speed brake arc, light landing gear down, street green order brake 3, flat 30. Why is the TCAS traffic not appearing here? This could be a bit tight.
KLM 178, wind count 27.
Oh, he's vacate expeditiously. My friend. Right, flaps. 30 green light, lights on, checks complete. So they did want me 160 till 4, but that wasn't going to work.
Under 567, contact ground 1-1. Bye-bye.
Missed approach altitude. Oops. Because the speed brake was already extended, I accidentally extended it, so 3,000 feet set. Approaching minimums, that's fine. We can still continue below minimums. Roger. Check. Remember what I told about the Pappies? Remember the Pappies is 3 degrees, the approach path is slightly steep, but having said that, it's actually continue. Disconnecting.
KLM 178, extra to the left.
Gonna be tight. He's just vacating. You can see that port light off the runway. Might have to go to the next exit though to help out.
400.
Checked. Or was he blocking the runway?
Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo 27, clear to land, wind calm.
Right, 27 clear to land, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo.
300.
Oh, fuck, I've got myself high. I was a bit excited. Yeah, that's correct. Oh my goodness, I'm all over the place.
100. 50. 40. 30.
Check. Close. Hold the attitude. I was a bit concerned because he was still on the runway. Oh, not my best. He breaks up and reverses. I was too busy looking ahead thinking he's not actually vacated. And I got us a little bit high. Oh dear. It's close to go around there. That sink rate was because the rate of descent was around
80 knots.
Over 1,000 feet per minute. I can't vacate there because I'll be blocking the runway. 80. We'll take the next left. 60. Welcome back to Heraklion. No butters today for anyone. We'll take this left here.
Tower, good evening, Skyways 5009 are with you on taxiway Delta to hold short.
Probably not meant to vacate here, but again, that's not the sort
of 5009, contact Park Local, summit 30, for you back to
my goodness me. Anyway, we're here.
Cross runway 30, continue to runway 27 via Delta, Skyways 5009.
Probably not to exit here, but never mind. I've got to be careful here because I'm still on the runway technically and there's a KLM ahead of me. Savage. Yeah. Landing was a bit... I completely lost track. I was so busy looking at the window on the aircraft that was still on the runway that I stopped flying the aircraft on where I am on the approach. And Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo vacated.
Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, welcome ground 1-1. Bye-bye.
What was that frequency? Ground 1217, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. Bye. Savage. Right, great job by ATC though. Very exciting. Ground, very good evening, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. Vacating runway 27 at Bravo.
Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo, ground California, taxi stand 05 via Delta.
Stand 05 via Delta, Alpaca 2 Echo Romeo. There we are, self-positioning stand. I'll try and make sure I get the right one this time. Anyway, what a flight. Thank you very much to whoever that was that just joined as a member. Why does that not come up on chat? Or my mini feed? No idea. Thank you whoever that was. Welcome to the channel. Glad you're enjoying it. Members only Discord for you. Custom hosted chats. The full whack service. Thank you very much, buddy. Oh dear. Right, stand 12 then. Let's try and orientate ourselves to where we are. Keep an eye out then for stand number 5. Very tight apron here. Lovely sector, look, under 5 hours. Yeah, that was 2 approaches though, were a bit, I wouldn't say messy, but yeah, I was distracted by the KLM. I thought, is he off the runway? Oh look, I'm 4 whites. Now below the point there is, you know, I need to immediately correct, but you don't want to go from 2 reds, 2 whites to 4 whites or 4 reds. sort of go around-ish territory there. Stand 910. Stand 6, 7 and 8. Stand 5, 4 and 3. So when you come in here, it's going to be our right turn. You'd have a marshaller to guide you onto the self-positioning stand here. Lovely scenery here by Flight Tampa. There's a lot of cones alarmingly in the way. Beautiful scenery. Bit uphill here. So this is where a marshaller is very helpful to get you parked in the correct orientation. Trying to work out, how do they have you parking here? I think it's probably something like this, but without a marshaller it's impossible to know.
Ground easy 44, stand 7, ready for start. Correction, ready for taxi.
Easy 424, ground, good evening. D90 Attacker A321neo, correction A320neo, passing from left to right taxi via Delta, hotel runway 30.
Without marshalling, it's impossible to know where they exactly would have been put. Right, parking brake is set.
Right,
Papers available.
continue on Delta,
2 blues,
hold
1
short,
red.
runway 30,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Crete, Heraklion. Another 2 sector day complete. Unbelievable, really. What else? Oh, wow, was that 777, wasn't it? He's out of here. You wouldn't get many passenger 777s here. Right, what did I forget here? Out off. And then it'll be 2000 standby on stand. That is set. Trim is set as well to 4 units. All in the name of realism. Usually done by the FO, the cleanup, will skip the taxis in. It's good for me to review it to make sure it's done correctly. Go back online. 3100. See you later, Alpaca. Slow down, sir. Airbus pilots, hey. I'm joking. That can go to 100 knots. Flight director's already off. Star switch is off. Probes off. There we are. All done. Correct. Standby. Well, we'd actually do a full shutdown checklist. Oh, lights. That one. And anti-goal lights. Wonderful. There we are, all done. Back in Heraklion in Crete. 2 sector day. Flight Tampa scenery, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice. Yeah, I'm not sure about my parking. Now, I'm not sure about the orientation here. It's a bit... I've never been here, so... I think you probably go forward up to this number, and then you'd hold there. But yeah, you'd always have a marshaller here, or if you were unsure, you'd confirm with ATC. But there she is, in the dark here. The... floodlighting illuminating the aircraft looks very, very nice here. Sweet. Curious to see the ZIBO approach rating. Yes, we'll have a look at that shortly. I don't know if that's from that approach. Landing flat with speed brake. So excuse number 418. In a desktop simulator, I'd already had it extended and I hadn't armed it. So when I pushed the button to arm it, it stayed extended. There we are. So yes, prior to selecting flat 15, make sure it's stowed. Yes, high rated set below 1500. Yes, speed rate flat 15 to 40. Yes. Other professional streamers available. It's a mixture of being very tired for the stream and the limitations of the sim. It's very, you know, in real life, you've got that physical lever there and it's in your hand, so you can see it. See it a little bit easier, so you've got to be careful with that. But yeah, I got myself all very flabbergasted, excited by that aircraft I hadn't vacated, and I was like, ooh, is that KLM going to make it? Then I looked down at the pappies, oh, 4 whites. So you could keep it all nice and tidy there. Lovely stream today, Christian, thank you very much. Also glad to see you also have no idea how to park in Iraklion. It's pretty, without a marshaller it's difficult to see what to do, and on this stand you can see how it's depicted. Not that great. It looks like something else. that picture, for example. But yeah, I think it's that orientation. Usually parallel with the stand number. As I said, you get a marshaller in real life to confirm your position there. David, looks like perfect timing for your food. We did say 9 o'clock, then it was 5 past, then it was 10 past, but a little word to the vACC controls today. Amazing job as ever, both in Dubrovnik and here in Heraklion. The control was excellent with the amount of traffic coming in here. Very brief holding. And then you could see like minimum separation between the aircraft on final. Very nicely done. And by the other people on vACC. The other pilots being able to vacate expeditiously. All the sort of things you want to be doing in real life as well. But there you go. We'll call it a day. And log off of vACC now. Here. There we are. Disconnected. Very eerie music on here. That's Flight Deck Sim in the background here. Very interesting. I think we'll turn that down nice and smoothly, and we'll put something on a little bit more upbeat. There we are. Let's have a look then at this landing. Excellent job by X-Plane. Flawless all day. Fantastic performance. No crashes, no hiccups. The way I like the streams to go. Let's have a look here. So, jumping back into the flight deck actually. A bit of self-critique. So I was actually, look, I was back on profile here, and I think it was at this point there. I was looking good, and then I started looking outside. I was looking at the KLM, and I was thinking, is he going to vacate in time? Okay, and look what happens. Distracted by the KLM now. Am I going to get my landing clearance? I don't know. The wing's slightly off the edge here. Look what happens. Probably was a little bit late.
400.
It was already below the landing gate. There's 3 whites, still looking at the KLM. And then very quickly to 4 whites, you can already see, look at the picture, and then I realised, like, oh no, and that was a bit of a dirty dive. Rate of descent got, yeah, that's a bit excessive, 1400. That's what triggered the sink rate. Maximum really is 1,000. And the key thing is then, don't get disorientated. And I came over the threshold, you know, at the correct height. Rate of descent still a little bit steep, which is why I got the sink rate, but there I sort of fixed it, but I'm off to the right, you know, what am I doing over there? So I was already correcting to get back onto the centre line, and I sort of corrected during the flare. It was a bit messy. Let's have a look how I look from the touchdown. So at the time I corrected, I was where I needed to be. There you go. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. There's limitations in the sim. Well, that's another excuse. But I usually don't have to worry about KLM wings sticking out on the runway, to be fair. Excuses as a Christian, but lucky the kid was down this time. Look at that. We've never done that. Well, two non-ILS precision approaches today. Two different approaches to see for a change. Do one from the tower. There's that correction of that excessive rate of descent. In the flare. And touchdown. Cool. Nice tower. Thanks to Trip Captain US Uncle John, thanks for watching. Cool. And then we vacated at Bravo, so again I would have confirmed. Can we vacate there? Probably not. I'm not 100% sure. Might not have been Bravo, it was the next one, wasn't it? Was it Bravo? No, it was Bravo. All good. Superb. Right then. Fantastic. Thank you so much for watching another Flight Deck Sim live stream. I hope you found that enjoyable. And perhaps learn something new. That's my tutorial sign out. I have no idea why I'm saying that, because I'm very tired streaming for 5 hours. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that double sector in the ZIBO mod 737. Yeah, it seemed okay. There was a little bit of VNAV issue on that final approach. It sort of shallowed off, then started descending quickly, then it shallowed off, which is a bit unusual. Usually it's quite fixed when it comes down there, but no, it got us down safely, which is the important thing. Oh, look at the speed brake extended. I had no clue. I don't like that view. And I had it extended to keep the speed down the approach, and I forgot to retract it. How embarrassing. I'm going to go for the replay from the point where it was down, and then everyone's just tuned in, they'll like, oh look, it's another perfect approach by the captain. Anyway, thanks for watching. To everyone that donated, thanks for the contributions. To the members for the continued support, thank you so much. And to all the regular viewers and subscribers, thanks for watching too. Don't forget to smash the thumbs up button. And the best way to stay up to date with the latest flight deck to comment is to subscribe, hit the bell icon. That way, whenever I post a live stream, you'll get notified straight away. You'll also find me on social media, Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, where I also always publish when I'm streaming. Take care of yourselves. For everyone in the UK, enjoy the rest of the bank holiday weekend, and I'll see you all live again very soon. Bye for now.